Bet you didn't know we're the world's biggest gamblers.
Totally crippled my life.
Bingo!
I'm finding out why and if we really are the lucky country. Join me, Sean McAuliffe, Going for Broke.
Starts Tuesday, May 19 on ABC TV and ABC iView.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
Welcome to ABC Sports coverage of Sir Doug Nicholls Round.
Massive specky taken by Cozzy. It was a spectacular hover.
Bradley Hill traps it here, snaps and goals.
Martin scoops it up, shakes the tackle. Martin, goals.
He is one of the most electrifying forces in the game, Maurice Rioli. And that's a moment as good as any you'll see in the competition this year.
Off to Wangane Malira. A little bit of class. He shows them how it's done. You can't keep a good man down.
Want them big bright lights, I want that center stage. All eyes on me. Ain't this why you came?
He bursts away from Windsor. Good luck catching him. Cameron with a touch of class.
Bouncing ball. Simpkin. Simpkin goals.
Give me my moment, step aside.
Sir Doug Nicholls Round on ABC Local Radio, Sport Digital and on ABC Listen.
The game played for thousands of years by the land's traditional owners, inspired in some part the game we know and love today. So as we continue this celebration of footy and culture in Sir Doug Nicholls Round, we pay tribute to the past and the world's oldest continuing culture, to the present day, where the Sydney Swans host their Marngrook celebration against arguably the biggest football club in the land. This year it's Collingwood who make their way here to the Sydney Cricket Ground, the traditional lands of the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation. It's Friday Night Footy here on ABC Sport, and we can't wait to bring you the action in just under an hour's time. The Swans are on top, and that's what they celebrate in the here and now. They are currently sitting first with their 8 wins from 9 starts. They were tested by North Melbourne last week under the roof at Docklands, but kept their number 1 seeding for another week, while the Pies, as they prepare to recognise Scott Pendlebury's record-breaking feat, they've left him at home tonight. And their immediate focus is on rectifying the 9-goal defeat at the hands of Geelong 6 days ago. It is great as ever to have you join us right here on ABC Sport. My name is Brett Sprigg, and Daniel Garve will call the action alongside me.
Lovely stuff, Spriggy. Great to be with you. So Doug Nicholls Round is always so special. We celebrate so much in terms of contributions to the game throughout this weekend, and it starts here tonight, following on from last night at the Gabba, of course. It continues here at the SCG. The Showtime Swans under the Friday night lights, 8-1. The Pies go in as underdogs, of course, with so much experience missing. But their last 2 visits to the SCG have provided thrillers for us. They've lost both games by a total of 4 points. One of them a prelim in 2022, of course. So they have delivered on this ground in recent times. Who knows? Maybe they can shock the Swans tonight. Always exciting when you get to watch Nick Dacos in the flesh as well.
Absolutely. And the Swans do this occasion well, don't they, Gaby? They bring all the former players back, the former Indigenous players, and the club often does a lot of work to get those players here if they're from out of state, and they make a real occasion of this Marngrook game every year, which is great.
Yeah, they've got the Goods O'Loughlin medal as well, and yeah, when you've got players like Adam Goods, part of your football club, Michael O'Loughlin as well, and you bring them out, it does create a special atmosphere, most certainly around this ground. And Friday nights at the SCG have become pretty special whenever they come around. They are big events. For people who don't live here, it's more than just coming to the footy. It's a serious party in the stands. It feels like people pour in from the bars all around these areas. So, yeah, there's going to be a balmy atmosphere at the SCG once more tonight.
Melbourne's a sporting city. Sydney's an event city. And the Swans certainly have event billing most weeks here in the New South Wales capital. You can text us, as always, 0437 774 774. The team news just coming to hand. It appears no late changes for either side tonight. So for the Swans, 3 changes all up. Dane Rampy's being managed, so both clubs have put their oldest player on ice for the week. Rampy managed. Matt Roberts has the adductor injury. Hayden McLean has been omitted in what would have been his 100th game, but he makes way because Charlie Curnow is back, as is Jai Sarong and Tom McCartan from their respective injuries. So 3 changes all up for Dean Cox's men. 4 changes for Collingwood, and outside of Pendlebury, which was always the plan for him to rest, that he would miss this week. The rest are all forced through injury. Darcy Moore and Pat Lipinski with the head knocks. Darcy Cameron, the ankle injury. In comes Charlie West for just his second career game. Will Parker, Ed Allen and Will Hayes. So comparatively little experience compared to the guys who are out. And the Pies coming off that 6-day break as well. Our experts here, firstly, well, welcome to 200 Gamer. Played at the Lions, won a couple of BNFs, played at the Giants, and now an integral part of our commentary team here in Sydney. Joel Patfull, welcome.
Spriggy, thanks for having me, mate. It's a big night in Sydney, isn't it? Friday night footy. It's good to be here.
Yeah, and they can't quite have the sellouts. They don't quite know about the sellouts at a time because they have to get the members filled up, a bit like the MCG on a slightly smaller scale. But I expect there will be mid-40s here tonight and quite fine conditions here in Sydney. And alongside you in the experts chair, a member of South Australia's iconic footy family. He won plenty of flags himself. He was also a Brisbane Bear. Stephen Williams, welcome to Sydney, Steve.
Thank you, Spriggsy. Lovely to be here with you guys. Don't often get up to the SCG, so just wonderful coming in, walking around. Actually finding the commentary box was a bit of a task. But I finally got here and really looking forward to it, to a good game, unfortunately, with those outs we talked about at Collingwood. If they were in, I reckon they're half a chance, but it's going to be a hard task with 1,000 games of experience missing tonight.
I want to get to all of that as far as what it means for Collingwood's bigger picture and their next, I guess, this season plus the next couple of years under Craig McRae and what it all looks like, I suppose, in comparison to 3 years ago, their premiership year. By the way, speaking of all the footy happening around the place, there is also a game happening tonight in Darwin. So Gold Coast takes on Port Adelaide. Of course, the Suns made it, 9 straight wins in the top end with that victory last week. So they take on Port tonight. You can hear that via our app, ABC Listen. The full call available in about an hour or so's time, available on the AFL Extra button. Otherwise, you can follow us here at the SCG via ABC AFL and across ABC Radio and News Radio as well. So the Pies are mid-table, 9 games, 4.5 wins, percentage of 100. So they're exactly about as medium as you could possibly imagine. This feels like a pivotal kind of game for them, doesn't it, tonight? I mean, the outs you mentioned, Sydney are rightly favoured, but as far as what Collingwood want to salvage from this year in the back half of this campaign, this is a big occasion tonight.
It is, and they showed us a couple of weeks ago against the Hawks that with all their good players playing and the game plan that they're able to stick to, they can pretty much hang in there with everyone. Hawthorn are as good as there is going around, and they were actually lucky to draw the game with Collingwood, and Collingwood was so efficient that night. So whether they can give us that sort of performance tonight, time will tell. But probably long term, you would imagine the Pies are going to go down before they come up again.
Well, that has been the talk over the last few years, hasn't it been? It's, when will they rebuild, and when do they draw a line in the sand and say this team's probably... They've been on that older scale for a couple of years now. So, I mean, it's a perfect point. Pendlebury breaks the record. What does that look like for the rest of the season? And what younger players have they got to come through? They're probably going to have to look at bringing some of that talent through, giving some experience and looking to the next 2 or 3 years.
The problem they've got is when you've got Nick Dacos, I shouldn't say a problem, it is the biggest blessing you can have, but it's a conundrum because you can't really rebuild when you have arguably the most talented player potentially in your history in your team right now. I mean, they have to keep going for it, so to speak, when you have that quality in your midfield, along with a few others. But the argument is that maybe they've gone too far in bringing in Houston and Schultz and Perryman. They've given up too many early picks, and so many of the youngsters we're watching tonight are picks in the 50s or rookie list players, and maybe they could have just managed that a bit better to get a couple more top-end talents so that they're not in this almost no man's land position on the ladder, which is the least favourable position to be in, really.
It is, and when you look at the way Geelong have done it, they brought in Jeremy Cameron, they brought in Smith from the Bulldogs. They're top of the tree players and have really added, and there's quite a few others that have gone into the Cats as well that have just kept boosting them. But Collingwood, for some reason, really haven't been able to. Dan Houston was an All-Australian, but he's probably not in the calibre of those guys that I mentioned. So they really haven't been able to attract those free agents that can really give your club a boost.
I wouldn't be surprised if they go hard this off-season and get a key player. I can't see Collingwood, completely rebuilding. I think they're more of a Geelong mindset where they're going to go after another big fish or a couple of even mature age players that can add to their list. I don't think they're going to cut it right back.
So that's on the horizon. But in this year, since round 4, the Pies have ranked 13th in points from clearances and 15th in points against. I think their average score is about 81, which won't when you're 20 games of footy. If they play the game on Sydney's terms tonight, they'll get chopped up, won't they? Because the Swans, of course, are so direct. They love their corridor play, their rebound off half-back. And the Pies, maybe it's the missing Bobby Hill, or those sort of players just lack forward 50 pressure especially, don't they?
Well, that'll be the key. Can Sydney use the middle of the ground? They'll bite those kicks off. They've got such talent across the half-back line and pretty much across the field that the skill level to hit that target that looks like it's covered, they're probably the best at it in the competition. So can Collingwood sag off, get in there, cause turnovers and score from there? We'll have to wait and see. But Sydney, I don't think will allow Collingwood to shut them down. They'll certainly go for the middle of the ground.
The Pies are ranked 18th in first possession, and that was the Swans, miss last week against the Kangaroos. They did not compete as well as they usually have in the midfield. They love to go forward. They love the chain coming off half back and the way they use the ball to the corridor. But against the Kangaroos, the Swans were tied up in contested balls. So we'll see if the Pies can bring more of that tonight.
Well, they went head-to-head in the midfield, and the North midfield really got on top of them at times in that game. And something that you don't really see that often is that Sydney, especially in that centre square clearance battle, they don't really get beaten that often. So definitely challenging that department last week, and it showed on the scoreboard. But talking about the Collingwood the forward line as well, they do lack that firepower, don't they? With Dan McStay up there as a tall forward, and probably needs a little bit of help. Jamie Elliott's been down in his year from last year, so needs some more scoring options going forward.
And the fact that Darcy Cameron's not there, all of a sudden you look at Brodie Grundy and think, well...
he could go berserk.
Well, Oscar Steen, I think, will match him at the centre bounces. I think he's got the ability to get over the top of Grundy there, but once you're body to body around the ground, he's just going to be able to ragdoll, I would imagine. So what a test for Oscar against probably the informed ruckman in the competition.
Steve Williams, Joel Patfull alongside me, Brett Sprigg and Daniel Garb here at the Sydney Cricket Ground as AFL Round 10, Week 1 of Sir Doug Nicholls round rolls on here for the Swans' annual Marn game. You can text us as well, 0437 774 774. But for now, the fifth member of our team, Declan Byrne, is down in the Pies camp.
Thanks, Briggy. Yes, down here in the Collingwood camp with Jordan Ruffhead, the assistant coach. Jordan, before we talk about the game tonight, a few weeks ago, you had your premiership reunion against, well, the premiership was against the team you're playing tonight. How was the night? Was it fun? Who'd you enjoy catching up with?
Yeah, Declan, it was great. It was, I mean, I should have been there probably watching the Swans, knowing that we were playing them in a couple of weeks, but I watched no football because it was just really nice to be in a room with all those guys. It's the first time we've caught up as a full team. I mean, I say a full team. Obviously, Bont was playing, so we didn't have everyone in the room, but the majority of the guys were there. And it was nice to see some of the guys who probably didn't have as long a career as we might have expected after that premiership. So guys like Clay Smith and Shane Biggs and Jack Redpath. And what I'd sort of forgotten was that we won the 16 VFL and AFL flag at the same time. So even some of the VFL listed guys who were there was a real treat of a night.
So looking forward to tonight now against Sydney. I think the big weapon that everyone's noticed is that forward handball. You're largely in charge of the defence. So how are you trying to combat that from a Collingwood point of view? Because it has been the Swans' weapon here at the SCG all year.
Yeah, it has. I mean, we've obviously watched a lot of their vision and scouted them really hard. And I mean, we know they're a quality opposition. They've got talent in all areas of the park. And their speed of ball movement, their forward handball, as you mentioned, is something we're going to have to manage. So we've got a few different levers we might look to pull. And it's just going to be a matter of assessing the game and seeing what version of their offence is their best version, trying to shut that down, and also how we play in the offensive phase of the game to try and limit the impact of their offence on turnover. So the challenge is there for us. As I said, we respect this opposition and they're clearly going really well, particularly here at the SCG. So we're looking forward to what should be a real fun battle.
Your skipper isn't out there again. He's played 3 games, I think it is, this year. How disruptive has it been for the back six to not have the general in terms of, other people having to fill other roles?
Yeah, yes and no. I mean, we'd clearly love to have him out here. He's our captain. He's a leader. It's nice having a 6'8", 102 kilo guy that runs like he does playing. But having said that, we've still got great experience in our back line. I mean, there's guys like Jeremy Howe, Braden Maynard, Isaac Quaynard, Josh Dacos, Stan Houston. So all these guys have played 150 plus games of footy now and are really, really quality players. So as much as it has been disappointing for Darcy not to have him out here, the disruption to the back line is a real thing, but we've still got the experience that we've been able to manage it for the most part and defend really well behind the ball. Clearly last week was a bit of an exception with the Cats being able to score on too often on their entries, so that's something we'll look to address tonight.
Some big names out. Tell me about the names that come in, because they mightn't be familiar to all footy fans. Guys like Parker, Allen, West and Hayes, maybe the next generation of Pies that are going to hopefully lead them to whenever that next flag comes. So what do you see in them? Is there one you want to point out that people should take note of?
Oh, it's not so much I want to point out to take note of, but I'll start with Charlie West. It's only his second game of AFL footy. He came in for us last year and was kicking bags of goals in the VFL, and played one game of AFL last year, unfortunately hurt his foot in that game and wasn't able to get back out there. So exciting to have him back out here. Young key forward that has a real capacity to stick marks and kick goals. So exciting to have him out on the park tonight. The others have been sort of in and out of the team this year. Will Hayes, probably stiff to miss last week. Had a really good game the week prior, which take me back. That was Hawthorn. Played well against the Hawks and was stiff to miss. He's a high pressure, high speed forward that again has capacity to hit the scoreboard. Ed Allen and Will Parker played a little bit more footy this year, but again have sort of been on the fringes a little bit, so hopefully they can stamp some authority on the game tonight. Ed Allen has sort of split his time, plays as a majority midfielder in the AFL, in the VFL, but more time on the wing here in the AFL, so hopefully we can get him some more minutes inside to show his strengths tonight.
One of the guys who is out, who will be talked about for the next 7 days, is Scott Pendlebury. You're in a unique position. You would have played against him, with him, and now coached him. Give us an insight, give us a story we might not have heard about Scott Pendlebury from the years you've seen him, about just how incredible it is he's getting to 4-3-3.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to give you a story you haven't heard, because he is so highly respected and spoken about all the time. You might not know he's got a basketball background. We'll start there. But no, I've got just an incredible amount of respect for him. You say I've got a unique experience with him, having, as you said, played against, played with, and now coached. But he's been a great asset to me as a coach. Like his knowledge of the game and the way that he communicates on field, but also the way that he finds me at breaks and talks about what he's seeing and feeling has certainly helped me coach the defensive phase of the game. Huge honour. We're also so proud of him. And it's a great moment for us all to sort of take a little step back and appreciate what he's done for the game, what the game's done for him as well. But yeah, to have someone who's done it for the best part of 20 years and achieved what he has is incredible. And I know there's some media out there that the gold number and the way that we're not playing him this week to play him at the MCG, but I think it's nice that we can sort of step back and just appreciate an individual achievement in amongst it all. And it'd be great to see hopefully in excess of 90,000 Pies fans there to celebrate him next week.
He's not done yet, but you were someone who pretty much went straight into coaching. Can you see him just going straight in and maybe one day being a senior coach?
Yeah, I think, again, it's probably one the AFL might have to do some more work on the soft cut to see if they can pay coach a bit more, because I'm sure there's media crews out there lining up to try and get Pendles on board, and it'd be pretty lucrative for him, I imagine. But it'd be a shame to lose a real coaching brain to the game. So I'm hoping that he is a coach, whether at Collingwood or elsewhere, because his impact on the game has been so great, and it would be a shame to lose him.
Speaking of head coaches, the footy community lost Michael Voss this week to the coaching fraternity. Did you guys, as a coaches, talk about just how quickly things can change and, how fragile this job can be and so much stress you come under?
No, I mean, we didn't address it as a collective, but obviously Fly's got an existing relationship with Vossi and reached out to him during the week. And I think we're all aware of how the industry works. It's underperforming for a matter of weeks can put your job in jeopardy, and it is a high-stress, high-pressure environment, which is, I guess, a downside to it, but it's because people love it so much, and there's so many people out there who want to be involved. So it's sad to see Vossi to leave the game for whether it's a period of time, whether he comes back or not. We'll have to wait and see, but we are sort of hyper-aware that this is the world we live in. It's a great environment to be a part of. It is a cutthroat industry. So hopefully Vossi's doing well and sitting back and enjoying a beer or a red wine tonight.
Last question. There's a lot of weapons in this Sydney Swans team. Give us one that you think is super important that you clamp down on tonight.
Oh, Justin McInerney's probably one that, he's probably not a name that you expected me to say, but he's in some really, really hot form for the Swans and impacting the game. I shouldn't laugh, but there's probably 10 names I can give you. So we've got our work cut out for us. I'm sure they're sitting there worrying about some of our guys as well. So hopefully we can assert some dominance early and force them to chase the game a little bit. As I said, we've got some levers to pull, so we'll just see how the game plays out.
Appreciate your time on ABC, Jordan.
Thanks, Declan. Good on you, mate.
Magpies assistant Jordan Roughead there with Declan Byrne here. Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport. And up in the box, you're with Brett Sprague alongside Daniel Garb, Joel Patfull and Stephen Williams. Will go inside the Sydney Swans territory very, very shortly as well. Both teams are out there warming up as we speak. The Magpies off to the Randwick end. And the Swans at the Paddington end of the Sydney Cricket Ground as the crowd continues to file in here. 0437 774 774. As Jordan was talking there about the weapons for the Swans. I mean, the reverse of things, as far as a potential tag for Nick Dacos, Garby, I'm sort of curious about this because, I mean, it hasn't always worked, as indeed is true of a lot of Nick Dacos' opponents, but when James Jordan has gone Nick Dacos in the past.
Not always, but I think he's still the number one option. Dacos' record against Nick Dacos, that is, Sydney, is pretty strong of late. But Jordan has had a couple of moments where has kept him quieter in patches in games in recent times. But they call him the padlock, the fire extinguisher for a reason. He is their number one tagging option and arguably the best in the league at it. So I think it's probably a straightforward choice that he goes to Nick Dacos tonight.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think you have to put someone to him to at least start the game and see what happens and go from there. I think, Rowbottom as well could go with him at times at stoppage, a bigger body, and wrap him up and try and keep it in close. Once he gets outside the stoppage and can run, that's when he's damaging. So I think if you keep him in tight, you're half a chance. But, I mean, how do you stop him? He's probably going to get 30-plus anyway, and if he has a bad night, he's got 29. Like, he had 29 last week and everyone said he's had a bad game. So he's pretty hard to stop these days.
He is hard to stop, but probably the one thing that you could say over the last 2 or 3 weeks is just his ball use. We're used to seeing him, when he's lining up for goal, he just nail it every time. But the last 2 or 3 weeks, he's just missed those goals that you'd expect.
6 goals, 13 on the year
which
so
is
far.
so unlike Nick Dacos. So maybe tonight he turns those things around.
Is Collingwood's midfield just too dependent on Nick Dacos?
Oh, I think he's the jewel in the crown, isn't it? They're probably batting a little bit short in that area. To go, he's come back in and showed some pretty good form, but he really hasn't got that speed. Once the ball gets outside the stoppage, the likes of Warner and Heaney and these sort of blokes at Sydney, I think they're just going to have too much leg power. And there's some others that can go through that area. I've been really impressed with McInerney. He's probably been a player that's really stood up this year.
Number one score involvement player in the AFL, Justin McInerney.
So he gets under everybody's guard. You don't really, because there's so much class through that side, you probably don't think so much about him, and all of a sudden he's doing a lot of damage. So Collingwood will have to put a little bit of time into him tonight as well.
But Dagu is the one from last week, isn't he, that got into a bit of form and looked good around stoppage. But I mean, Josh Dacos as well, he hasn't spent much time through the midfield, but I think if they're looking for another option, they could roll him through there as well, get involved. He's such a good ball user as well. So I think the more they get the ball in his hands, the better off they're going to be.
Well, you think he'd be the one. I heard him interviewed this week in the media, and he was saying that he's been in there a few times, but he'd love to get in there, and why wouldn't you? He's a beautiful user of the ball, maybe not quite as damaging as his brother, but he's not too far behind. So I imagine the Pies want their best players around the contest, because that's where the ball's going to be won tonight.
0437 774 774 is our SMS number. This is Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport. Thank you, Des in Ascot Vale, for your lovely text. Thank you, Bruiser on Darrowell Country, who said it was a nice intro to the broadcast. Thank you, Bruiser. It says go Bloods as well. 0437 774 774. Andrew says Collingwood don't have much choice other than to start a rebuild. This will put Dacos in a position where he is playing in a losing side during the prime of his career, which will probably trigger him to look elsewhere within 2 years. Well, there's also the Tasmania conversation as well, which sort of creeps around Nick Dacos and what that looks like as being there first franchise or marquee player.
But that's got to be part of the negotiations. Like when Nick Dacos is sitting down with Collingwood, he'll want to know what their plans are. And if they say to him, well, we're going to go back to the bottom and rebuild, I can't imagine that's what he wants to hear when Tasmania are offering buckets of money. So they've got to weigh that up as well. And I can't imagine they do a full rebuild, but they need a couple more first-round draft picks in the mix, don't they?
Well, that's the thing, and I'm not sure where they stand with their draft capital, but I don't imagine there'd be too many first-round draft picks that they have that they can throw around and try to bring some class into their side.
I just can't see him doing a rebuild. I think the Collingwood Football Club, they pride themselves on playing finals footy and pride themselves being that big, strong, powerful club. I mean, Craig Kelly, Justin Levitt, Craig McRae, I don't think they're sitting down and cutting the list back and doing a rebuild. They're going for a premiership in the next couple of years again.
Well, Craig McRae famously said, I don't want picks, I want players.
Yeah.
Maybe he's tapered on that a little bit, but that was the famous quote.
Just by the way, speaking of teams and team lists, teams are in for Sunday's games. So the big omission there is for Euro St Kilda. Mitch Owens will miss. Of course, the Saints played in Darwin against the Suns last week. I mentioned that. Where Port are playing tonight, and he has pulled up sore, so he will not be playing on Sunday against Richmond. In other news, still no Ben Mackay at the Bombers, of course. He was dropped for the game against the Giants last week. So was Elijah Sardas, so they're not coming back in. The Giants, who face West Coast in Perth, won't have Jack Buckley, so he is out as well. The Bombers, just going back to them briefly, did recall Jai Caldwell and will set a field for their game against Walyalup Fremantle on Sunday as well. And the Dockers have added Oscar McDonald, Nathan O'Driscoll and Chris Sherry into that team. Of course, missing 3 players, a couple of big ones, Alex Pearce, Hayden Young and Corey Wagner as well for the Dockers. Just back on West Coast, I mentioned in their game, or Walich Marawa as they're known during Indigenous round, so Doug Nichols round, West Coast have added Rhett Bazzo and Jack Williams. Still no Tom Gross. Thought he might get a go there, Garby, but anyway.
History.
And in the straight swaps for Harry Edwards out with concussion and Cooper Duff-Tyler who's being managed. The Giants will, as I mentioned, no Jack Buckley, but Ryan Anglin and Harry Oliver on debut. So a new Giant will play his first game on Sunday at Perth Stadium. And still no Sam Taylor, so still a week away for the Giants. As far as a few of the headlines there across the teams in round 10, week 1 of Sir Doug Nichols' round. As I mentioned as well tonight, Gold Coast v Port Adelaide. So this is a club that's close to your heart, Steve. It is already the toughest trip in footy to go to Darwin and face the Gold Coast Suns, as the Saints found out last week. 9 straight wins now for Damien Hardwick's men in the top end, and that's Port's assignment tonight.
Yes, it's going to be a tough one, isn't it? They've really found some form up there. The conditions, I think, are probably a little bit like they play on the Gold Coast.
Yeah. The
ball starts to get slippery, and Port certainly will have their hands full up there. You know, Port have been in most games this year, so they've lost 4 games by probably a total of about 8 points. So it could be a completely different season. But from a Port Adelaide point of view, at least they're really fighting games out. You know, the last couple of years they've been known to turn their toes up and get really steamrolled. But Josh Carr's got a little bit of fighting quality back into the side, and they'll need all that tonight up in Darwin.
And you can cover that, or you can hear that game as we're covering it via ABC Listen, as I mentioned, the app that's available via ABC AFL Extra. So Gold Coast and Port Adelaide tonight from Marara Oval in Darwin. Clint Wheeldon heads up the call there in the top end. Keep your texts coming, 0437 774 774 on our way to a very brief little pause, and we'll get into the Swans camp very shortly as well. Linda says, Linda sent a text about something else. One texter here says, I remember Pendlebury playing in Sale. Couldn't get a kick in a cattle yard. Go Blues. Well, it's worked out okay for Scott Pendlebury across 430-odd games anyway.
I enjoyed a little special they did on him, a day in the life of Scott Pendlebury, or game day of Scott Pendlebury, that I saw on social media today. He's up at 6:30 doing an hour of work before his family wakes up. Gym, stretching, ice bath, infrared, whatever that is now, the new fad. On an hour before his family wakes up every morning to keep his body in condition where he can play at 38. It was quite incredible, the stuff he does behind the scenes.
Well, I believe it. I mean, I was 32 when I retired from AFL footy, and I was done. So to keep playing and at the level that he does is unbelievable. So I think it's a good insight to see what AFL players go through these days. I think that professionalism, especially away from the footy club now, has gone to another level. Guys are, getting gyms at home, and they're getting saunas and getting ice baths and stuff like that. So they're trying to take it to the next level.
That'd be you, Joel, getting the infrared and the sauna every morning, like the ice bath.
I do now. I didn't when I was playing footy, though. I probably should have.
I think Travis Boak was pretty much like that as well. So these guys that are professionals certainly have hung on and played a lot of footy. And the thing with Scott Pendlebury is, it doesn't look like he's trailing off. Like he's arguably still in the best 3 players at Collingwood. When he
best on round on Anzac Day.
When he gets out there, things happen. He gets the ball, and I've sort of wondered my whole life. He's almost standing still, and everyone's just running around him, and he's just conducting the orchestra. He's just got that special something that those elite players have.
Of course, it all builds towards next week in a lot of ways for the Pies. I want to sort of explore that as well coming up shortly, as far as just that, I say it with respect, the sort of the sideshow around Scott Pendlebury and that record-breaking feat next week, whether it takes the focus off a game like tonight. You can keep your text coming, 0437 774 774. The opening ball up is under half an hour away here at the Sydney Cricket Ground. We'll go inside the Swans camp very shortly, right here, Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Guy Montgomery is back with a new assistant.
Sam Campbell. I'll take the job. What is the job?
The new season of Guy Montgomery's Guy Mont Spelling Bee. Wednesday nights on ABC TV and ABC iView.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
On ABC Local Radio, Sport Digital and on ABC Listen. This is Sir Doug Nicholls Round with ABC Sport.
So Doug Nicholls Round is a celebration of footy and culture, and the Sydney Swans mark the occasion with their annual Marngrook fixture. The name Marngrook originates from the Woiwurrung language group of central Victoria, where large gatherings of Kulin people would chase a possum skin as part of a typical corroboree. And as we fast forward hundreds of years to this point in time, the game we know and love today is very different, but the impact that First Nations Australians have had is very much the same. And that's what we do here across these next couple of weeks, as we do here tonight on Gadigal land, which we know today as Sydney. The Sydney Cricket Ground bearing witness to the Swans and Collingwood tonight. The Swans remain on top. The Pies looking to surge from their mid-table position. That's all ahead of us here, getting underway right here on ABC Sport. Brett Sprigg is my name. Daniel Garb is alongside me, and your texts remain welcome, 0437 774 774. If you have just joined us through News Radio in New South Wales and the ACT, then a warm welcome to you. Joel Patfull and Stephen Williams are here, and we'll go inside the Swans camp with Declan Byrne very shortly. But how critical is this game, or perhaps these next 2 or 3 games, Steve and Joel, in establishing Collingwood's overall place in things in 2026? Or does it matter less now that they only have to finish top 10, which they currently have?
Well, every game's important, but it's interesting. If tonight was Scott Pendlebury's game equalling record, do you think he would have played?
No. They looked at it months ago or weeks ago and decided it was going to be 6-day break into Sydney. Wouldn't have worked anyway. So get rid of the travel and then more chance of beating up on West Coast at the MCG next week.
Because it's a very important game, but it's hard to see Collingwood really competing with the table-topping Swans just with the way that they play their footy. When you look through the Collingwood side and you look at Roan Steele, Angus Anderson, William Hayes, Jack Butler, Charlie West, Edward Allen and Will Parker.
Yeah.
Like, if you were to name those players, as I've done, and said, what team do they play for? 99% of the AFL community would have no idea.
Well, you mentioned, you said it was 1,000 games going out of the team with no Pendlebury, Moore, Lipinski and Darcy Cameron. So the recognisability, if that's a word, of those 4 guys versus the 4 guys coming in, it's a fair gulf.
It definitely is. I mean, it's hugely important. You said how important is the game, and I mean, they're sitting in 10th at the moment. There's 3 teams below them that are, 1 win behind. So I don't think you can afford to take the foot off the pedal. And then what that does for next week, I know we've got West Coast and it's a big game for the footy club, but you always want that momentum as the season goes. And I think as much as they're trying to talk it down as not being a distraction, I think it has become a bit of a distraction the way they've gone through it the last few weeks.
But they had to do it, didn't they? He's been such a icon for not only Collingwood but the AFL, just the way that he's played his football. He's probably a Collingwood player that's loved by just about everybody in the competition, and you don't get a lot of them. So that probably says a lot about Scott Pendlebury.
Opening ball up here is about 26 minutes away here at the Sydney Cricket Ground. I said mostly fine conditions before. It was a very light shower just about 5 or 10 minutes ago. So I think Declan Byrne is ducking for cover as he goes into the Sydney Swans side of things, one of their assistant coaches. Declan.
Thanks, Briggy. I'm down here with Senior Assistant Coach Ben Matthews for the Swans. A massive night. Marngrook's been around for 24 years. You were playing when it started. What's your memories of Marngrook in those early days?
Oh, we got to celebrate with 2 of the great teammates and great Indigenous players of all time, and Michael O'Loughlin, Adam Goods, others that we've brought back into the club this week. We've had all our previous Indigenous players come back to the football club this week, and Troy Cook and Robbie Armatt were two of my teammates, and obviously Derek Kickett as well. So they're great memories for me, sharing the field with those champions of our past, but also for the competition's past is, very, very special. Very special night for the, fans, for the competition at large. So great memories and great to honour, the Marngrook round as part of tonight with our match fee Collingwood.
Malcolm Roses Jr., who had a couple of weeks ago a career game, 7 goals. Has he been puffing his chest out a bit more? Because he's a humble guy, but has he been a bit more confident after that huge day here 2 weeks ago?
No, he didn't want to take any credit even straight after the match. He's so humble, so quietly spoken. Wonderful teammate, just wants to play his role for the team. So hates drawing attention upon himself, just wants to put his head down, bum up and work. And we love him. He has brought so much energy to our group. On the field, at training, in our club especially. So great to honour him and have him in our team.
We had Callum Mills on ABC Sport last week after the win against North, and he talked about pre-season, this forward handball game, which has been such a weapon, how you just did it in overdrive on pre-season. It was the one thing you worked on over and over again. Yep. Take us behind the scenes as to who drove that from a coaching point of view. Was it something that you were like, this is going to be our 2026 weapon, or was it a bit more organic?
It was a little bit more organic, and in fact, we had a period late last year where the comp was actually changing a little bit towards the back end of last year, and once we realised we couldn't make finals, but by halfway through the season, we realised we needed to make some adjustments in the way we were moving the ball. So part of the journey started late last year in the way we were training. May not have come out in our games so much, but we were certainly training it. And so I think it's been an organic progression of, certainly efforts throughout pre-season, as Millsy alluded to. Simon Goodwin's come in and really driven it from an offensive point of view as part of his role as our offensive coach. So we certainly did train it. And you see other teams throughout the competition are playing a very similar way. It's hard to handle. It's a fast style. You just got to make sure you have some balance in your game as well to be able to defend behind it. And we're obviously trying to do that. We need to make sure we're diligent with our defence as well as our contest because in big games it's not always about ball movement. So trying to find the right balance of how quickly to move the ball, how fast to go forward with your hands. But it's no doubt it's coming out in our game thus far.
Let's talk about James Rowbottom, who brings up game 150 tonight. He's a warrior. He's a tackling machine. You played with a guy by the name of Jude Bolton. How would you compare those two in terms of just the want to tackle?
Very, very similar. I mean, James is as good as it gets with his want to influence a contest, want to influence physically on the opposition. He's brilliant. His teammates love him for that. And you're right, I had a couple of teammates that were brilliant at it. Jude, Kirky, even before those guys, Paul Kelly and Darren Creswell just love the physical part of the game. And for Rowie to notch up 150 is a credit to him. He's a quality human. He's got, the utmost respect of his teammates and competition at large. So we hope to honour him in the right way tonight.
So Collingwood, yes, they've got a lot of outs. They're still a very dangerous side. They've been so good under Craig McRae. Give us one of their strengths tonight that you think you've really got to focus on. Yeah,
look, they're hard to score against. So you talk about our forward handball and our ability to, we have been, scoring okay this year. We need to be strong with our method going forward, but we need to be able to defend in behind that because the one thing they do is defend their back 50 really, really strongly. They've had some personnel challenges, so we suspect that they'll really double down on getting numbers back. How we enter and how we defend in behind that will be pivotal for us.
Final one, Michael Voss was sacked during the week, or resigned rather, from Carlton. Do you have aspirations one day to be head coach?
Yeah, I do. I think, I've learnt a lot under all my coaches, from Guy McKenna when I first started as a development coach at the Gold Coast to Paul Roos to Goody, who I've continued to work with up until today at Melbourne and now Sydney and Coxie. So you take a little bit from all of them. you try and weave your own way through and navigate your own way through the mire of what job looks right for you, when's the right time. Sometimes you just, you're never quite prepared, I don't think, as an assistant coach to jump in the hot seat. You've got to make your own way as well. So if I was fortunate enough to get that opportunity, you'd grab it with both hands and try and make the absolute most of it. And, hopefully one day that happens. But for now, all we're focusing on is doing a great job for Coxie and for this group of players that we are coaching and we're part of.
We'll go well tonight. Appreciate your time, Benny.
Thank you.
Ben Matthews down there with Declan Byrne. And apropos of nothing, Garby, I was actually surprised to hear him say he wouldn't mind being a senior coach one day. I thought that wasn't part of his timeline necessarily, but anyway.
Yeah, he's been around for so long that a lot of people thought he was probably happy doing what he's doing. But no, great to hear that he's got aspirations to do a bit more. Maybe he could be a bit of a surprise as more jobs inevitably open up between now and the end of the season.
0437 774 774 is the text. This is Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport with Brett Sprigg, Daniel Garb, Stephen Williams, Joel Patfull and Declan Byrne. Laurel in Rushworth, thank you for your text. Excited after the Cats win last night. Good calling tonight. Yes, the Cats beat Brisbane by 41 points. That's actually the Swans' next opponent in Geelong next Saturday in the twilight slot. So a big game coming up. Well, tonight is always big. Friday Night Footy at the SCG. And next week against fellow contenders and grand finalists from last year, the Cats. And, of course, that was the grand final rematch. Thank you, Laurel. That's how we began round 10. By the way, the changes here for these two sides. So 3 changes for the Sydney Swans. Charlie Curnow headlines the inclusions back from the abdominal injury. Sarong from a hamstring and McCartan returns from a knee complaint. Out goes Dane Rampy. So as I mentioned, he's being managed and both clubs are resting their oldest player. Matt Roberts and McLean also out of that side for the Sydney Swans. Charlie West, Will Parker, Ed Allen and Will Hayes are the 4 inclusions for the Pies, with Pendlebury, Moore, Lipinski and Cameron all out, either being managed. In the case of Moore and Lipinski, it's concussion. And Darcy Cameron, a former Swan, has an ankle injury. So that does expose the Pies as well. Middle of the ground, you mentioned Steve Williams, the fact that it'll be a big task, of course, for someone like Oscar Steen against Brodie Grundy.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. It's almost a double whammy, isn't it? The fact that the Swans get Curnow and McCartan back and the Magpies lose arguably 4 of their best players and replace them with kids that have probably played about 10 games between them. So what a task. But, sometimes when that task's in front of you, all of a sudden guys step up. And Jamie Elliott's the guy I'm looking for tonight. He's had probably a disappointing season to his standards, and he might be the guy that can stand up and give the Pies forward line that little bit of bite it lacks.
You do find some obscure stats here, and I'm reluctant to tell you, Steve, that Jamie Elliott actually, this is his worst venue. He averages 0 goals, 8 at the SCG across his storied career. So I'm sure he's going to.
It all changes tonight.
Right. Well, it's not surprising because it is so tight, and he plays a bit deep, and he likes a bit of space inside forward 50 to be able to work his opponent around. So it makes sense that he does find it a little bit difficult here, but all the more reason to have a big one tonight.
The presentation taking place, the ceremony for Sir Doug Nicholls round. I'll mention the team Guernseys as well as the fact that the banner pays tribute to James Rowbottom, of course, his 150th game for the Swans midfielder and leadership group member. So Luke Carroll conducts the ceremony and will join some of the on-field festivities as the umpires make their way out as well. We'll also be joined by Jeremy Donovan, who's got the didge in hand. He'll play the didgeridoo after every Swans goal at the SCG tonight as well. So I mentioned the Marngrook game being a fantastic fixture on the calendar for the Sydney Swans. It actually predates Dreamtime at the G, which of course is the jewel in the crown event of Indigenous round, Sir Doug Nicholls round. But they've been doing this for even a little bit longer, the Sydney Swans, than Essendon and Richmond. So always a nice occasion as the Swans invite plenty of their old players back, and no bigger and no better than Collingwood to be their opponent tonight, the most famous club in all the land. Keep your text coming, 0437 774 774. Let's join our ceremony.
Now, please welcome your Sydney Swans and the Collingwood Magpies, led out by the Torres Strait Islander performers, Markins and Ates, and local Aboriginal group, the Gemay Dancers.
So they walk out from their respective tunnels and they'll walk through a banner together, Sydney and Collingwood. The Swans wearing their Indigenous Guernsey, adapted from the work of renowned Bidjigal artist Jordan Ardler, debuted in 2025 last year and will once again feature in the game tonight. The Magpies had their Guernsey designed by 11-year-old Noongar Yamachi artist Jed Bennell and inspired by the story of Magpies forward Bobby Hill. The Guernsey reflects the journey of Wajak Baldong man, Noongar man Bobby Hill from Western Australia through New South Wales to his current home in Victoria, while celebrating his football achievements and recognising his family and community. And it's great to have all this as part of the ceremony of the day, the evening. And the best on ground gets the Goods O'Loughlin medal, which Isaac Heaney has received 3 times and did so when they played at this time last year against Carlton. So the Gamay dancers and the Torres Strait Islander dance group have led out our respective teams. And they will perform here before Uncle Lloyd Walker performs the Welcome to Country. I know we aren't a visual medium, but the team's lined up and the members wing of the SCG promotes a symbol of unity.
Tonight,
as I said, a celebration of footy and culture.
Uncle Lloyd from the Kajaga Foundation to do our official Welcome to Country, followed by a special performance by local Aboriginal dance group, the Gamay Dancers.
Nogabi, Naigan Lloyd Walker, Gamarine, Daralanga, Gadaguguru, Nuranayang. Good evening, players, coaches, officials, ladies and gentlemen, families. I'd like to pay my respects to elders past and present for their hard work and determination that has paved the way for opportunities for my people. I should also like to pay my respects to all Australians and the different cultures within our country. Our people moved freely between coastal Sydney and Illawarra until being relocated to La Perouse in 1883. Being a special round, I'd like to acknowledge the AFL Indigenous players, past and present, for their positive role models to our people and especially our youth. I'd like to congratulate the AFL to do a product on the stage that our people can perform their natural skills on a footy field. So once again, a warm welcome, enjoy the night and the game, Nundawabi.
Beautifully said, Uncle Lloyd Walker, for our welcome to country at the Sydney Cricket Ground. By the way, I mentioned that, of course, we have the 2 games tonight. This one happening on ABC AFL via ABC Listen, our trusty app, and also Gold Coast versus Port, Yardabulti, as they're known during Sir Doug Nicholls' round. There is a big late change for the Suns. Jamal Ugle-Hagan is out with an ankle injury, replaced in their side by Jared Witts. So that game coming up, we'll kick you across live scores and we'll take you to the end of that game. Most of our audience here, Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport. I don't always highlight the recent history between sides, as it's not always relevant, but as Garvey sort of touched on, in the past 7 games between these sides at the SCG, 5 of those encounters were decided by 7 points or less, which of course includes a 2022 prelim. Sydney won that by a point. So there is a pattern there as far as close games. However, the Swans are heavily favoured given the names that the Pies have missing tonight. The opening ball up is about 10 minutes away. Steve Williams and Joel Patfull with us here on ABC Sport. Break it down for us, Steve and Joel. I mean, obviously the Swans are renowned for their run and gun style, and the Pies have to somehow find a way to stop that here on the Swans' home deck.
Well, they do. Nick Blakey's the player you think of, isn't it? When the Swans are up and running, he's the guy that's just streaming forward off that half-back flank through the middle of the ground, giving the ball, getting it back again and hitting guys inside forward 50. So that's what Collingwood have to stop. And those close results that you were talking about, Brett, are probably say that Collingwood actually match up okay against Sydney, that their style of play, the Swans maybe find a little bit hard to unravel. And although the Pies are missing so much talent in their side, the new guys coming in will be drilled into playing that same style of football. So if they can, as we saw North Melbourne do last week, stop Sydney going through the middle of the ground, slow them down a little bit, all of a sudden it becomes a bit different sort of game.
Well, the good thing about younger players coming in is that you can get them to play a role. You don't expect too much from them. If you can keep it simple and keep the game plan nice and clear for them, they can execute. So putting a role player or someone on Blakey, that should be a team-orientated goal. And one of the main things they're looking at doing, they need to slow that ball movement off half-back. They need to close down the corridor, and they can't let those Swans get that free-flowing style of footy, like you said. So that would be a huge focus going into the game tonight.
That's the one thing Collingwood does have is under Craig McRae, a great culture. And with that comes belief that you can win games that people don't expect you to.
Well, yeah, it's self-belief as well. I mean, they've been under these, they've been in these circumstances before. Like we talked about, they've got almost, the players are too old, but that's also experience. They've been around for a long time and they've been in situations like this before. They know what to expect. So, you look to those guys like Maynard and Jeremy Howe and guys that have been there and done it all before to set the tone from the first bounce. They're the guys that need to set the standard, bring those younger guys along with you and get going from there.
Yeah, that experience has to stand up tonight. The best players at the end of the game, if Collingwood are to win, have to be those experienced players. Otherwise, you can't expect the guys that have played 3-4 games are going to come in an environment like this and lead the Pies to victory. So it has to be the experience, and there's a lot of class still out there.
There is, and we talked about that prelim a couple of years ago. Jack Crisp was one player that day that really set the standard, and he was in and under and also got a bit on the outside as well. So it's guys like that who've got a big body and can get into that Swans midfield and match it with their best.
272nd consecutive game tonight for Jack Crisp, which is just extraordinary. Talk about a marvellous feat of 400 games and being, Scott Pennebury next week, the game's new record holder. But that is extraordinary, that run of games for Jack Crisp.
They've still got guys who can break the game open. They need one of them to have a big night, one or two. You look at Degoe, Lockie Schultz, Jamie Elliott you've mentioned, Dan Houston. It can't all be Nick Dacos, which has framed so much of the discussion for obvious reasons. They've still got big name players there. They need a couple of them to have the best games of their season just about tonight to match it with the Swans, because the depth isn't there when you look at their team tonight compared to Sydney.
Absolutely. I mean, the guys that you mentioned, I think 100%. I mean, Jamie Elliott, we've talked about him a couple of times. He probably needs to kick 3 or 4. Degoe going into that midfield, he's massive for them. So, well, I mean, you cannot leave it all up to Nick Dacos. You've seen in the last couple of weeks when it's just too much for one guy to get the team going. So it's a huge team effort for everyone. But, guys like I mentioned before, Maynard down back, Jeremy Howe, he's going to be big for him as well. Framlin's going to have a big matchup. Who plays on Curnow? They're all going to have their hands full tonight.
A couple of texts before we get going. 0437 774 774. Graham in Canberra says, my heart has almost recovered from the Cats' terrific win last night. Hate Collingwood, but hope they beat up the Swans in time with the Cats next week. Thank you, Graham. Yeah, big game for the Sydney Swans next week. Ian asks, why don't we acknowledge Sir Doug Nicholls' name as being Pastor Sir Doug Nicholls, his official title. I'm not sure, Ian, but that's the name of the round anyway. Sir Doug Nicholls round, which acknowledges, of course, First Nations Australians in all forms. 0437 774 774.
Former Governor, too, of South Australia.
Unbelievable. Yeah. John from West Footscray is missing Corbyn's voice tonight. Thank you, John. I'll pass it on to Corby. Laurel, thank you for your text as well, sending us a picture of their grandson, who is a Yorta man. Thank you, Laurel, for that. And you can keep those coming. Phil in Victoria says, go Pies. Why can't they be like the Doggies and find a way? Why Pies so different? I don't know if Phil means in terms of in-game scenarios, or the Dogs have been impressive this year, I suppose. Yeah. Thank you for your text, Phil. 0437 774 774, and keep those coming throughout the evening for our game here at the SCG, and later on for the Suns and the Power Yarrapulti in Darwin.
Just on Sydney, I thought it was an interesting call that Hayden McLean was dropped. Kicked 3 goals last week, looked really impressive. Logan McDonald also kicked 3, so keeps his place, but I reckon there's a bit of pressure coming on Logan McDonald from Hayden McLean right now. That's an interesting one. Amadi's position secure. He's having a fantastic season. Obviously, it all revolves around Charlie. But that third key forward, Hayden McLean's, look, if he doesn't play some games soon, he'll be moving elsewhere. He's too good to be playing in the VFL. So that's an interesting one to watch, the pressure on Logan McDonald's position.
Yeah, he seems to be the favoured one at the moment, doesn't he? He's that third tool that Dean Cox goes to, and I mean, McLean's been in good form, so it's hard to it's a good problem to have. But like you say, if that one that keeps missing out is probably going to look for other opportunities moving forward, you just can't fit them all in the same team.
No, with Kernay coming back, Kernay's kicked 20 this year. Amadi's kicked 21. McInerney's got 11. Papley 12. Roses 13. McDonald 15. Heaney 13. Warner 11. So there's a real contribution from not only the tall forwards but the midfielders and the small forwards. So even when you shut one down, there's plenty of others that can stand up, and we only have to think back a couple of weeks against Melbourne where Malcolm Roses put on a clinic and kicked 7. So very dangerous forward.
By the way, Phil mentions the Doggies play with guys out. Why can't the Pies work through it as well and play with big open?
Well, they do, but the Doggies lost 4 in a row playing with guys out. So after winning the first 4 when they had their full team. So it doesn't matter who you are. If you get injuries to key players, you're vulnerable. And that's what Collingwood are showing at the moment.
Rod from Warrnambool says Collingwood have an ageing list. They need to blood some younger players. Well, 4 names in. So second gamer, Charlie West. He debuted last year in round 16 against the Eagles. He's kicked 16 goals in 6 games in the VFL, Charlie West. So he's sort of, in some ways, headlines the inclusions. Will Parker, Ed Allen and Will Hayes have been in and out of those sides. It's Will Hayes' 5th game this year. For Ed Allen, it's his 20th game overall now, and his 3rd year on Collingwood's list. So these are the guys who I suppose are part of their next generation, if you like, that may form part of this. Well, it's not a rebuild. We don't see teams go for that much these days. Maybe a mini rebuild for Craig McRae, if indeed season 26 is gone. Not saying it is, but they're sitting mid-table, 4 wins, 4 losses, 1 draw. It's sort of this pivotal start of the stage of the season for Craig McRae and his men. So these guys are the names for the future, potentially, in the black and white. Speaking of which, someone points out, why aren't they wearing white shorts? I think, usually away teams wear the white shorts. I would imagine it's because
the Swans are pretty white, aren't they?
Yeah, so both teams' Indigenous Guernseys are predominantly white on the back, and the Swans have the red shorts. I reckon if they had one team that was predominantly white on the back, it would be a bit too much. But I don't pretend to understand.
I think they look better actually they look easier to pick out in the black than they would have in the white. So I think it was a pretty good call to wear black.
You love the black and white, Steve. We know that. Going back to your Port Magpies days. The opening ball up is only a couple of minutes away here. As I said, keep those texts coming. 0437 774 774. Who's the biggest out for the Pies, do you reckon, Joel? Of those names missing. So Pendlebury, Moore, Lipinski and Darcy Cameron.
Well, I think it's probably Darcy Cameron. I think coming up here, especially against Brodie Grundy in the form that he's been in, Cameron's been great in the middle, but provided the contest up forward as well. So I think he's going to be much missed. In saying that, huge opportunity for Steen, like we talked about as well, but I think he's probably the one for me.
I agree. He was best and fairest last year, wasn't he, Darcy Cameron? And to win that in a team where Nick Dacos is running around is not a bad effort. So, he's a very underestimated tall ruckman. He looks a bit gangly and awkward, but he's very effective.
Still missing Perryman as well, who's obviously a hard player who fills a variety of roles for them. James Rowbottom's 150th tonight. Such a warrior in the Swans midfield. I mean, with so much polish and all the superstars, he's the one. You speak to Swans players and they say he's our most important because we can't do what we do unless he's there laying tackle after tackle, and he's always in the top 3 or 5 at the end of the season for tackle numbers. He's great to watch in that sense. A big night for him.
Yeah, tackling machine, isn't he? And as you said, he creates that loose ball that Sydney can win back in the turnover and then do the damage from that area. So he complements those class players.
Well, there's a reason why Chad Warner, Isaac Heaney and those mids can get forward, and it's because they know they've got someone like Rowbottom who can catch them on the way back if their players slip out or if they need someone to lay a few tackles. So he kind of sets the standard and those guys work off him.
Teams are out there warming up here at the SCG. It's just about full, the stands here. Friday night footy on ABC Sport getting underway in just a few moments from now. As we welcome listeners through WA, this is Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport. The Swans and the Pies as AFL Round 10. The first week of Sir Doug Nicholls' round continues here. You are with Brett Sprigg alongside Dan Garb, Joel Patfull, Stephen Williams and Declan Byrne on the boundary. Down to him for an update on conditions very shortly, but the opening ball up will be just a couple of moments away here. For the Swans, who sit on top, 8 wins in those first 9 matches. The Pies, well, they're pretty well exactly mid-table. 4 wins, 4 losses, 1 draw, percentage 100. So I'm missing some big names tonight, but no doubt keen to make a statement, despite the fact that the likes of Pendlebury, Moore, Lipinski and Darcy Cameron are all missing tonight. So the captains meet in the middle. Representatives, of course, we've got Callum Mills and Nick Dacos, joined out there by Braden Maynard and Malcolm Roses. The Pies have won the toss, and they'll kick to the Paddington end to start here at the SCG. Let's check in boundary side for an update on conditions here. Declan Byrne is there on the boundary as per usual. G'day, Declan.
G'day, team. Yeah, good news is it's cleared up as well. It was drizzling for about 15 minutes while both the teams were warming up, but the last half an hour it's been clear. Rained on and off all day, so expect some slippery footy. It's about 17 degrees. And the crowds have been enormous all year. So 3 out of 4 games we've hit a higher number than the highest from last year. And half an hour ago we were looking in dire straits, but as you know, here in Sydney they flood in late. They've come in and they're excited for this a huge showpiece event, the Marngrook. And the late news, not a late out, we nearly had a microphone issue with Jeremy Donovan's didgeridoo. They've replaced the mic. We'll hear him after every Sydney goal.
Okay, one more reminder as well. In Darwin tonight, Gold Coast v Port Adelaide. You can hear that via ABC Listen, our app. Look for AFL Extra. I'll keep you across it with around-the-ground scores here as per usual. And tomorrow, Hugo Hagan is a late out for the Suns with Jared Witts to come in. So that's all ahead of us as well. 0437 774 774 as the players move into position at a now clear Sydney Cricket Ground. Of course, we mentioned the tradition, potentially thousands of years old. Marngrook means game ball in the Woiwurrung language group in central Victoria. And here in Sydney, it's game on. The Swans and the Pies on ABC Sport. Daniel Garb with you.
It's the Showtime Swans up against Collingwood. Oscar Steen with a massive assignment up against the former Pie, and Brodie Grundy does well at the first tap. Collingwood start moving it forward. Blakey, though, off his line quickly. Socks it off the ground for the Swans. Pies win it back, though. Nice handball from Dacos. Now to Goey. Schultz, 35 out on the run. For the first for the Pies, good opportunity. Missed to the right-hand side, and that was slick from Collingwood through the middle of the SCG. Schultz fails to take advantage.
Oscar Steen really good in that ruck contest, and then his ability to win the ball on the ground and release should have been a goal for the Pies.
The Swans are the go-forward team who were beaten around the stoppage last week by North Melbourne, despite scraping home with an 8-point victory at Docklands. Certainly tested in that category. Tom McCartan and then the Swans 3 inclusions tonight. Members side of the SCG sends it deep to the wing. Steen up in front of Grundy. Comes to the ground level here to Goey. Fires the hand pass back to Jeremy Howe. Now Josh Dacos walks his way around Papley. Hand pass wide back to De Goey. Off one step, nurses the kick around for Sidebottom, who marks. Waiting stand just forward of the wing.
Incredible kick from De Goey. That's what Sir Doug Nicholls' round's all about. Bit of creativity. Handball's now to Quainer, running off half-back. He kicks Collingwood back inside 50. Good contest and mark there by one of the youngsters in the Pies team. And it's Charlie West. Well, just his first game of the season, second game of his career. He's outmarked Tom McCartan. And there are some raps around Charlie West if you speak to Collingwood fans and what he might be for them moving forward. That was a really impressive start to his night. He'll have the shot from 50, very tight angle to the left. Runs around, strikes it nicely. It's coming back, and it's all the way through. Yes! Charlie West with a massive impact on a Friday night at the SCG. Well done, youngster. First kick of the season is a goal from the boundary.
Well, that's what you need, isn't it? And from a young guy as well, kick it from the boundary. It's almost as good a kick as you see here at the SCG. Deep in the pocket, drop punt. Good to see. And they just got the ball moving forward, didn't they? As De Goey as well, getting involved a bit in the midfield. He's had 4 touches early. Very creative, hitting the target inside 50. But that's what you need. You need to make the most of your opportunities. Schultz probably should have kicked that one early as well. 2 inside 50s, 1 goal. Great start for the Pies.
Good start, and the mark, just quality against quality opposition for a young guy in his second game, and then to go back and nail that one, it is a great start by the Pies.
16 goals in 6 games in the twos this year, Charlie West. He's got 1 goal in the space of 2.5 minutes at the SCG. And this Friday evening, Grundy in the ruck, down to the milestone man, Robot on hand pass off to McInerney. Went behind Blakey, paddle away there. Heaney goes the fend, brought down by Elliott. Ball comes with him. Collingwood pouncing it now. Worked around the corner by Josh Dacos, and again he finds De Goey, forward of the wing. Still about 75 from goal. Goes on the entry, up in defence. Will Edwards knocks it out of bounds for a throw-in the right forward pocket for the Pies, who lead 1-1-7. The Swans are yet to score. 3.5 minutes played. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Jordan De Goey with 6 disposals inside 3 minutes here at the SCG. What a start by him. And by the Pies for that matter. Jack Bullock, the former Swan, doing the ruck work opposed to Grundy, who wins the tap cleanly. Nick Dacos is there. Handballs are back inside 50 for Collingwood. Ball stays in. It favours Sydney. Mills to Heaney. They have to be quick to clear the area, and they're under pressure and have turned it over the Swans. Sidebottom has it at centre half forward for Collingwood.
Options are plenty inside 50 as well for the veteran. Holds the Sharon for a moment though. Sidebottom goes long down the corridor, long to the teeth of goal. Up in the contest, it comes down to Josh Dacos, pulled off the kick, and now Elliott tries to burst through as well, had the arm pinned. No tackle forthcoming there for Brodie Grundy. Blakey to McCartan, hand pass off here again now for Jai Sarong. The Swans move it by hand. Heaney goes bounding off half-back. He'll kick long cross-field now, makes the task for Lloyd. As coming in was Dan Houston. The Pies on the overlap go again with Houston.
Looks for Nick Dacos. Don't worry about it. James Jordan running everywhere with him. But Dacos has started nicely. Possession number 4 coming up for the Collingwood champ. He has it just forward of the wing. Under the Bill O'Reilly stand. Pies going to the Paddington end. Dacos' kicks to the right forward pocket. Excellent mark by Tom McCartan. It's a nice response after he was outmarked by Charlie West for the first goal of the game to the Pies.
2 turnovers already. Sydney trying to go back through the middle of the ground. The Maggies have been up to it and been able to turn the ball over and take it back into their attack.
McCartan goes short to Blakey, who has a bounce, and then just chisels one for Grundy at centre half back. Back to Blakey now. Rumble over the top to Cunningham. And now McInerney. Finally, Sydney go inside 50. Ball bounces in front of Curnow. Houston's back there. He's got a problem in the form of Rowbottom, who wraps him up. We'll have a ball up, 35 out from the Swans goals.
He's second in tackles, Rowbottom, in the competition behind Sam Berry at the Crows. 1-1-7 the Pies. Swans hit the score, as Daniel Garb mentioned. Grundy hits it down here for Roses. Kick dribbles away here for Jeremy Howe. Rebounds it quickly for the Pies. Back to the members' side of the SCG. Elliott out after it now. Shares a hand pass off here now to McCreary. The recent 100-gamer goes long inside 50, leading into space. Not quite there. Jack Buller, former Swan. That was spoiled from Blakey, and it goes out of bounds for a throw-in right on the junction of 50 in the left forward pocket for the Magpies. 6 minutes played, no score. 6 minutes played, no score for the Swans. The Magpies are 1-1-7. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
A beautiful Friday night at that. SCG just about packed. Pies have started well. Grundy tracks it back in defensive 50 and gets it to his captain in Mills. Now Edwards. Cunningham had a problem. Schultz was closing on him, but he got away. Clears the defensive area. Warner comes out to meet it. Couldn't mark. Falls the way of side bottom. He snaps Collingwood back inside 50. And doing the strong defensive work is Lewis Melican. And he copped one high while trying to take the mark. He'll have the free kick from the right back pocket.
Just been a really bright start by Collingwood. They've been alert. They've been winning the ball and just pumping in inside 50. I think Swans have been in once and Collingwood have been in numerous times.
Melican to Cunningham. And now a low ball by foot to McCartan. Draws the player. Mills, the captain, keeps it moving here. They go off left half back through Cunningham, who was pushed late. Might be advantage paid the Swans. It'll be relayed downfield here. The ball with Patley on the O'Reilly wing. For their first score of the game, the Sydney Swans. Marngrook at the SCG. Friday night footy. And Sir Doug Nicholls round. Patley off a couple of steps. High inside 50. Amati with a running start. Can't reel it in. Grundy taken out of the contest as well. And the umpire hovering 45 from goal. Amati needs some support there with Jake Lloyd. The smaller body goes in, wins the footy. Hand pass picked off though by Frampton. The Pies back to Josh Dacos in the right back pocket. And he spears his pass beyond defensive 50. Patley in the contest with brother Nick Dacos. It's out of bounds for a throw-in at left half forward for the Sydney Swans.
Happily getting stuck into Dacos. Trying to roll him up. Crowd enjoyed that. Collingwood started excellently. 1-1-7. Swans yet to score. Throw in just outside 50 for Sydney. Papley roving Grundy's tap. Couldn't get free. And it's a free kick going the way of Collingwood as a result. Incorrect disposal it may have been against Papley.
Yes, a throw.
Josh Dacos with the tackle wins the free kick. Degoe, the 6 touches, now on the bench. Nick Dacos with 4. He's got the hard tag from James Jordan as expected. Josh Dacos kick up to the wing. Tom McCartan's there and he thumps that over the boundary line. Under the Bill O'Reilly stand, we'll have a throw in on the logo on the wing.
So they've started well, haven't they? The Collingwood zone, they've been able to set it up and really slow down that Sydney Swans offence. Even when they had it down the field, able to get the numbers back and really slow down that inside 50.
One toss big on the outer side. Comes down now. Free kick going Collingwood's way in that ruck contest. We're back there for Oscar Steen. Debuted in round 3 against the Giants. SPP pick 3 years ago. Collingwood's list. Inside 50 he goes. Knocked down by Elliott. McInerney's there for the Swans. Handball. Little untidy. It works it okay though. Blakey mops up and now Lloyd. Swooping hand pass wide. Patley bearing down Maynard. Hand pass out in space. Roses dribbles to himself there. Patley inside of 50. Run down by Houston. Didn't have the ball. Again it jars free though. Roses lurking. So too Jordan for the Swans. 40 from the Swans attacking goal, and now it's going to be holding the ball. So a tackle rewarded there from Jeremy Howe on James Jordan, and it will be Collingwood's ball inside their own D50.
Huge tackles there, wasn't there? Great intensity from the Collingwood players, closing down that space. You can tell when they're up for the fight, when there's energy there. It's the last 2 metres, close the space and make the tackle.
It's slow to get up, Jordan. Was it heavy contact from Jeremy Howe? Might have enjoyed doing that to Nick Dacos, the tagger for the night. Nice mark by McStay on the wing. Runs around in that left boot. Kicks Collingwood into attack again. West the target once more. Good leap on the youngster. Swans went out defensively though through Melican. Gets it to Sarong. Here they go with the handball game. All the way to centre half back with Warner. Has a bounce. Ran into trouble. Good tackle from Chris. Caught hold of the ball. The Collingwood pressure is on. And they rebound straight away through Dacos. Lovely kick. Onto the chest of Schultz. The Pies have come to play at the SCG. Schultz will kick from 35 out straight in front.
Just brilliant, wasn't it? Just a terrific tackle. Warner took them on, wasn't able to get through, and once Collingwood were able to stop him there, ball in Dacos' hand, there was players back open inside forward 50, and we expect nothing less from Nick Dacos, but just lacing out his forward.
So Schultz, the former Docker, missed one from here on the run to start the game. This for the first 2 for Collingwood. Lockie Schultz drills it. And they certainly deserve that. On the balance of play, the Pies. 2-1-13. Sydney yet to score. Collingwood's pressure at full throttle.
Well, they deserve it, don't they? Yeah, but like we talked about, so 11 inside 50s to 4 Collingwood's way, and they've been off the back of turnover, so they haven't been as efficient inside 50, but their zone's been so strong behind the ball, they've been able to turn it over and get it back inside, repeat inside 50s, and then Dacos good enough to hit a target. So the pressure's definitely up. The Swans are still trying to go at them. They're trying to find that gap. They're still run and gun, handball through the middle, but the Pies at this stage are still holding up.
That's going to be the key, isn't it? Sydney are going to keep playing, taking on the middle of the ground. So far, Collingwood have been too good.
Voice of SA footy legend, Brisbane Bear, Steve Williams on ABC Sport alongside Joel Patfull. It's all good to have Charlie Curnow down there, but they get the ball to him. The Swans can't do it. They get it hands to it here, though. Warner back to Grundy. Handball on here again to the Swans. Sheldrick goes inside forward 50, bounce to full forward. Amati slaps it to advantage, hovering for it. Lloyd first to it. McInerney's picked off there. Great work by Angus Anderson. Burst to the back line and now rebounds his kick beyond defensive 50 for the Magpies. Spilled by the Swans and Edwards. Almost overrun down there by Sheldrick again. And they're away here again. The Magpies through Ned Long. He sends it inside 50. It's intercepted though by Jordan, who intercepts there on Nick Dacos. That's the matchup, as Garvey mentioned, as they come inboard to find Wicks. And now McCartan, the Swans, still inside defensive 50. Grundy, of course, had a great career at Collingwood. Back to Jordan. Melican receives a hand pass at right half back, and now McCartan kicks long down the members' side. Wasn't there for Roses. Missed down there by Frampton as well. Slides out the back onto it. Steen wins the ground ball. Hand pass off here for the Magpies. Almost there now for Will Parker. Rick's opposite forward here for Rowbottom. Hand pass back to Wicks. The Swans go towards 50, but Maynard cuts across Warner. Loose football here. It comes now inside 50. Lloyd's hand pass off to McInerney, who shies on goal from 30 out. He misses to the right-hand side. So it is the Swans' first score over behind. The Magpies are 2-1-13. Sydney 1 behind. 13 played first term. Front of up for ABC Sport. Declan Byrne on the boundary.
Just that sort of injury worry for James Jordan. He was hobbling on that left knee. He looks like he's running off, but Dacos has taken him to full forward.
Beautiful kick from Houston to find Oscar Steen at centre half back, and the Pies are on the move. Houston plays on quickly, finds Buller, inboard to Anderson. He's given the Pies plenty of grunt, a mature age recruit. Has it in the middle of the SCG. It's a 50-metre penalty. Well, it seems like a breach of the stand rule. That can be the only reason for that. And Anderson will be marched to 15 metres out straight in front to make it 3-1-19 for Collingwood. Sydney just the one behind.
There was a Sydney player that was on the side that they all left Anderson. The umpire was going to call play on, but he hadn't called it. The Sydney player came in and committed the offence, and now Anderson from the top of the goal square.
Confusion reigned for Chad Warner, I think, just hovering on the edge of the square.
Well, he's proven a goal kicker, Angus Anderson. 5 goals in his 5 AFL games. This is as easy as it gets. And it puts an exclamation point on this start from Collingwood to make the most of the 50-metre penalty. No worries there. Anderson without an issue. Collingwood 3-1-19. It is Sydney who certainly have some concerns early on here at the SCG.
Isn't it funny, at the start of the game we just couldn't make a case, could we, for Collingwood, but when a team comes with a plan and is able to execute it and just, I'm not sure what their pressure rating is, but it would be up in the 200s for sure. They've just been able to put Sydney under pressure that they're not used to and winning the ball on turnover.
Well, they're just closing their space, aren't they? You're exactly right. That pressure that they've brought, and sometimes you can have the best plan, but when the pressure's coming the other way, if you can't execute, you can't get it through like we talked about. You got the best forward in the comp sitting up there, but if you can't get the ball through, it's not much good. So, I mean, they've come with effort, enthusiasm and body pressure. They're laying tackles and they're really getting in the face of this Sydney team.
Voice of Joel Patfull alongside Steve Williams. We'd have loved that, Angus Anderson. He's a New South Welshman from Coffs Harbour. What a place to associate with footy heartland. Sheldrick brought to the ground by Anderson. Hand pass picked off by DeGoey. And now for the Magpies, Elliott off half-back. Houston back to Elliott. Down the corridor with a short kick. Spilled down there by Allen. Gets a hand pass forward, though. Player being held. Anderson. Umpire didn't see it. So Collingwood playing with possession. Comes back now towards Jack Buller. Tumbles a kick inside 50. And the mark is taken by Schultz. Up and marking 40 out on a 45-degree angle, left-hand side.
Just complete domination. Just the ability to win the ground ball. with tackle and pressure.
Gets the hand pass off to Maynard. Let's fly from 50. This goes off his sizable left peg across the face for a minor score. So the Pies are 3-2-20. Swans one behind.
Cunningham plays on quickly to Wicks in the back pocket. And now to Sarong. And try to maximise this now famous handball game, Sydney, but Collingwood are onto it early. As Wicks kicks up to the wing. McDonald the target, spills over the back. Amati gathers, gets it to Warner. The quick kick from him inside 50 is marked by young Billy Cootie. And Cootie will have a shot from 40 out on a 45-degree angle to the right for a much-needed first goal of the game for the Swans.
Much needed indeed. It was a bit of luck really in the end. I mean, the Collingwood defender came over the top and nearly killed the contest at the boundary, but just didn't quite get it over the back. Armani was running onto it, and a rush kick really from Warner inside 50, but fortunately enough landed in the lap of Cootie.
And it was an un-Sydney entry as well, all along the boundary line, no middle of the ground, so Collingwood were able to force them wide.
Just his fourth AFL game, Billy Cootie, the mature age recruit who starred in the Sandful, has missed this to the right. And Sydney 2 behinds, Collingwood 3-2-20. We've gone 17 minutes in the first quarter. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Here's Brett Sprigg.
It's the annual Marngrook game here at the SCG. Always an occasion for the Sydney Swans. The Pies control things here. Jeremy Howe on the kick-out duties. Kick too deep for Elliott. Slapped away by Mills. Little one through there, the skipper. Off to Jai Sarong. Snaps high inside 50. Amati. No second bite there. Comes down now again for DeGoey. Kick was partly smothered. Bounces beyond defensive 50. Sits up there for McStay. He was bundled. Ball comes loose. Wicks tries again here. Again, it comes free for Houston. Only red and white jumpers there. Comes to McDonald and now back to the captain Mills. Members wing of the SCG. Kicks towards half forward. Intercept got taken by Maynard. Brought to ground here again by Houston. Hand pass out wide now for Quaynor. Roses goes with him up against the boundary line. Kept alive by Sheldrick. Back to Heaney. Centering ball inside 50 and finds Amati. Wasn't their best chain, the Sydney Swans, but it's effective. Amati marks 40 out, 45-degree angle.
Maybe it's first touch for Isaac Heaney. He hasn't looked like he's been around the ball much.
Just the three.
Just the three, yeah.
Joel Amati with goals in his past 4 games, including 4 against the Demons in his last home game a fortnight ago. As we approach the 19-minute mark of this opening quarter in the Harbour City. Amati crosses 50 and he's missed, I think, a lot. Out of bounds on the full. It's just slid off the side of the boot. No change to the score. Collingwood 3-2-20. The Sydney Swans are 2 behinds. 19 gone opening term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
The Pies play on from the free kick. Houston to DeGoey. He's up to 10 disposals now. Not even 20 minutes gone in this first quarter. Perhaps written off in some quarters, Jordan DeGoey. Excellent last week in the heavy loss to the Cats and has had a magnificent start to this one. Charlie West kicked the first goal of the game. He's taken another big mark on the wing. Outpointing McCartan once more. Gets it to Crisp. Long kick inside 50. Jordan's there with Dacos. Jordan got hands to it. Nick Dacos does the roving and snaps a superb goal. Oh, the little champion. It's just a joy to watch him do what he does best in the flesh. Collingwood 4-2-26. Sydney 2 behinds. Dacos with a stunner.
You just always knew that, didn't you, Joel, that he was going to, once he got that ball on his left foot, just looked like his dad, the way he put that through.
Well, Jordan almost did everything right, didn't he? Outpositioned him. Once the ball was in the air, it looked like he was going to take the mark, which he had done previously in the quarter, but as soon as the ball hit the ground, it was all Nick Dacos, and too agile, too quick, and too skillful, really, to finish it off, wasn't he?
He's their captain tonight, the usual vice skipper in the absence of Darcy Moore. That left foot snap. Neat work from Nick Dacos. And the recent 100-gamer.
It's a little bit slippery out there, but Sydney are probably not handling it as well as Collingwood. They've been throwing the ball around with handball and it's been not coming off.
They've just hit time on. 24 points the Magpies lead. Sydney clearance though. Sheldrick down the pipe. He goes 2-on-2. Amati was being held down there by Howe. Umpire lets them go. All brought down as well. And the umpire says, give it to me for a ball up at the Randwick end.
So he's taken Jordan to full forward, Nick Dacos. James Jordan won the first contest. Dacos in a big way with a second, kicking that goal. Ball bouncing around in the forward pocket for Sydney. Heaney couldn't keep it in. We'll have a boundary throw in.
Was he arguing last touch then? Even though it was... so unless he thought it was deliberate or something, but he sort of appealed to the umpire, Isaac Heaney.
Grundy and Steen. Doing the right work. Steen wins front position, the youngster. Palmed it down, and the Pies come away with it easily from defensive 50. The handball from side bottom finds Will Hayes, and they can move it up now to right half back. That is out of bounds, though. It'll be a free kick, lasso free kick to Sydney. The two-time Bob Skilton medalist Jake Lloyd will bring it back in.
One of their veterans. Only a handful of 200-plus game players on their list. Inside 50 he goes. Out the drop down to Heaney, who snaps from 35. Out it comes, down in the goal square and not through for a minor score. So the Swans are 3 behind. Collingwood 4-2, 26, 22 minutes gone in the opening term. Declan Byrne on the boundary.
Minor injury worry for Collingwood. Lockie Schultz came off, did a few tests on his right leg and then got his glute attended to for quite a while. He's up and warmed up, so he should be okay, but one to keep an eye on Lockie Schultz.
Just nothing coming easy for Sydney going forward. We're normally used to seeing them hitting leading players coming out, but Collingwood's pressure has just been too great.
Pies by 23 points, 22 minutes gone in the first term. Here's Heaney, though, getting involved now late in this first quarter. He's turned it over, though, looking for the corridor and row bottom. McStay got in front, took the mark. That left half back. We'll pop it over the top for Quainer. He wants to mark and go. Well, handball instead to Elliott. Now to Goey. Possession number 11 coming up for him. Got around Warner way too easily. Kicks into the pocket. Mark taken by Dacos of the Knicks variety. Just after kicking a stunning snap, he'll have a shot from 40 out. Hemmed up on the boundary. Left forward pocket.
There's one way to answer if you're being told you're not efficient enough. You just go to full forward and kick a bag.
Well, that's the plan on Jordan, clearly. Take him to the square when maybe he's a little bit more uncomfortable, James Jordan. He's working well at the moment. Dacos from the tight angle, fades it back and through. Did you expect anything else? Dacos with 2 first quarter goals. Nick Dacos, that is. Collingwood 5-2-32. Sydney, if you can believe it, just the 3 behinds, 23 and a half minutes gone in the first quarter.
I think the Sydney players might have been a little bit like us. They saw that Collingwood had 1,000 games experience out and thought they just had to turn up and they'd get the job done. But the Magpies, their intensity and their ability to move the ball has been so much better than Sydney's.
2 goals and 7 touches for Nick Dacos in this game so far. We're still only early in time on in the opening quarter. Declan Byrne, back down to you.
A lot of conversations down here, as you'd expect, on the Sydney bench, but Brett Kirk has run out and had a really long one with James Jordan, so let's see if they change that matchup. It looks like Blakey might be going back to Dacos, who is starting in the square, but that is clearly a worry, and Brett Kirk has gone straight to Jordan to maybe reshuffle some of those plans.
The Swans on the back foot early, 5 goals to none in this opening quarter so far. 6-6-6 warning going the Swans' way. Up it goes. Grundy competes against Steen. Plays it out for the Macaroni. It's socket forward, though, by Ed Allen inside 50 for the Pies. Elliott was swatted by McCartan. Bounced back towards centre half forward. Tracked by Sheldrick. Head over it there. Chris came front on. And now Jordan back to Heaney. Sweeping hand pass is going to be in the middle of the ground here. There's a free kick coming back Heaney's way for late contact. So Sydney at centre half back.
That handball game's really under pressure. Collingwood are just getting to them too quickly, and it's too many mistakes by Sydney.
Heaney's kick goes out to the wing to Sarong. Out in the long lead is Papley. 2 kicks from goal. Right half forward, Tom Papley. Kicks in the direction of Curnow in the pocket. Good lead. How they're with him. Roses can't keep it in. We'll have a boundary throw in the right forward pocket. Collingwood 5-2-32. Sydney 3 behinds. Nick Dacos with the last 2 goals of the game down to Declan Byrne.
And it's Sam Wicks who's got the job, and he's looked over to Simon Goodwin on the bench, and Goodwin has just put 2 hands together. You and Nick stuck together, so Sam Wicks has the new job.
Out of the ruck, Grundy snaps, wins it from the stoppage and slams it through. Well, Ruckman produces some brilliance against his old side to give the Swans at last their first major of the evening. Still Collingwood 5-2-32. The Sydney Swans are 1-3-9. 26 gone to the opening term. Friday night footy here in Sydney, where your experts are Steve Williams and Joel Patfull.
Oscar Steen's done a really good job against Grundy, particularly in those centre bounce areas, but we mentioned at the start of the match that's the area we thought Grundy may have an advantage, and he was able to push Steen out the way and snap Sydney's first and really needed goal.
Bit too big, too strong, wasn't he, down inside the forward 50? But that's what they needed, a bit of individual brilliance almost to get the team up and going. We talked about how important the Collingwood senior players were to get them going, and they've answered. The Swans players at the moment are just about 5 to 10% off, and sometimes that's all you need to give the other team a bit of advantage. We saw a couple of missed tackles from those guys. Warner's had a couple of missed tackles through that midfield. Brodie Grundy setting the standard there.
Two-time Copeland medalist Brodie Grundy from his time at the Pies. And they've given away a free kick here, Sydney.
Must have been another 6-6-6.
It was. And it's Oscar Steen who takes it. Melican with the defensive mark. Importantly for the Swans. Short to Riley Bice in the left-back pocket. Collingwood by 23 points. 27 minutes gone in the first. And they're set up well defensively. So Bice has to go short to Will Edwards. Handball to Blakey. Pops it over the top for Rowbottom in game 150. It's not how the Swans like to play. Slow going out of their defensive half. They're forced into it by Collingwood side. They started in magnificent fashion. Grundy with a big leap. Steen there too. Down to Nick Dacos. Now Collingwood can go on the break once more.
On the outer wing, ball in dispute. Hovering side bottom. Wrapped up the row bottom. Bottoms up. Sydney free kick. Hand pass out wide here. Bice on his left boot inside forward 50. 3 on 2. Big leap. Held on to by Curnow. At the drop. Quain all over around the ball. I'm going to come back and pay it.
Paid it. Yeah.
So they've paid it for the mark or the chopping of the arms. Either way, the ball's with Charlie Curnow in the left forward pocket. Let's have a look. Did he get enough of that?
Bit lucky.
Oh.
There was no chopping the arms.
He was up there a long way. He was up there a fair way, so there was no chop coming, but he didn't hang on to it very long.
No, it looked good, but definitely not a mark.
My goodness, how is that being paid?
So here is Charlie Curnow. Come around on the angle from 30 out here, and he misses. That's far side of the footy. So might be some poetic justice there on that paid mark for Charlie Curnow. The Magpies are 5-2-32. The Swans are 1-4-10. 28.5 gone opening quarter.
I wonder what Tony Lockett thinks when he sees somebody 20 metres or 30 metres out straight in front kick around like that.
The kick from Howe was straight up the corridor. Collingwood were in a good position, but now they've coughed it up. Good pressure from Sydney. Roses gave it to Sheldrick, who had to soccer off the ground at the end. It was marked by Frampton. I cannot believe the umpire has paid that. Collingwood fans would have been absolutely furious. Curnow failed to make the most of it. Schultz is back on the ground now after that lower leg injury complaint. Taking the mark at left half back. Sends it up to the wing. Elliott will fly for this, as he likes to do. Didn't get up high enough. Falls the way of West. The youngster has been really bright early. Kicked a goal as well. Crisp over the top to Elliott now. On his left, inside 50. McCreary is there. Couldn't mark it. Hands in the back of Bice perhaps. McInerney's under pressure. Goes back to Rowbottom. Long wraps him up. Now Wicks has trouble. The clearing kick is high. Almost out of bounds on the full. Good work by Will Parker. Won the body battle opposed to Cootie. Gave it to Sidebottom. He takes it over the boundary line. We'll have a throw in. Right half forward for Collingwood. They lead by 22 points late stages of the first.
Have we got a pressure rating? The Collingwood pressure is unbelievable. The tackle closing that space is as good as you see.
Magpies by 22 points. Back in it comes. Grundy in front. Now McInerney keeps it moving. Out in front of Heaney. Hurried kick down the eastern wing of the SCG, and that will be off the Swans. So last touch. And the Magpies ball in the outer wing in these last seconds of the opening half hour. It's with Houston. His 200th game is next week. Goes in inside 50. Edwards went the spoil at the drop. West hovering there for the Magpies. Mills goes into the back of him, deep in the right forward pocket for the Magpies. Waiting around the ball though, Grundy. And now they can clear the area here, the Swans. It's Mark McDonald at centre half back.
Time will beat him though, as he kicks for Roses on the break. Collingwood shocking the SCG in the first term on a Friday night. They are 5-2-32. led by their little magician Nick Dacos with 2 sublime goals. Sydney 1-4-10.
Those 2 goals to go with 8 disposals for Nick Dacos, singles to Schultz, Angus Anderson and Charlie West, who kicked the first goal of the game, the youngster and second gamer, while for the Swans, Brodie Grundy has their only goal so far. As Daniel Garb mentioned, the Magpies by 22 points at the opening change. Your texts remain welcome, 0437 774 774. James is listening on the ABC Listen app at 30,000+ feet on a flight from Adelaide to Perth. Hoping my sons can get the win tonight, and he's somewhere over the Great Australian Bright. Over the Great Australian Bright. Might never see your house from there, I reckon, Steve. Thank you, James, for your text. Warwick says, you think Dean Cox can be All-Australian coach? It's early days yet, but he's certainly in the conversation. It wouldn't feel like it now, though, would he, after this opening term? Pav here from Perth. Awesome broadcast, as usual, listening to you from Croatia. Thank you, Pav. Thank you, Kylie from Daysdale, who's looking forward to the rest of Sir Doug Nichols' round and this weekend's footy. Shout out to Roo, Grunter, Ethan, Roscoe and Rod, enjoying the Friday night coverage by a campfire after a week meandering through the Great Western Woodlands in WA. Thank you to the crew listening by the campfire on that Friday evening out there in WA. The Pies by 22 points at quarter time here across ABC Radio, News Radio and ABC Listen. This is Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Get your documentary fix on ABC iView.
We have an industry that's just running riot.
Like Sean McAuliffe's Going for Broke.
Last spin, come on.
Todd Sampson's Why.
The best things in life are on the other side of fear.
And more. Streaming now on ABC iView.
On ABC Local Radio, Sport Digital, and on ABC Listen. This is Sir Doug Nichols Round with ABC Sport.
And here in Sydney, it's game on. The Swans and the Pies on ABC Sport.
He kicks Collingwood back inside 50. Good contest and mark there by one of the youngsters in the Pies team, Charlie West. Runs around, strikes it nicely. It's coming back, and it's all the way through. Yes! Here they go with the handball game. All the way to centre half back with Warner. Has a bounce, ran into trouble. Good tackle from Chris. Caught hold of the ball. The Collingwood pressure is on. And they rebound straight away through Dacos. Lovely kick. Onto the chest of Schultz. This for the first 2 for Collingwood. Lockie Schultz drills it. The Pies are on the move. Houston plays on quickly. Finds Buller. Inboard to Anderson. Has it in the middle of the SCG. It's a 50-metre penalty. Well, it seems like a breach of the stand rule. That could be the only reason for that. This is as easy as it gets. And it puts an exclamation point on the start from Collingwood to make the most of the 50-metre penalty. No worries there. Gets it to Crisp. Long kick inside 50. Jordan's there with Dacos. Jordan got hands to it. Nick Dacos does the roving and snaps a superb goal. The little champion. It's just a joy to watch him do what he does best in the flesh.
Out of the ruck, Grundy snaps, wins it from the stoppage and slams it through. Well, Ruckman produces some brilliance against his old side to give the Swans at last their first major of the evening.
This is Sir Doug Nichols Round on ABC Local Radio, Sport Digital, and on ABC Listen.
Collingwood by 22 points at quarter time here at the Sydney Cricket Ground. You're with Brett Sprigg alongside Daniel Garb for the call. Your experts on Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport are Joel Patfull and Stephen Williams.
Yeah, well, it's off the back of pressure and turnover, really, wasn't it? I mean, Collingwood just got in the face and they didn't allow the Swans to get that handball and length through the middle. And 4 of their goals have come from turnover. So they've been able to turn it over in the middle of the ground and then get them going back the other way. And Nick Dacos stood up and kicked a few, and really they probably missed a couple of opportunities there as well that they could have capitalised on. So, but as we mentioned a few times during the first quarter there, that ability to close the space in that last couple of minutes to not allow the Swans to get that second, third handover and get that chain going was really impressive.
I think if you were a fly on the wall at Collingwood this week...
No pun intended?
Yes, exactly. They would have talked about how they wanted the game to be played, and they've executed perfectly. Just to put pressure on, cause turnover, let Sydney think they can take it through the middle of the ground and then shut the space down. And the Pies have been able to bring supreme pressure, and Sydney just haven't been able to handle it. It's a little bit slippery out there, so when you're throwing those random handballs around, you've got to be precise. And with the pressure that Collingwood are bringing down, Sydney haven't been able to handle it, as I said, and the Pies have just dominated the game. So it's going to be interesting to see. You know, I reckon when you're playing Sydney that if they're slow going back on the mark and kicking along down the line, that your game plan is winning, and that's what's happening so far in the first quarter.
By the way, the game in Darwin is due to start, so Gold Coast v Port, Yardabulti in Sir Doug Nichols' round. That is a minute away from starting. I mentioned before, coverage via ABC Listen on the AFL Extra button. Come on, Bloods, great calling from Anthony Foley, listening at work from Stavanger, Norway. You've been there, Garvey, probably. Sure, the soccer played there once. Joanna in Lisbon says go Pies. Thank you. Going international, even though we celebrate everything great about Australia during these next couple of weeks. The Magpies by 22 points. Those numbers, Garvey, you mentioned.
The Goey, 11 disposals in the first term, 5 score involvements. Nick Dacos with 8 and a couple of goals. Elliott's been busy with 7. Houston's kicking's been important from half-back with 7 as well. Brody Grundy's having a good game. 8 touches, that big goal towards the end of the first term. Wicks, Mills, Sarong, Rowbottom, Heaney, all with 7 touches, and McInerney as well for the Swans.
We do see the Sydney Swans often hunt down buffers in games. So the question is, can the Magpies sustain it across these next 3 quarters at the Sydney Cricket Ground? Second term underway. Visitors by 22 points. Up goes Grundy against Steen. First hands to it, Heaney. Off to McInerney. Hand pass wide by. Slapped it behind there for Wicks. Off a step. Spirals it high towards half forward. Houston parks himself under it. Intercepts at right half back for the Magpies.
Having a good game, Houston. You said some others needed to stand up and put in big performances alongside Dacos. DeGoey doing that, as is the former Port Adelaide defender in Dan Houston. Let's kick up to the wing. McStay makes another good contest. Got it to Dacos. Beautiful handball to Long. Now DeGoey. Out of the lead for him is Elliott. And he's taken the mark with courage in front of Will Edwards. Popped a heavy hit for his trouble, cutting across that path. And Jamie Elliott. He kicked from 40 metres out, tied up on the boundary, and again, Nick Dacos with a wonderful handball at the source of it for the Pies.
He's just a beautiful player, isn't he? He doesn't fumble. You know, he just gets the ball, one grab, and when he handballs it, it goes perfectly to his teammate. That was able to set up this chain and finish up with Jamie Elliott.
Just 13 goals for the season from 9 games. Jamie Elliott kicked this from outside the boundary line. It's just across the face, off hands and through behind. But Collingwood starting the second quarter like they played in the first. 5-3-33. Sydney 1-4-10.
Nick Blakey. Waste no time kicking out. Edwards lays off the hand pass to McCartan. Get the chain going from right half back. Cunningham runs straight into trouble. Wrapped up down there by Roan Steele. And the umpire says, give it to me for a ball up. On the eastern side of the SCG, the Bondi wing. Helped forward by Oscar Steen. Tumbles inside 50. Sits there for Ned Long. Lays off the hand pass wide. Chopped off in the corridor by Blakey. Shares it back with Warner. He's brought to ground as well. Kick goes straight to Crisp, who marks at centre half forward. Still 65 out. Goes deep inside 50 and finds the unmarked man in the left forward pocket. And again, great work down there. Will Hayes, who puts himself in the spot and marks 25 from goal in that left forward pocket.
Well, another turnover.
Pressure again, wasn't it?
Chad Warner, quick kick down the middle, turned it over. And there's been a bit of talk about the forward handball game and what the Swans are doing. So, interesting they keep it up.
5th game this year, 7th overall. Turns 20 tomorrow. Will Hayes, he snaps here, Charlie Curnow style, and sprays it across the face of goal. So, the Magpies 5-4-34. The Swans are 1-4-10 inside the opening 3 minutes of this second quarter.
What do they do with Nick Dacos now? It doesn't look like the hard tag anymore of James Jordan. He's managed to shake that by going forward. Perhaps they'll just try and go head-to-head. It'll be very interesting to watch. Collingwood with a 24-point buffer. Early stages of the second term, and they've set the ground up nicely. So the Swans have to chip it around. Blakey fans it out to Edwards at right half back. Gets moving. Sends it up to half forward. McDonald with the lead. Played a good contest. And a good second effort to gather the footy. His kick though is straight to Jeremy Howe, who was dropping back into space, marking at left half back. And he's happy to chip it across his own full-back line where Braden Maynard is marked.
Maynard down the corridor. He does find Nick Dacos leading from the front tonight in the absence of Darcy Moore. Racking up plenty of ball as usual. He kicks out wide to find Howe. So that left half back. And his kick just stays inside on the outer side of the ground. A neat ball out there for Will Parker. Up towards half forward. Blakey brings it down here. He is paid the mark. Plays on with a kick. Umpire lets them go downfield here. And again, Will Parker marks on the outer side. Just on Will Parker, as you know, Garvey, he's a former cricketer. Made his Sheffield Shield debut here at the SCG and his last Shield games here at the SCG as well. They come across here, the members' side of the SCG. Houston taken on by Jordan. Loose ball pounced on by Bice. Heaney's hand pass knocked down by Nick Dacos. In comes brother Josh. And now again, Grundy trying to work it away. He was taken high and wins the free kick for the Swans. 60 from attacking goal.
So Grundy assesses his options. As Curnow, top of the square, decides to go laterally and finds Chad Warner. And Warner will fancy himself from here. Left to strike it from the paint of the 50. Very tight angle. Left half forward. This is where Nick Dacos and Charlie West, for that matter, kicked excellent goals in the first quarter.
Only had the 2 disposals, so he's a player that Sydney need to get into the match if they're to get back into the game.
It can certainly help them in a big way if he can slot this Chad Warner. It's fading back, but not enough. It's a behind. Collingwood's lead is 23 points, 5 minutes gone in the second term Friday night footy on ABC Sport. The second game of Sir Doug Nicholls' round.
As the rain comes down.
I was going to say, get the Declan Byrne for a little rain check, literally, shortly. Howe buys some space in the right back pocket, goes long beyond defensive 50. Up in front, Schulz. Can't go the slippery footy. Sobottom tries to pallet to advantage. His hand pass missed Nick Dacos. And now Blakey to Grundy. Messy ball by hand as well. Gathered by Josh Dacos. Middle of the SCG. Little 1-2 punch here. Good brother Nick. Now goes inside forward 50. Edwards floats up in front in defence of the Swans. Melican's hand pass stolen away by Long, who tumbles the kick through for a goal. And the Pies have the first of the second quarter. As the rain gets heavier, so too does Collingwood's lead. 5-4-34. The Swans are 1-5-11. 6.5 played second quarter. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Declan Byrne on the boundary.
I'll cop that one too. I took my rain jacket off for quarter time thinking it's past, but I've checked the radar. There is still a fair bit of rain about. It's probably the heaviest it's been for the whole game so far. And yeah, maybe every goal is important with that 6th Collingwood goal now on the board.
Yeah, beg my pardon. 6-4 plays 1-5. Margin now 29, so biggest lead of the game officially.
Just Brodie Grundy there, just really poor with his disposal. Just lazy, not hitting the target, throwing the ball out in the middle of the ground. And if you do that with the Dacos boys around, they're going to win the ground ball and pump their side forward, and that's exactly what happened.
McStay's spoil was over the shoulder. Half a shout for a free kick from the Swans' defence, but they drew out quick enough. Ned Long did. Rubbed one through. Another for Collingwood, and they won a free kick in the middle of the SCG. Up by 29 points, the Pies. It's Oscar Steen who sends a long high one inside 50. Caught there is Jordan by McCreery, but caught high. Some relief for Sydney. Jordan started on Nick Dacos, has lost that battle and relinquished the tag. Goes wide to Wicks. A 1-2 with Cunningham. Wicks gets around Will Hayes, moves it up to half forward. Roses has taken the mark. Kicked 7 goals on this ground 2 weeks ago. Drills one inside 50, but the Pies are set up beautifully. And Josh Dacos has taken the defensive mark in front of Rowbottom.
111th consecutive game for Josh Dacos tonight. And the bright orange boots. Goes down the outer side of the ground. Waiting for it to drop. Cunningham. Mopped up down there by the Swans, and now Mills can send it back towards centre half forward. Bounced off the chest of Rowbottom. Tracking it now, Cootie. Socket forward by Papley. It came off the shins of Sidebottom. Back in the middle of the ground now, DeGoey. Toes it away in the direction of McCreery. Has some support inside 50. McCartan comes up though in defence, and now Edwards taken high. Umpires all over that. Free kick Sydney on their half-back line. The Pies lead by 29 points. 8.5 played second quarter.
Pressure's still way up, isn't it, by the Magpies? Every time Sydney get the ball, they're just panicking.
22 Collingwood tackles to 11 from Sydney. Edwards kick up to the wing. Quainer zones off and marks in front of Lloyd. Frustration starting to permeate around the SCG. Along with the rain, Craig McRae barking orders on the boundary line, loving the start. Kick goes to half forward from Quainer. Schultz keeps it in and squares it to a dangerous position inside 50. Nice leap from Hayes. Buller comes out to meet it, full-chested. Long with the roving again for another one. This bounces through for a behind. He's looking dangerous when the ball hits the ground inside 50. And Collingwood's lead is out to 30 points now. 6-5-41. Swans 1-5-11.
Well, they almost need a plan B here, the Swans, don't they? They just need to settle down, control the footy for a little bit. They're still going for those kicks and just keep turning it over. So keep the footy in your hands for 30, 40 seconds, get some field possession and start again.
Next to Cunningham off half-back. Nardi flies on the outer side. Wins it down here for Roses, but Sutherland comes across to intercept at centre-half back for the Magpies. The veteran still side-bottom. Goes down the corridor in a hurry. McCreary couldn't quite gather. Big fend on Brodie Grundy. Floats the hand pass forward. Comes back here now from McCreary. This time the hand pass from Buller. McCreary still going. Support from DeGoey. Mopped up by McStay. DeGoey again. Hand pass inside 50. McStay couldn't quite get there. Oncoming traffic was in there. Papley. Mopped up by McCartan. Tries to hurry his kick away. Coming through. Schultz now for the Magpies. Long again. Wrapped up by Melican. Back to Houston. He lets fly from 45 down Houston. It's right across the face. On a score. The Pies just keep peppering away. They lead by 31 points here at the SCG. 6-6 plays 1-5. 11 minutes played, second quarter.
They've set the ground up beautifully defensively, haven't they, Collingwood? Every time Sydney looks to go inside 50, there's a Pies player in a strong position. As Bice sends it up to the wing. Curnow hasn't been involved much. Went up high for that one. Got hands to it. He's won a free kick. Just the two disposals for Charlie Curnow and a behinds.
This is probably where Sydney just need to slow it down a little bit, reset, get Curnow back inside forward 50, because it's that final kick that's going in there that Collingwood are winning back and then rebounding.
He goes short to Rowbottom. That's a scrappy effort in his milestone game. It might fall the way of Lloyd, though. Went through his fingers. Good second effort, though, by Lloyd to lay a tackle on Quainer. They'll have a ball up just outside 50, left half forward for Sydney.
Around the grounds in Darwin, the Power lead the Suns 2-1-13 to 2 straight 12. Meanwhile, here in Sydney, Warner gets boot the ball. High kick towards full forward. Maynard goes to spoil. Amadi out after it now. Takes on Quaynor. And it goes out of bounds for a throw-in at the Swans' attacking end. Collingwood by 31 points here. And while you can find that game in Darwin via ABC Listen, via the AFL Extra button. Otherwise, you stay here at the SCG with myself, Brett Sprigg, Dan Garb, Steve Williams, Joel Patfull and Declan Byrne. Grundy. Some contact from Steen in the back of him. Steen tries to get at ground level. Heaney's hand pass, hurried out wide. Patley to Warner. He shies on goal off his left boot. It goes right across the face. And now Curnow stumbles over the behind line, ball and all, for a minor score. Magpies by 30 points here. Declan Byrne on the boundary.
It's not often James Jordan is removed from his mission so early. He's just come off. He's sitting on the bench. He looks defeated. He looks just, so forlorn that he's just been taken off that Nick Dacos tag. So, I wonder what the rest of his night looks like as one of the Pies goes down in that contest. I think it was Billy Frampton who is a bit sore.
It is Frampton. He's got a worry here. And this is concerning for Collingwood. Looks like he's reaching around his rib area.
Looks like he might have winded himself. It's almost a change in the AFL's rules, isn't it? Like, they never used to stop the game unless someone was probably badly injured with a head injury, but now even if you get cramped, they stop the game. So, certainly a change in the culture of the game.
I think he is just winded, landed heavily on his back. Collingwood have DeGoey and Dacos on the bench at the moment. There is a chance for Sydney to get on top. Those two have been dominant for the Magpies as Frampton.
I'm not sure about this. What do you reckon, Joel? Someone's just winded and you stop the game and wait for him to go off.
I was about to ask you, what would you have thought about that?
No, I think it should be play on. It's a definite change in the culture of the game.
One of only 11 premiership players out there from 3 years ago, Billy Frampton. So there are some big names missing. They lead here by 5 goals, though. Quaynor comes beyond defensive 50. Is hugged to the boundary line. With a mark taken by Will Parker.
Inch perfect kick from Quainer. Parker goes to half forward. West was the target, and that's a free kick against Edwards. He wasn't looking at the footy. He took the arms out of West. Promising youngster for Collingwood. The first goal of the game. Just puts us into a dangerous position inside 50. Out to mid at McStay. Down there was Anderson. This might bounce through. Goes the other way instead. Blakey relieved as it rolls over for a behind. Collingwood 6-7-43. Sydney 1-6-12. The Magpies, written off completely by all and sundry, coming into this game tonight, have a 31-point lead 14 minutes into the second term.
So the Swans start again from defence. Cunningham, short kick, just goes the required 15 of his captain Mills. And he goes wider still. It's taken out there on the outer side by Sarong. One of their 3 inclusions in the Sydney Swans. Get to your text at half-time, by the way, as well. Sarong plays on, sold some candy around Will Parker. And now down the line where it is marked by Roses. Fires his kick inside 50. Too deep for Curnow. Rebounded by Quaynor. The Pies are away now through Braden Maynard.
Maynard's kick up to the wing. Good mark, McStay. He's presented all game. Just keeps trying. Got it to Allen. And now Josh Dacos. Handball over the top for Parker. Cunningham's there with him. Just outside 50 for the Pies. Allen with a clever tap. Running onto this is Steen. Centering ball. There's a free kick going the way of Sydney. It was Rowan Steele, in fact, with the centering ball. And a much-needed bit of relief for the Swans as Blakey, with a sweeping handball, finds Bice in the left-back pocket.
He's off for a run. Just gets beyond defensive 50. Goes in the back of Sidebottom, though. Mopped up by he, and now Houston puts the Pies back inside 50. Reaching for it, Charlie West. And now Elliott couldn't get the crumbs in the contest with Edwards. So it's out of bounds for a throw-in at the round weekend. That's inside 50 for the Magpies, who lead by 31 points here at the SCG. Friday night footy for the Marngrook game. The Swans' annual Sir Doug Nicholls round fixture.
They might just be checking if this was out of bounds on the full.
That Schultz tackle sums up where Collingwood's at, isn't it? They did 20, 30 metres, put their head down just to get an arm onto Bias as he placed that kick and force another turnover.
Toss back in here. Rucks go at it. Laid down out there by Jack Buller. Into the path of Crisp. Centering ball. Lands on the chest of Will Hayes. Will come back here, I fancy. Yeah, it's going to come all the way back to just where that stoppage was. And a free kick for Bo McCreary.
Against Warner.
Wrapped up high by Chad Warner. A free kick for Bo McCreary. He's got the forearm across the chops there.
Umpires could have almost let that one play because Collingwood marked the ball much closer. But they brought it back. So McCreary, a lovely kick though. So I think he's got the journey in him.
6 goals, 4 on the year for him. A recent 100 gamer. And one of those 11 premiership players of 2023. McCreary runs to the 50 and misses near side. Minor score. The Pies, it could be a lot worse for the Swans. 6-8-44 Collingwood. Sydney 1-6-12. 17 played in the second quarter. Friday night footy here on ABC Sport.
Swans can't get going at all. Bice, his kick is into the middle of the ground. Heaney didn't take the mark, and that could be a costly turnover. Maynard moving out of Crisp. McCreary, one more to the youngster in Rowan Steele across the face. Huge moment for him. It was beautiful handball work from the Pies. It was reminiscent of what Sydney do here more often than not at the SCG, but Steele failed to take full advantage.
Isaac Heaney just had the opportunity. He just dropped a mark you would normally see him taking, and Collingwood once again were able to rebound from the turnover and should have kicked another goal.
Bias on the kick out finds Edwards. And it debuted in round 7 against the Bulldogs. Old Nick Larkey goalless last week. Up members side, Martin Spill by McDonald. Pulls it away here for the smaller man, Lloyd. And his handbar out of bounds as he was dumped down there by Jack Buller.
They really look connected, don't they, Collingwood? Even the young players are pointing around the stoppages and picking up. It's a real team effort.
Statement performance so far from Craig McRae's men. Can they see it through across 4 quarters of footy? They lead by they've had 6 goals here. Back in it comes. Jordan tracks it there for the Swans. Hand pass Anderson spent now by Josh Dacos. Warner gathers it now off to Lloyd. Pops it inside 50 and the one-on-one Curnow. And it will come back to Sydney free kick. This time his arm was chopped. Charlie Curnow. So Frampton penalised and Charlie Curnow is directly in front and more than 15 metres out.
Does he kick a drop punt?
Oh, he goes on the angle here. Curnow, he does. Curl around the post, if nothing else. So, no drop punt forthcoming. There is a Charlie Curnow goal and a much-needed one for the home side here at the SCG. The Pies are 6-9-45. The Swans 2-6-18. 19 minutes played in the second quarter on ABC Sport. Your experts are Joel Patfull and Stephen Williams.
It was probably the first one-on-one contest that they've been able to get inside forward 50 and just put the pressure under Billy Frampton there, and Curnow was good enough to, force the contact, force the free kick. So it's what they needed, though. They've just been stagnant in their ball movement, haven't they? They haven't been able to move freely. They've got to find another way. They work the ball at the ground a little bit better then, get that ground position. And that's what you need to do. You need to put those Collingwood defenders under pressure, repeat inside 50s and get some more opportunities at goal.
Around the grounds in Darwin, the Gold Coast Suns 4 straight 24. Yardapulti, the power, 2-3-15.
Nick Dacos back on the ground. Curious to see what the Swans do with him. There's a lot of finger pointing when he made his way back onto the SCG as to who his opponent will be. James Jordan is not alongside him. Sheldrick, some tough work in the middle of the ground and a bit of push and shove going on. The goal is now marked by Jordan, so it looks like a switch there for Sydney's tagger. Here's Anderson as the rain tumbles down in a big way at the SCG. Josh Dacos wins an important clearance. Lakey couldn't take the mark. Ed Long's kick is smothered. Mills can't gather it. McStay puts pressure on him. Then the follow-up work on Heaney. It might be like this for a while because the rain is coming down very heavily. Got a ball up inside 50 for the Pies, who lead by 27 points. 21 minutes gone in the second.
And that's where a 5 or 6 goal lead becomes very, very handy in these sort of conditions. Grundy was held out of the right contest. Umpire saw it. Free kick Sydney at half-back.
It's going to be hard for Sydney to play that possession game now too, because the ball's very slippery and they like to throw it around.
21 gone in the second term, so we've hit time on as we approach half-time. Mills, the skipper, in driving rain, goes wide. On the other side, Sarong. Back in field now for Chad Warner. He's a 2-time Goods O'Loughlin medalist in the Marngroup fixture. Plays on around Angus Anderson. Warner, neat kick. Goes through the hands of Sheldrick and follows up towards half forward. But out of the contest though, Warner volleys it back inside forward 50 now for the Swans. Frampton's in the contest with McDonald, and now it falls out the back for Houston, brought to ground over the boundary line at the Paddington end of the SCG. So 27 points as the Collingwood lead. 6-9 plays 2-6. We've now played 21 and a half minutes in this second quarter.
Swans just need to find a way to get back into the contest slowly but surely. It's going to be a grind from here, especially if the rain keeps tumbling down. Grundy wins the ruck tap convincingly. Maynard, though, leads the chase for the football. Takes it over the boundary line in front of Billy Cootie. 6-9-45 Collingwood. Sydney 2-6-18. The Showtime Swans 8-1 for the season, with a lot of work to do in their own backyard to avoid what would be a very big upset. Grundy down to McInerney. He's been quiet tonight, McInerney. Got it to Heaney, who hasn't been that influential either. The Pies watch him closely. And the Swan superstar takes it over the boundary line as well. Another throw in, right forward pocket. 22 and a half minutes gone in the second quarter. Collingwood lead by 27.
Once again, Heaney just not able to handle the ball. First grab, fumbled it, and the opportunity was gone.
Fifth goal for the Suns in Darwin. 5 straight plays the power 2-3-15. Back in it comes at the SCG. Outnumbered and outbodied. Warner brought to ground. Ball jars free. Mopped up here by Steele. Off to Crisp. The Pies go beyond defensive 50. And now out of bounds for a throw-in on the eastern side of the ground. Seeing the large sheets of rain in front of the light towers here. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Great to bring it all to you as always.
Dacos still at full forward. Nick Dacos, that is. Wick standing him. Interesting move by Craig McRae that has worked so far. Papley taps it in front of himself at right half forward, and a good second effort. McInerney gets it to Heaney. Heaney with a shot under pressure. It's out of bounds on the full. They are onto him quickly, the Pies, aren't they? Every time Heaney gets the football, it is rapid, the pressure, and they affected that kick. And they let him know about it as well. Left back pocket, the Pies will bring it back into play.
Well, I'd say he's a target, but they're doing that to every Swans player. They're that quick. They're the first to move, the first to close pressure, and Heaney has not had a metre all night tonight.
Maynard's kick goes long and wide and out of bounds on the full. So they get it straight back, the Swans. Just forward of the wing, out of sight of the ground. Grundy, he wastes no time. Held down there, Heaney by Parker. Collingwood will rebound the football again, though. Here they go again through Ed Allen. And his kick just slides out wide here in front of the boundary line. But Stay takes it over. And this should be, it'll be a throw-in, wasn't it? It was off hands, so probably should be Sydney's ball, I thought. But it'll be a throw-in on the outer side of the ground here. Collingwood leads by 27 points. 6-9-45 plays 2-6-18. 24 and a half gone, second term.
Jack Buller and Grundy wrestling. Free kick against Buller, so they'll play on quickly. The rain has subsided now. Kick from Sheldrick into attack. Bounces away from Amadi, who's been really quiet. Good second effort by Amadi to lay the tackle on Parker. He lost his headband as a result. Sarong puts it back into a dangerous position. McDonald with the leap. Couldn't mark it. Crisp is there. His kick falls into the lap of Long. Wants to play on quickly. Collingwood's defence standing firm. Long has it at centre half-back. Goes out wide and finds Rowan Steele, who's marked on a long lead.
5 games in his debut season last year. He played 10 games this year, Rowan Steele. And now, ball in dispute on the outer side, goes out of bounds for a throw-in once more. A bit of a hush falls over the SCG. The home side stunned. The tune of 27 points. Solid first half for Collingwood. Back in it comes. Grundy beats Buller in the contest. Fairly uncontested. Now McInerney's taken to the boundary line. Slapped it back into play before Parker runs it out once more for a ball in. Declan Byrne on the boundary.
So the ball's been stuck over that eastern wing for the good part of the last 6 to 7 minutes. So everyone on the bench here is just itching to get on for both sides. Dean's been off for nearly 10 minutes. Howe for 8 minutes for the Swans. Curnow, Cunningham, Papley, all 6-7 minutes. They've been waiting.
Nick Dacos still stuck at full forward. Grundy wins the tap down convincingly to Sheldrick. Couldn't connect cleanly with the kick. Loose ball at centre half forward. Again, Collingwood mops up. Houston back to Frampton. Goes down the corridor, looking for West. McCartan's in front of him, wins that contest at ground level. Well done by Anderson to tap it forward. Dacos is free out the back if the Pies can just find a way to get it to him. West tries to soccer it in that direction. It's well blocked though, and then thumped off the ground by Wicks. Finds its way to McInerney in the middle of the SCG. Has McDonald on the lead. Marks it just outside 50, right half forward. 27 minutes gone in the second term. Swans need the next desperately, trailing by 27 points. Long ball by McDonald. Amadi with the fly off hands. Purdy's there and Houston's happy to see it over the boundary line. Another throw in the right forward pocket. Collingwood lead by 27 points. Your thoughts, Stephen Williams and Joel Patfull, on the Dacos move? Because as dangerous as he's been when he's been forward, hasn't been involved as much, especially with the slippery ball.
It's probably take him off the ground or put him at full forward. He gets his rest, so he's probably better to sit at full forward, because if the Pies can break through and get it up there, you'd certainly back him one out with anybody.
Collingwood leads by 27. Grundy thumps it back toward the boundary line.
He did spend a lot of time out of the play then, though, didn't he? Probably 10 minutes, maybe a little bit too long. Like you said, with these slippery conditions, I'd probably like him around the bowl and hitting some targets.
It looks so organised, though, the Pies in defence. Sydney just, you wonder where their next goal is going to come from.
Pies by 27 points as we approach half-time. Stoppage inside 50 now for the Swans. Grundy down here, crisp. His kick was picked off here by Jai Sarong, and his hurried ball goes out of bounds on the full. So the Magpies ball deep in defence for them, and they hang on to a 27-point lead.
He's around the ball now, Nick Dacos, and Jordan has gone back to him. The look of resignation on his face. It's not an assignment you'd be relishing. Houston has been really good tonight. Brings it back in. Bouncing ball on the wing. De Goey happy to take it over. 14 disposals for him, Jordan De Goey. This suits Collingwood to a T. 27-point lead. Wet weather night now. It's turned into a bit of a slog late in the second term. So the stoppages certainly suit the Magpies. What a win this would be for them if they can go on with it in the second half. It would spark their season. Free kick going the way of Grundy, though, who is causing them some issues in the ruck. Gives it to Wicks. Long ball inside 50. Can the Swans finally make the most of it? Off hands. Crisp had a good position, as did Quainer. Spills the way of McDonald. Now Rowbottom. Can't get free of the side bottom tackle. And we'll have a ball up 20 metres out from the Swans' goals directly in front.
Just all covered off once again. Sydney think they've got a little bit of space, but there's a Collingwood player there to lay a tackle.
Magpies by 27. Grundy out of the ruck. Get boot to ball. Sidebottom does. Comes back to Sarong. Left foot. Snap from 25 out. He curls it around and through. The Swans at last get that late second term goal they needed. Jai Sarong provides it. And his second goal in Swans colours. They cut the margin back to 21. Collingwood 6-9-45. Sydney 3-6-24. We've played almost half an hour in their second quarter. Your experts are Joel Patfull and Stephen Williams on ABC Sport.
There was nothing pretty about it, was there? We talked about them getting the ball inside 50, but that clean ball movement, we just haven't been able to see it, is it? But sometimes when the conditions are like this, you just need to find a way, and Sarong held his space outside the contest there, and a quick snap from 45 was good enough to put it through. And you need those players under the pressure to be clean. It was a nice ground ball and finished well. The Swans have missed a few opportunities here in the wet, and the more that the game goes on, the more those players are going to be more important.
Collingwood by 21. Pies with the clearance. Blakey wins the free kick at centre half back. Not long to go until half time. Blakey sends us out to the wing. McCartan and Bice the targets. Bice won the free kick for interference from West. Goes short and finds Grundy. Possession number 15 coming up for him. He has done what we thought he might, opposed to Oscar Steen and been the dominant big man on the ground, Brodie Grundy. Kick to half forward. That's a strong mark by Heaney. Trying to impose himself. 2 kicks from goal. It's a scrappy kick, though. And it falls into the lap of Steen, who had dropped back there for Collingwood. A little bit rushed on that one, Heaney, and he wastes a very good opportunity.
Josh Dacos goes beyond offensive 50. To go up and marking. No, couldn't control it. Before it goes out of bounds for a throw-in. So it will be thrown back in. Heaney went with him, and as a result, the goal, he couldn't control the grab as he goes bundling into a row of the seats in front of the main fence here at the SCG. Members side. Back in it comes. Bounces down there for Ed Allen. Works the hand pass forward. Picked off by Blakey. Spun the tackle. Got a hand pass of his own away, though. And now Josh Dacos brought down by Patley. Umpire lets them play. Inside 50 the Swans go, but numbers back there. Frampton missed his chance to mark. Maynard knocks up in defence now. Hurries his kick wide, which might be enough in this first half of the Magpies. As it ricochets out of bounds for a throw-in in front of the scoreboard. The Magpies lead by 21 points here.
So a chance for another opportunity for Sydney. They can get a quick kick inside 50 from this boundary throw-in. On the paint of 50, Grundy with front position. Falls the way of De Goey, though. He'll clear the area on his left up to the wing. Buller and Edwards wrestling away. Edwards with the punch over the boundary line. So another stoppage on that side of the ground, and Dean Cox, the Swans coach, with a look of concern on his face. No one expected this. Craig McRae has come here and had his Pies set up superbly. They'll take a 21-point lead as it stands into half-time. Grundy down to Melican. McInerney turned it over straight to Ed Allen. Quick kick inside 50 for the Magpies. It'll bounce away from Mills, and now there's a chance for Collingwood. And there won't be, in fact, because the halftime siren sounds here at the SCG. A stunned SCG. Collingwood 6-9-45. inspired by Nick Dacos and Jordan Ngowi in this first half, leads Sydney, who were 3-6-24, by 21 points.
If nothing else, the Swans did win that quarter. They trailed by one less than the quarter time scoreline. However, the rain did get heavier in that second quarter as well. The margin was as high as 33 points in Collingwood's favour before the Swans kicked the last 2 goals of that second term. A very low-scoring quarter, which only saw 3 goals scored all up. So far in the game, 2 goals for Nick Dacos, singles to Lockie Schultz, Charlie West, Angus Anderson and Ned Long. Meanwhile, for the Sydney Swans, 3 goals, all of individuals so far. Brodie Grundy, Charlie Curnow and Jai Sarong, who joined the goal kickers list in that second quarter as well. Meanwhile, in Darwin, quickly quarter time there, Gold Coast 5-2-32 leads Port Adelaide, Yarrapulte 2-4-16. In the other Friday night game, of course, you can hear that via ABC Listen on the AFL Extra button. To get to your text shortly, 0437 774 774. But firstly, the summations of our experts here on ABC Sport, Joel Patfull and Stephen Williams.
Well, it was a different second quarter, wasn't it? Obviously, when the wind came down, it became more of a stoppage game, and the Swans got themselves back into the game off the back of that. But just their final possession inside 50, they haven't been able to make the most of that, hit a target and get a set shot at goal. I mean, 3 goals for the game, and none of them have been, a traditional Swans forward entry. They've been rushed, a couple of free kicks in there as well. So they got themselves back in the game off the back of some of that stoppage and the condition. But, and the Magpies in their hand as well, so they'd probably had a few missed opportunities. Yeah, they kicked 7 points for the quarter and could have put a bit more space on the Swans with a few goals earlier in that quarter. So, it's a Magpies game, though. The pressure they've brought and the Swans haven't been able to find a way to work through it. But what the second half holds, I guess it depends on the back of this weather.
I agree, Joel. I think the fact that Collingwood kicked those 7 behinds in that quarter, they probably should have increased their lead. The Swans were able to even up their statistics, inside 50s, 34 to the Maggies and 31 to the Swans, so that's almost even now. Most of the other stats are pretty even as well, but to the eye, the naked eye, Collingwood is certainly the side that's got the game on their terms, and as you mentioned, those 7 points in that quarter, a lot of those could have been goals as well and really almost put the game out of Sydney's grasp. The way that Sydney play their footy, the way that they like to throw the ball around, just not conducive to this slippery weather. And we've seen even their class players, Warner, Heaney, not able to handle the footy. And under the immense pressure that Collingwood are able to put on them, they're able to win the ball back and then take it forward with ease a lot of times. So whether Sydney can turn the game around in the second half, it certainly remains to be seen. We're not sure what the weather's going to bring. If the rain continues to come down, it's really hard to see Sydney able to get themselves back and make enough of an impression on the scoreboard to get their noses in front. So a lot's going to be down to Collingwood. Can they maintain the pressure? We know they've got a lot of young players in their side, and they're not used to playing at this sort of intensity for 4 quarters. So if that drops off, then you can see the Swans, getting back in the game. But if they can maintain that pressure, I think they got the Swans covered.
Yeah, absolutely. And the Collingwood side, the way they've gone about it, they've executed perfectly, haven't they? That's how they would have wanted the game on their terms. And the Swans have to find another way. There's been a bit of talk about that run and gun style of footy and how that holds up under pressure and looking to finals, how that game style is going to work out. So this is the perfect test for them.
They're so good, Collingwood. We've seen them so many times, and you go back to the Hawthorn game, they're able to look at an opposition and decide this is the way we need to play the game and stick to that way. And they did it beautifully against Hawthorn and probably were unlucky not to win the game. And once again tonight, they've taken away Sydney's one wood, and if they can't get it back, you think the Magpies are going to win the game.
We've had some classics here at the SCG between the Sydney Swans and Collingwood, and Marngrook 2026 looks to certainly offer something like that if the Swans can find their way back into the game. Daniel Garb.
Jordan Ngowi and Nick Dacos have been the main reason why they enjoy this 21-point lead, along with Dan Houston, who's had a really good game across half-back, 15 disposals for him, but Dacos with those 2 magnificent goals in the first term, and Ngowi had 6 disposals inside 3 minutes here at the SCG, so he helped set the tone, and others have gone with them. McStay's made a number of good contests across half-forward. Schultz has been really active. Long started to get into the game nicely as well. For Sydney, Blakey with 18 disposals. Grundy's giving them a lot of a grunt around the ball, isn't he? He's been excellent in the ruck. He just needs a few more midfielders to go with him. Heaney started to get into that second quarter. He's got 14 disposals for the game, but yet to really influence proceedings. And Warner's the one who's been quiet, just the 9 touches, 1 behind, and he's really struggling to break free, Chad Warner, like we so often see here at the SCG.
Just been a bit rushed as well with his possession and a bit sloppy. He hasn't been as clean as what you'd expect from someone to his standards. So especially inside 50, a little rushed and turning the footy over way more than you'd expect.
Charlie Curnow, just the 4 disposals, 1 goal, 1. And tonight's the night they need him a little bit more from him. I mean, everyone talks about him occupying defenders and then Amadi and McDonald getting free. Well, they're not having an impact on the contest. He's the big money man up forward. They probably need him to take charge a little bit more, don't they, Joel?
Well, he does. I thought it was a good sign to see him jumping at the footy, though. He actually launched it a couple and brought the ball to ground, which I thought was a good sign. But, I mean, you know, it's just the way the ball's coming in as well. He's going to find himself in a few more pack contests, and whether he can get a bit of space and keep making that contest is going to be a big factor in this game.
I agree. I've seen Malcolm Roses turn on his left foot with a bit of space 3 or 4 times in that quarter and just kick it straight to the opposition. So that's the one that Sydney have to turn around. If they're going to win the game, they have to be a bit better with their ball use going inside forward 50.
On our way to ABC News, your text 0437 774 774. Stephen Ballarat says, as a Carlton supporter, I hate to admit it, if there's any team that this decade who has found a way, it's the Pies. Much to my annoyance, 30 times in the last 3 years, they have stormed home to grasp victory from the jaws of defeat. Very annoying. Thank you, Steve. I mentioned a couple here as well. Gordon from Nollamara in WA says the AFL should replace the name of Sir Doug Nicholls Round with Sir Doug Nicholls Festival. Not a bad shout, because it is 2 rounds, so it sort of feels funny saying round when it's actually 2 weekends. It's 2 rounds, so maybe the festival or something similar. Thank you, Gordon, for your text. Shane in Currans Hill, listening via the AFL app, the best call on offer. I was expecting McDonald, Curnow and Amadi to have all scored in the first quarter. How have Collingwood stopped supply? Hopefully we've found a way of explaining it to you across that second term, Shane. Thank you for your text. Warwick says the problem with Sydney at the moment is that they're trying to be fancy. As a Swans fan, I want them to go back to basics. Well, it can be hard in these sort of conditions when the rain certainly got heavier in that second quarter as well. Richard from Geelong points out that he just tuned in, heard the Swans had at one stage 11 points. This is a score which always means bad news. It's either 1 goal 5 or 11 behinds. So there's no good way to have 1 goal 11 points on the scoreboard. Thank you, Richard, for your observation. Danae says, listening as a neutral from Perth. Sounds like plenty of home crowd support, or Pies crowd support. Sorry, Danae. Yeah, there is. The Pies always bring a crowd, don't they, when they come? But it's mostly Swans fans, as you might expect. If you're a neutral fan listening in Perth, well, if you're a Freo fan, there's no such thing, because, of course, there's high stakes here. If the Swans lose this, Freo could seize top spot. So that's another big thing. They got Essendon over the weekend at the MCG, so should take care of business there. The Dockers, one would think. Thank you, Marcus in South Melbourne, who makes that observation for us as well. Will from Traralgon just had a birthday schnitzel at the Rosedale pub, listening to Friday Night Footy on the ABC Listen app on the way home. Go Pies. Thank you for all those texts. We'll get to some more of those after our ABC News. It is Collingwood who lead by 21 points at the halftime break here at the Sydney Cricket Ground. Meanwhile, in Darwin, Gold Coast leads the Power 5-2-32 to 3-4-22. A 10-point margin there early in the second quarter. And a reminder, of course, you can hear that on the ABC Listen app via AFL Extra. The Pies by 21 here at the SCG. Back with more shortly, but right now it's time for ABC News.
ABC News, good evening. I'm Noni Edwards. Hundreds of pro-Palestinian demonstrators have gathered in Sydney's CBD to mark the 78th anniversary of the Nakba. Rhiannon Solomon Marin is there.
The Nakba, which means catastrophe in Arabic, refers to the mass displacement and dispossession of hundreds of thousands of Palestinians, which occurred during the Arab-Israeli War in 1948. The day is commemorated every year by millions of Palestinians and their supporters. Here in Sydney, demonstrators will soon march through part of the city, calling for an end to the war in Gaza and for Australia to sanction Israel. Speaking at the rally earlier was Fuad Shridi, who survived the Nakba and spoke of being forced from his home when he was just 9 years old. Sydney's rally is among several planned across the country over today and Sunday.
The Chief Medical Officer at the Central Australian Aboriginal Congress, John Boffa, says there needs to be a greater focus on vaccinations to tackle the diphtheria outbreak. He says people need to take the disease seriously.
They've proven that they're stridently ideological and, quite frankly, in many cases don't have any other prospects outside of the organisation. So the critical question is, to what extent would they reform and what direction they go in.
The Northern Territory Health Department's investigating a probable diphtheria-related death, the first in Australia in almost a decade. Diphtheria is a vaccine-preventable disease which, left untreated, can be life-threatening. The Central Australia Aboriginal Health Congress told the ABC a young person died in a remote community from the disease. NT Health says it's waiting on autopsy results and is unable to provide further comment at this time. The department's confirmed there have been 145 cases of diphtheria reported in the NT since January last year, including 42 respiratory cases. Police are investigating an incident in which 7 students were treated by paramedics following a medical emergency at a Central Coast high school. The ABC understands police were notified about a drug-related medical emergency at around 11 this morning. 6 ambulances responded, transporting 3 students to hospital in a stable condition and sending 4 others home. Police are working to locate and identify the substance the students ingested. Internationally, US President Donald Trump has just left China after closely watched talks with Chinese President Xi Jinping intended to improve relations between the two superpowers. Mr. Trump says they made some fantastic trade deals, though he didn't give details. Chinese media says consensus has been reached between the two leaders, although it didn't say which areas this covered. Mr. Xi also gave an optimistic note on the summit.
About a third of the cases are being hospitalised. People are in ICU. It's a serious disease, particularly for people who are unvaccinated or under-vaccinated. Now, one of the things we've learnt with this outbreak is that more than 5 years is too long since you've had a booster. And young people, even if they've got their booster at 12, we need to be boosting young people and adults if there's been more than 5 years since they've had their vaccine.
And returning now to President Xi.
So far, we've established a new relationship between our two countries, a constructive and strategic one. This can be said to be a milestone visit, and we have reached many understandings on cooperative outcomes.
The political turmoil surrounding UK Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer continues, but there's still no leadership challenger. Europe correspondent Catherine Diss has more.
Yesterday, we expected that Wes Streeting, the Health Secretary, would resign and possibly take a tilt at the leadership. Yesterday, he resigned, but he didn't launch a challenge. Then, who is arguably the favourite candidate, Andy Burnham. He is the Mayor for Greater Manchester. He has also made moves in a direction towards taking a hit at the leadership here, but he can't at this point because he doesn't yet have a parliamentary seat. But yesterday, a backbench Labor MP in the seat of Makerfield in England's northwest resigned to make way for him.
The Israeli military, meanwhile, has ordered the residents of another 5 towns and villages in southern Lebanon to leave immediately or risk being killed. A spokesperson says the military was taking action against Hezbollah, which it blamed for breaking a nominal ceasefire. Delegations from Israel and Lebanon have been holding talks in Washington, which US officials described as positive. Hezbollah is not taking part in the talks. ABC News.
Bet you didn't know we're the world's biggest gamblers.
Totally crippled my life.
Bingo!
I'm finding out why and if we really are the lucky country. Join me, Sean McAuliffe, Going for Broke.
Starts Tuesday, May 19 on ABC TV and ABC iView.
On ABC Local Radio, Sport Digital, and on ABC Listen. This is Sir Doug Nichols Round with ABC Sport.
Blakey to Grundy. Messy ball by hand as well. Gathered by Josh Dacos. Middle of the SCG. Little 1-2 punch here. Good brother Nick. Now goes inside forward 50. Edwards floats up in front in defence of the Swans. Melican's hand pass stolen away by Long, who tumbles the kick through for a goal. And the Pies have the first of the second quarter. As the rain gets heavier, so too does Collingwood's lead. Anderson spent now by Josh Dacos. Warner gathers it now off to Lloyd. Pops it inside 50 and a one-on-one. Curnow will come back here. Yes, semi-free kick. This time his arm was chopped. On the angle here, Curnow, he does curl it around the post, if nothing else. So, no drop punt forthcoming. there is a Charlie Curnow goal and a much-needed one for the home side here at the SCG. Grundy out of the ruck, get boot to ball. Sidebottom does. Comes back to Sarong. Left foot, snap from 25 out. He curls it around and through. The Swans at last get that late second-term goal they needed. Jai Sarong provides it.
This is Sir Doug Nicholls Round on ABC Local Radio, Sport Digital, and on ABC Listen.
Second half not too far away here at the Sydney Cricket Ground. It is Marngrook, the Swans' annual fixture in Sir Doug Nicholls Round. And, of course, your Friday night on ABC Sport continues here. Collingwood by 21 points at the major break. You're with Brett Sprigg alongside Dan Garb, Joel Patfull, Stephen Williams and Declan Byrne, our commentary team here. And we're keeping an eye on what's happening in Darwin, where Gold Coast 6-2-38 leads Port Adelaide. Yardapulti 4-5-29 the power midway through the second term at Marara Oval. Of course, tomorrow the weekend rolls on with more of round 10. You'll have your local programs, of course, AFL Saturday with Corbin Middlemass and the crew. For most of us, the local programs as well with Sports Talk in WA, SA Grandstand as well. The first of our games, so 3 games back-to-back-to-back. The Crows up against North Melbourne at Adelaide Oval. The Demons face Hawthorn in the twilight game at the MCG, while Carlton faces the Western Bulldogs in the night game at Docklands. I did see as well, as I was going through all the team news for Sunday, and there wasn't anything sort of too pressing there apart from the fact that Mitch Owens is out for the Saints. But I did see our own Aaron Bryans reporting earlier that the Crows are confident that the skipper Jordan Dawson will play tomorrow. He missed training with a personal issue. Of course, it's been a tough time of late for him, which is well known. But he's expected to play tomorrow against North Melbourne. Jordan Dawson, the Adelaide skipper, in the first of our Saturday games, which of course you'll hear right here on ABC Sport. So some news forthcoming there amidst plenty of the speculation. The Magpies by 21 points here, 0437 774 774. Paul and Darwin, thank you for your texts. Paul and Tony in Lake Barley in WA. Not to be confused with the other Barley, which is where people from WA love to go. Great call, fellas. No rain where I am, Tony, Lake Barley, WA, via satellite text. Thank you, Tony, for your correspondence. 0437 774 774. No rain right now. Joel Patfull, Steve Williams. So, I mean, how big is too big? If the Pies are to feel safe, if the Swans can't overcome whatever deficit, what has to happen in this third quarter for the Pies in particular?
Well, the Pies are just going to continue to keep that pressure rating going because, as we saw in the first half, Sydney are finding it really hard to handle. Every time they get the ball, there's a Collingwood player right in their face. They get through the first tackle, there's another one to get them, and they've really been able to shut down the Swans. They normally average 49 points from defensive change. So far tonight, they've got 1 point from that area. So that's one of their major goal sources. And Blakey's probably the player. He's had a lot of the footy, but really hasn't been much damage in what he's done. So can they get him to be a little bit more cutting when he's got hold of the footy? And on the other hand, Sydney, can they get Charlie Curnow maybe one out up forward, a little bit like Collingwood are playing Dacos, and Billy Frampton does tend to panic a little bit and grab. He might be the player that can kick some multiple goals. There's got to be one of those Swans forwards that can stand up and kick 3 or 4 goals, you think, if Sydney are to get back into the game.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. I mean, in terms of how big a lead's too big, I don't think there's an answer, because I think the Swans can score quickly when they need to. So I don't think Collingwood, even if they're 5 or 6 goals up at three-quarter time, you'd still be a little bit concerned because we know the scoring power that this Sydney team has. But for me, it's some of those Swans smaller forwards that need to get involved. Papley, Roses, can they get involved at ground level? Even if the Swans tools can bring it to ground, they need that pressure there, and some of them need to kick a few goals and get the scoreboard rolling. So big test like I talked about at half-time in terms of game plan and where they go when that pressure comes. What can they resort to kick a winning score?
They've at least kicked the past 2 goals in the game, the Swans, through Jai Sarong and Charlie Curnow. So they'll have a couple more here to start the third term and get the game back on their terms. It was a game that they were certainly heavily favoured to win against a depleted Collingwood lineup. Some four of their biggest names. And of course, a home crowd behind them here at the SCG. The second half underway on ABC Sport. You're with Daniel Garb.
Collingwood lead by 21 points. Nick Dacos starts forward again. Nice leap by Steen. Blakey off his line quickly. Gets the ball forward for Sydney. Nice gather by Jordan. Got it back to Heaney. Handball to Curnow. He's at centre half forward. Clever chip across, attacking 50. So Ronga's marks. Thought about playing on. He's got Roses in the pocket. Gives the hands to Warner instead. He'll chip it over the top for Papley. It was touched though, so Papley must play on. Back to Warner now. Flying shot. It's across the face. Amati's there. Couldn't take the mark. Quainer couldn't gather. Good tackle on Bice by young Will Hayes. And they made a mess of that, Sydney, when they had a really good opportunity to kick at goal. We'll have a ball up left forward pocket.
Up it goes. Grundy palms it down. Follows up here. Grundy with a snap and not quite the finish. He misses near side. Similar to how he scored their first goal of the game. It's the Pies by 20 points.
Oscar Steen, I think, has done a pretty good job on Grundy, but just to show how good a player Grundy is, he's still looking like the player that could get Sydney back into the game.
The goal he kept this in, and Curnow was able to strip it off him at right half forward. Got it to Roses, who just dished away the ball without looking at where it was going. Really poor handball. Tries to make up for it by chasing down McCreery. He got his kick away, though, to the Collingwood speedster. He found Will Hayes on the wing. Collingwood by 20 points. Handball's on to Josh Dacos. Just chips it to young West. West has turned it over. Really poor kick. Gave it straight to Jake Lloyd. Lloyd has Amati on the lead. He's been really quiet, but his mark is just forward of the wing for Sydney.
Hartley searching forward inside 50. Amati's kick goes in that direction. Curnow's there as well in the contest with Frampton. The defender slaps it away here for the Pies. Hand pass from Nick Dacos back to Frampton, and now spinning through traffic. Will Parker wrapped up by Blakey. Made no attempt. And as a result, we would win the free kick. And he just ambles towards half forward. He loves a flying shot, Nick Blakey. That's how he kicks his goals. The Swans salute with the first of that third term. They cut the margin back to 14 points. Collingwood 6-9-45. Sydney 4-7-31. 2.5 minutes played, third quarter. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Joel Patfull, Stephen Williams.
Just a couple of mistakes, Joel. Billy Frampton coming out, just missing the target and putting pressure on his teammates. Sydney were able to win the ball back, and Blakey was the player that we talked about, wasn't it, at the start of this quarter, that it had a bit of the footy, but he needed to be a little bit more damaging, and he certainly has this quarter. That's the sort of goals that we're used to seeing from him, and the Swans are looking a little bit more dangerous, and if they can start to win ball out of the middle, get it down there quickly without Collingwood able to get extras back behind the ball, they can get themselves back into the match.
21 possessions now for Blakey, 491 metres gained. An excellent goal on the run from the Lizard. Margin back to just 14. Oscar Steen gets it going from the ball up. Here's Hayes, can't get hands onto it. Lots of pressure now from Sydney. But it spills out to Crisp, throws it on his left boot. This will sit up for long, drop the chest mark. He's able to regather it though, bouncing ball around the attacking goal square for Collingwood. West out to meet it. Edwards right there with him. They take it over the boundary line. We'll have a throw in left forward pocket for Collingwood. Now only lead by 14 points.
Momentum with the Swans on the side of half-time. Toss back in. Deep in attack. The Magpies, Grundy, as he was brought to ground by Ned Long. Hand pass out of bounds for a throw-in. By the way, momentum with the Power in Darwin. They now lead by 3 points on the Suns. 6-6-42 plays 6-3-39 as we approach half-time there. Of course, the Suns have won their past 9 in the top end. We'll toss it back in here. A bit of push going on there with Dacos and Sam Wicks. Give away the free kick. Well, that was silly. The umpire, in fact, also signals to Sam Wicks. So, mate, that was just stupid. He was pushing Nick Dacos near that member's stand in the pocket and tried his luck one too many times. Umpire saw it and pinged the Swans defender.
We saw him kick a goal from here in the first quarter, didn't we? So he would be feeling pretty good about it.
Especially the fact the Swans had momentum. This is the stuff you don't want to happen. Give the ball straight back to them. A player like Nick Dacos See if he can make them pay. He kicked those 2 goals in the first quarter. Dacos from the boundary line. Drop punt. Right across the face. Doesn't quite have the carry. So on the behind line, it's now held through for a minor score. Magpies by 15 points here. 5 minutes played, third quarter.
Blakey will bring it back in for Sydney once more. That laser-like left boot finds Edwards. Just outside defensive 50. Right half back. As Wicks running off him, decides to dart inside instead. And drive it up to the wing. Amadi and Kerno the targets. Well done, Frampton. At front position. Handballs back to Josh Dacos. He's popped one high from Kerno. Perhaps a bit of frustration there. Struggling to really impose himself on the game. The Swans spearhead. Josh Dacos with a free kick at left half back. Raises the arm and says, I'm going long. Looks at his brother in Nick Dacos. It's another free kick to Collingwood though against the wrong. Throwing Rowan Steele out of the contest. He'll give it off to Nick Dacos on the wing.
Dacos draws the player. Hand pass wide to Goey. Pops it near the 50. It's marked by Elliott. 55 from goal. And he goes into the pocket. Back in the hole, McCartan. Long tried to get there for the Magpies. McCartan clears, but he finds the chest of Nick Dacos again. Intercepted at left half forward to the Pies, who lead by 15 points here at the Sydney Cricket Ground. Dacos into the pocket. I'll go again here. And this time he does make no mistake. The mark is taken by Jack Buller. So the former Swan played 10 games in the red and white, Jack Buller, after being a mid-season rookie a few years ago now. A one-up a set shot here to extend Collingwood's lead once again.
Beautiful kick and a terrific lead. Just used his body nicely to hold the Sydney player out. And then, the ball's obviously pretty good to grab now. The rain's gone.
After the Swans kick 3 in a row either side of half-time. Jack Buller, who turns 25 tomorrow, trots in here. No real distance, but he sprays it across the face again for a minor score. So 6-11-47 now Collingwood. The Swans are 4-7-31.
Mills goes short to Blakey. Tries to give the Swans some run. Darts away from Hayes. Gets it to McCartan. Now Bice checks in board. Has a bounce. The Pies close on him, so he has to go short to Blakey. He's starting to have a real influence on this game. His 24th touch coming up. Leads all possession getters on the ground. Switches it to Melican at centre half back. They'll move it to the other side now, Sydney. Edwards is the target on the wing. As Wicks running off him. Gets a shepherd from Edwards to move Schultz out of the contest. Now kicks inside 50. Amadi with a nice leap. Got 2 hands to it. Where are the Crummers? Maynard's there first for Collingwood. Handed it over to Papley though. Good tackle on him by Crisp. Caught holding the ball. Superb from the Collingwood veteran. Mowed down Papley, won the free kick, left back pocket.
It's 272nd consecutive game, Jack Crisp. And keeps doing stuff like that. Pies by 16. He comes beyond defensive. If he Buller wants to sit. Can't quite finish off the grab. On this member's side of the ground. Wicks for the Swans. Hand pass off here to McCartan. And now Mills with a shove from McCreary. Play rolls on here. Sarong inboard for Wicks. Loops a handball wide here. Missed its target. Crisp slaps it ahead of Grundy. And that comes back to Frampton, who can clear beyond defensive 50. Frantic ball here at left half back for the Magpies. It comes to Schultz. Hand pass back here again to Buller. Up against the boundary line. Breaking away now goes Rowan Steele. Up inside 50. 1-on-1. Blakey in the contest with West. Advantage paid Collingwood. And there's still an effort down there from Will Hayes. Goes through for a minor score. Magpies creating opportunities, but it's now 6-12, plays 4-7. Collingwood by 17 points.
By short to Lloyd. Now to Blakey.
He's almost got too much room, hasn't he, Blakey? They need to probably just sit someone on him, because if anyone's going to get Sydney back in the game, he looks like he's the man that's willing to take Collingwood on.
The Pies have blocked up the corridor, which Sydney love to use. So slow going for the Swans around the boundary. McCartan looks for Grundy. Palmed it down to Rowbottom. Sarong's there as well. Who can win the ground ball? Grundy sockets it off the ground smartly. But in front of Curnow was Howe. He clears the area. It'll come back in though. Courtesy of Jordan. He misses his target completely. And that's the last touch free kick going the way of Collingwood. He put it out in front of McInerney. It was wide. And McInerney struggling to get in the game as well. Number one score involvement player in the AFL has just one score involvement tonight.
Collingwood by 17. Maynard, members side he goes. Players converge. McCartan down here for Elliott, only as far as him, and now Sheldrick wrapped up in a tackle.
The ball handling's a lot better, isn't it, this quarter? The railing's gone away, and the players have certainly been able to flick the ball around a lot with a lot more assurance than they did in that second quarter.
There's a bit of concern here as well for Oscar Steen. Declan Byrne, down to you.
Yeah, he got sandwiched in that contest. He's holding his nose. I don't think there's any blood coming out, but Dacos straight away pointed to the head and informed the umpire, who has stopped play, so he'll hobble off. He was holding his head, but one of his legs he cannot put any pressure on. Does not look nice right now for Oscar Steen.
He's coming off here at the SCG. By the way, in Darwin, I mentioned the Power led by 3 points. The Suns kicked the next 3 goals since I last mentioned that, so they're now out by 15 as we approach halftime there. Declan, back down to you.
Yeah, we just got another replay, so it was less that he was sandwiched, it was more that he went to leap off. Fairly, not much contact, and the knee buckled, so we'll keep an eye on that.
Holding his left knee, big worry for the Pies. Papley runs away with it. Nice kick towards Amadi, couldn't take the mark. He's won the free kick though for a chopping of the arms. But Joel Amadi's been really quiet tonight. He'll have his first shot on goal. 45 metres out, 45-degree angle, and off the back of the Oscar Steen injury, this could be a double whammy for Collingwood potentially.
Well, they've moved the ball a bit better this quarter, haven't they? And skills obviously a lot better. Papley hitting the target inside 50 then, but they've actually switched the ball as well from one wing to the other and opened up the other side, not trying to go straight through Collingwood every time.
Joel Amadi, equal leading goal kicker for Sydney this season, with Curnow on 21. It's not a good effort. Could not kick that with conviction. Through for a behind. Collingwood's lead is 16 points. Back down to Declan.
Steen's going straight down to the room, still flanked by a physio either side of him, hardly putting any pressure on that left leg. So knee issue for Steen, unlikely to return.
Not great news for the visitors, who lead by 16 points. Quainer makes light work of Papley, goes on the advance beyond defensive 50. Milliken should have marked. Double-fisted spoil out of bounds in front of the interchange gates. By the way, Graham from Carnup points out that I think Tony's actually in Lake Varley in WA. I didn't think Lake Varley sounded familiar. I think his satellite phone's playing up. Thank you, Graham. Lake Varley's just north of Lake King, which is east of Newdigate, which is east of Lake Grace, where the Mortons and Nat Fife hail from. Thank you, Graham. Back in it comes here at the SCG. Game on the line as Nick Dacos chases that ball towards the boundary line for a throw-in again. Trout from Reservoir, who's actually in Budapest at the moment, doing some trekking around these parts. Join the app and commentary. Keep it up. I'm a Bombers supporter, so no rush to get back for September. Thank you, Trout, for your text. 0437 774 774. The Pies by 16 here.
They've got a problem in the ruck now. It was Ned Long who was doing the ruck work opposed to Brodie Grundy. Courtesy of the injury of Oscar Steen. Left half back. Nick Dacos is there under pressure. Recovers though beautifully. He gives it, don't argue. Superb from Nick Dacos. The handball over the top to Steen and gets it back. Grundy chasing him. Taps it out in front of himself again, Dacos. Majestic work to find Schultz in the end, but an excellent tackle on Long. Wins it back to the Swans on the wing. Jordan to Mills. Another turnover though. Strong tackle on Maynard. And he's caught holding the ball. The pressure's ramping up now. Turnovers both ways. And eventually McCartan's tackle on Maynard earns Sydney a free kick on the logo on the wing.
That was a great tackle because Maynard's not an easy man to tackle. So well done, McCartan.
Dacos did his best to get Collingwood going forward, but the Swans' pressure kept coming. They've won it back. Here's Milliken. He'll send Sydney inside 50. Amadi and McDonald spoil each other in the end. Sheldrick can't get hands to it. Papley can though. Flying shot from the boundary. Todd Papley with a ripper. That's the loudest roar inside the SCG all night. Tom Papley energising the Swans. His first goal of the game, and all of a sudden it's back to a 10-point lead to Collingwood.
Well, it happens quick, doesn't it? That's how damaging they are and how dangerous they are when they get the ball inside 50. They can score quickly. Off the back of Blakey, giving him some run off half back, and Puppy looking dangerous up forward as well. But repeat entries and that pressure that the Swans mids are starting to create as well, that tackle pressure. Big tackle from McCartan in the middle. Sets the tone and gets the ball going. Gets the crowd involved as well and a bit of energy around the ball.
The Magpies kicked the first 5 goals of the game in that first term, and since then the Swans have kicked 5 of the next 6.
They've been able to turn the ball over on the wing rather than back inside their defensive 50, so they've pushed up, winning the ball in the middle of the ground and then going forward a lot quicker.
Declan Burns shortly from the restart. Comes here for Rowan Steele. Sweeping hand pass forward. Anderson by Bice. Ball jars free. Kept moving though for the Pies, and Allen goes deep inside 50. It'll bounce in the square and just towed forward by Dan McStay. It's set up for him. He stuck the left boot out, and the Pies respond almost immediately. From 10 points back to 16 Collingwood's way. 7-12-54, plays 5-8-38. Declan Byrne on the boundary.
Serious concerns down here, just to reiterate, for Oscar Steen. So he's having that left knee assessed. Collingwood are going to let us know when more information comes to hand. But both those physios who helped him down to the rooms have returned. Steen hasn't. We assume night done.
That big mature body of Angus Anderson as well. He was grabbing in a tackle, but he was strong enough to actually be able to shrug and get a boot to the ball. Sydney wanted holding the ball, but he got his boot to it, which was fair enough. Play on, and a good goal by the Maggies.
The Jack Buller doing the ruck work now. They've rotated through a few already with Steen off the ground. Collingwood lead by 16 points. A much needed goal to McStay. Heaney well tackled. Ball spills free. Sarong can't gather it. They work it out to side bottom. Good pressure from the Pies. A kick on the left. Set up nicely for Elliott, but McCartan recovered well. Saw it over the boundary line. Throw in left forward pocket for Collingwood to lead by 16 points. 17 minutes gone in the third quarter.
At least for the time being, not so slippery conditions. After some earlier rainfall. Back in it comes. McStay in the contest with McDonald. Hand pass comes out here for the Pies. McCreary to Goey, and now Josh Dacos. Touched it away from Papley. Left it behind though. Picked up by Robot on the Swans. Goes straight here to Frampton on the members' wing. Work it across now for the Pies. Howe. He chooses the corridor. Anderson. No contact from Robot. It's going to be a free kick here. The former Swans VFL player from Coffs Harbour, Angus Anderson. High kick inside forward 50. Pies by 16 points. McStay with a running start. Couldn't get there. Melican the defender. Now gathered by Edwards for the Sydney Swans. Bursting onto it now. Hayes, and he can straighten up on goal. And he slots the finish as well. What a goal for Will Hayes. And the Magpies see some momentum in this third term. Just when it looked like the Swans were coming. Margin back to 22 points. Collingwood 8-12-60. Sydney 5-8-38. 18 and a half played in the third quarter. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Your experts are Joel Patfull and Steve Williams.
Well, what a response. I mean, every time they look like the Swans are going to get back into the game, Collingwood find a way to score, and it almost looked like they'd missed a few opportunities. They kicked point after point, and the Swans were getting back into it, but, you know, the Dan McStay goal and got a bit of momentum going forward, but they're just creating that pressure once again, deep inside 50, create the contest, and the Smalls go to work.
And not relying on their experience either. The young boys are the guys that have stepped up and kicked a couple of important goals.
Nick Dacos back on the ground and back to full forward again. Doesn't go to the centre circles for the baller. Really interesting tactics. It's working well though. Here's Heaney. Wins an important clearance for Sydney. His kick isn't great. Falls shallow of Amati. Quainer led him to the football. Frampton now back to Quainer. And Josh Dacos sweeping handball outside defensive 50. DeGorry has it now. Kicks for the corridor. Coming out to meet it is Mills. Good spoil away from Crisp. Falls the way of the Swans. Pressure from the Pies, win it back. Long can't get clean hands to it. Some tired bodies will fall on it. Eventually spills free. Warner with the tackle. We'll have a ball up, left half forward for Sydney. In fact, it's a free kick. It's going the way of the Swans for holding the ball. Good tackle by Warner. Sydney with a chance to go inside 50, trailing by 22 points.
And Warner wastes no time. 60 from goal. Onto the goal square. Quainer coming on the intercept grab. Roses burst by. Turns Quainer inside out himself. He was dumped. The ball goes out of bounds towards... In fact, it's a loose ball. It's just sort of gathered right up against the boundary line by Ned Long. And the Magpies go beyond defensive 50. Out after it now Cunningham on the eastern wing of the ground. So it will remain a 22-point lead in Collingwood's favour. By the way, in Darwin, it's half-time there. A 5-goal burst for the Suns has them up by 27 points against the Power. 11-3, 69 plays 6-6-42.
Ned Long doing the ruck work opposed to Grundy again. So Grundy wins it cleanly. Down to Heaney. Now Mills assesses his options inside 50. McDonald the target. Couldn't take the mark, but recovered well and snapped really. Excellent goal, Logan McDonald. Was quick to react when the ball hit the turf. Sharp snap from the right forward pocket. And the Swans respond. Collingwood's lead is 16 points late in the third term at the SCG.
Terrific goal, wasn't it? He hasn't had the greatest night, but he had his opportunity, and that's two really impressive goals, one by Papley and that one by McDonald. Goals out of nothing that have kept the Swans in the game.
This goal from stoppage as well from the wing. This ruck battle is going to be more and more important as the game goes on, isn't it? Obviously, Collingwood under man going into the game, and now with the young Steen going down, they're going to have to really have a makeshift ruck here. And I think it was McStay, the last centre bounce. I'm not sure who's heading in there now. But Hughes going into this
Buller.
Will
contest the ruck against Brodie Grundy. We saw Oscar Steen go off the 10-minute mark at the third term with a leg or knee injury. Collingwood by 16 points here. The Swans get first, hands to it. McInerney spun on the tackle. Slap forward down there by Heaney on the members' wing. Out in front of the Bice. Steadies. Kicks inside 50. McInerney is there again. He takes the chest mark. 40 from goal. Slight angle right of centre.
Just a bit of class. Heaney's the guy now, isn't he? He's been able to win that ball around the stoppage in the middle of the ground and get it forward. And a nice kick there by Bice off the outside of the boot just to bring McInerney into the match.
Justin McInerney at his recent 5-year contract extension. And just 25.5 disposals on the campaign so far. Cut it back to 10 points with a set shot here. And he rides it all the way home. Pies by 10. 8-12-60 plays 7-8-50. We've hit time on here in the third quarter. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. The Marngrook game from the SCG. Declan Byrne on the boundary.
Confirmation from Collingwood. Oscar Steen will take no more part in the game, assessing that knee injury. To repeat, if you've just tuned in, leapt up going for the mark, no contact, and his knee gave way. So left knee injury, Oscar Steen ruled out for the remainder of the game.
So a big worry for Collingwood moving forward in terms of Oscar Steen's fitness. But of immediate worry for them is Brodie Grundy's dominance in the ruck as a result. He's getting clean hands on it every single time and working it forward for Sydney. Collingwood's lead is just 10 points now. It's Buller in the ruck opposed to Grundy once more, and Grundy just plucks it out of the air himself. This is a serious worry for Collingwood. The free kick going the way of the Swans as well. It won't be a 50-metre penalty because the Pies have taken the ball away. Rick Campbell goes the way of Blakey. Has a bounce into the SCG and then chisels one to McInerney again. He's taken the mark. Umpire said it went the 15. Gives the quick handball to Heaney from 49 on the run. Just wide. Not sure why he didn't take the set shot, McInerney. He kicked one just a minute ago from a similar area. But they are coming in a big way, Sydney. Collingwood's lead now 9 points. And Grundy doing as he pleases in the middle of the ground.
It's as small as the margin has been since the opening stages in Collingwood's favour. Now a free kick spotted here. Coming out of the defensive 50. It's going to be going back Sydney's way. And Callum Mills. So Callum Mills pops it high to the hot spot here. Up goes McDonald. Spotted away by Jeremy Howe. He tracks it towards the pocket and the company was side-bottom. And then we'll throw it back in at right full forward Randwick end. 8-12 plays 7-9. Wouldn't suggest a classic of goal scoring tonight, but anyone's game from here. The Pies by 9 points late in this third quarter.
Starting to get on top in the clearances are the Swans, and inside 50s are now in their favour as well. So being played up the Swans' end of the ground.
Grundy pushes Buller off the ball again. Hapley with a handball over his shoulder looking for Mills. And he's taken over the boundary line. That might be insufficient intent, and it is. Against Buller, who waited for contact. The Swans were smart, stood off him. And that is the old-fashioned deliberate. So Callum Mills, the captain of Sydney, with the shot from 50 out, right up on the boundary line. It's a pretty good-looking effort, but a miss to the right-hand side, through for a behind. Collingwood's lead just 8 points now. Sydney 7-10-52. Magpies 8-12-60. 25 and a half gone in the third term. Friday night footy. And Sir Doug Nicholls round on ABC Sport.
So, the kick out was dicey. Missed Houston. Pounced on by Curnow. Back to Warner. Patley bursts by and finishes. Oh, no! To the top of the square. He dribbles to the right. And misses from almost point-blank range.
They're just trying to be smart. Alec?
He's certainly one of those. Goodness me. Collingwood by 7 points.
The misses of the season. Quainer up to the wing. Grundy is front position. McCartan sends it right back inside 50 again. Off hands. Free kick Sydney. No, it's not. Goes the way of Maynard. Or Quainer, in fact. He's coming forward at a rate of knots now for the Swans. Happily missing an absolute sitter a moment ago that would have brought the margin back to just a point. Pies go inside the middle of the ground. Drop mark by Chris. The pressure's coming for them now. Gathered by Warner. And off he goes. Manages to work it forward. Bouncing ball. Well done by Roses. Clever soccer off the ground. Gathered nicely though by Quainer. We move forward to Sweet. Again though, Collingwood cough it up. Warner once more. Bouncing ball across the goal square. Side bottom, happy to see it over the boundary line. Another throw in, right forward pocket for Sydney. And it's just relentless now, the inside 50 entries. Collingwood lead by 7 points.
We're sort of wondering whether Collingwood could maintain that pressure that they were able to put on Sydney in the first half, but it's just dropped off a little bit, giving the Swans a little bit more time with the footy, and they're making them pay.
Missing a ruckman too, Collingwood. Oscar Steen out in the third term. That knee injury, back in the ruck, uncontested. Grundy, hand pass off. Here is brought down to Likudi holding the ball. Umpire saw that he ducked.
Good decision.
And was wise to it, so it'll be free kick Collingwood with Maynard.
Umpires normally get sucked in with that one, but it was great to see that the umpire paid that.
Just on the Papley miss there. What's worse, Steve? You reckon the around the corner set shot or the dribble kicks from 15 metres out?
Well, it's a bit of a toss-up, isn't it?
Yeah.
But, they normally kick the dribble kick.
The dribble kicks, yeah. Ridiculous. Collingwood by 7 points here. 8-12 plays 7-11. 28 gone in the third term at a packed Sydney cricket ground.
It's a pretty tense SCG as well now. Their team is coming, and they still trail by 7 points late in the third term. And Collingwood find a way to steady. Here's Dacos. Nick Dacos just captured that in front of himself, couldn't pick it up cleanly. And now Jordan, his direct opponent, sockers it off the ground inside 50. Bounced off the chest of Curnow. Gathered by Frampton. And Quainer's handball misses its target. It's another boundary throw in that right forward pocket. There's been about 10 of them in this third term.
And it's Collingwood's turn to face the pressure here, isn't it? They need to be clean. They need to hit some targets and get the game back on their terms. A few easy turnovers and some missed balls.
Charlie Curnow's attacked that footy 3 or 4 times like that tonight and just hasn't been able to handle it in his hands.
Back in it comes Grundy. Looking for Heaney. Knocked away in the pass of Chris. Begoe gets involved as well. The Pies will look now with numbers off half back. Now pass out in space. Tracked by Schultz. Little 1-2 ball. Mills kept chasing. Edwards slaps it back here. Buller tries hard. Cunningham tackles him. On the loose ball. Edwards with the Swans. Tumbles it towards half forward. It missed the pack. Bounce there for Sheldrick. Onto it now. Sheldrick dribbles. Doesn't go anywhere. Bounces towards the square. Chadwell sticks out the boot and sockers it through. Well, that dribbled through. But Chadwater gets the full 6 points. Back to a 1-point ball game. The Pies still lead, but the Swans are well and truly coming.
I think we can sign off on that dribble kick off the ground. That was all he could do, and that's what Chad Warner can do. He's got some freakish skills and just that applied pressure. Collingwood were doing that to Sydney in the first half. Now the roles have been reversed.
The margin hasn't been this low since the opening minute of the game, and the Swans haven't let it all so far tonight. One suspects that may change very soon.
There are scrappier goals as you could kick the Swans goals. There's nothing pretty about it, is there? But they're somehow finding a way to get the ball forward, scrambling, kicking, finding its way through the middle.
The Socceroos would love a bit of that in about a month's time at the World Cup. Chad Warner, deadly off the ground in front of goal. Collingwood lead by a point. Inside 50s, 19-7 in this quarter, but they win the clearance, the Pies. It's with Nick Dacos from 50. Important defensive mark by Cunningham. In the goal square for the Swans. Happy to go short. Marked by McCartan, and now he's marched up the ground. 50-metre penalty against Schultz. And he's all going Sydney's way right now. Campbell quickly to Mills. He'll kick to half forward. Over the head of Sarong, but he does well to track it back and take the grab. And now centre it for Heaney. The mark is paid, and it's gone 15 according to the umpire. And Isaac Heaney, the Swan superstar, will have a shot from 50 out, 45-degree angle to the right, to put Sydney in front for the first time tonight.
He's been good, Strong. There's been a few moments where he's had to put his head over the footy and went back with the flight then, and he's been clean as well when he's had the ball in his hands.
26 disposals and 3 goals last week for Isaac Heaney. One of the premier players in the competition. He's got some teammates screaming for it in the corridor. He'll take matters into his own hands. Bring the SCG to its feet. Sydney have the lead for the first time. 9-11-65, Collingwood 8-12-60. Isaac Heaney with a monster goal.
I'm not sure, Joel, what his teammates were thinking there. Isaac Heaney's one of the great kicks in the AFL, and when he's within range, he's going to go back every time, back himself in, and after a scratchy start, he's starting to become a really important player in this game.
Well, he's one of the main movers, isn't he? He's getting on top, and I'm not sure what they're thinking, trying to get a kick inside 50 when he's, like you said, one of the best kicks at the Swans and in the AFL as well.
9 different goal kickers so far. In fact, yes, but they're 9 goals so far. That would make sense. The Swans in front by 5 points as we approach three-quarter time at the SCG. Free kick, Sydney out of the right. Fuller infringed on Grundy. Grundy wastes no time. Fires a hand pass to Rowell. Down the corridor he goes with a right foot drive. 2-on-2. Coming in defence, Maynard shares it with Quainer. The Pies are away here. Beyond defensive. 50 Blakey marks to intercept at left half forward. Takes on with a fend there on Steele. And his disposal is wasted. Out of bounds on the full at the Randwick end. So possession back with the Magpies, who now trail by 5 points.
Just needed to go back, didn't he, Blakey? Take the protection of the mark and wait for something to set up inside forward 50.
The energy around the SCG propelled him forward perhaps. McInerney's taking the mark now on the wing. So it is just coming in rapidly inside 50 for Sydney. Collingwood powerless to stop it at the moment. Quainer with the important spoil though, down to Josh Dacos, sweeping handball out to De Goey. And they just find a way to slow this game down and take a mark on the wing. They can't. Edwards grabs it. They send the Swans forward again, leading by 5 points now. The left half forward, Kerno the target, happy to palm it down to Sheldrick. Sheldrick couldn't gather it. Excellent tackle by Grundy on his former teammate in De Goey. Went through the hands of Quainer, fell the way of Rowbottom. There's a free kick going the way of Sydney. For a high tackle on Justin McInerney. And he'll have a shot for his second goal of the quarter from 30 metres out in the left forward pocket.
They've had a pretty good run tonight, I reckon, but with the umps and the Swans.
For a high tackle against Quainer. It's probably there technically, there. But was the force there? Collingwood fans will say no. So McInerney to have a shot after the three-quarter time siren.
And he won't be able to run around and hook it. He's got to go straight.
He loves these situations. With the Swans out to an 11-point lead. heading into the last change. Justin McInerney has missed it shallow side. But the Swans faithful have loved that term from their team. The ladder leading 8-1 Sydney Swans. They've overturned a big deficit to lead by 6 points at three-quarter time.
Trailed by 33 points in that second quarter and have had momentum for the most part since then. They have 9 different goal kickers, they being McInerney, Grundy, Warner, Curnow, Heaney, Papley, Sarong, McDonald and Blakey. Meanwhile, for Collingwood so far in this game, 2 goals for Nick Dacos to go with his 23 disposals, singles to Hayes, Anderson, Schultz, Long, Charlie West and Dan McStay, a crucial goal in that third term as well. With the Swans in front for the first time in this game, leading by 6 points at the final change. You can keep your texts coming, 0437 774 774. It's Sydney 9-12-66, Collingwood 8-12-60. That's all coming your way across ABC Radio, News Radio and ABC Listen. Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
This is going to be quite a ride.
Every dream restoration starts with something worth holding on to.
We were in love. We figured we'd work it out.
Restoration Australia.
This is magnificent.
Thursday night at 8 on ABC TV and ABC iView.
On ABC Local Radio, Sport Digital and on ABC Listen. This is Sir Doug Nicholls Round with ABC Sport.
And pass from Nick Dacos back to Frampton and now spinning through traffic. Will Parker wrapped up by Blakey. Made no attempt. As a result, Hooker wins the free kick. And he just ambles towards half four. He loves a flying shot, Nick Blakey. That's how he kicks his goals.
Yeah, he got sandwiched in that contest. He was holding his head, but one of his legs he cannot put any pressure on. Does not look nice right now for Oscar Steen.
And Marty and McDonald spoil each other in the end. Sheldrick can't get hands to it. Papley can though. Flying shot from the boundary. Todd Papley with a ripper.
Ball jars free. Kept moving though for the Pies and Allen goes deep inside 50. It'll bounce in the square and is just towed forward by Dan McStay. It's set up for him. He stuck the left boot out and the Pies respond almost immediately. Milliken, the defender, now gathered by Edwards for the Sydney Swans. Bursting onto it now, Hayes, and he can straighten up on goal. And he slots the finish as well. What a goal for Will Hayes.
Down to Heaney. Now Mills assesses his options inside 50. McDonald the target. Couldn't take the mark, but recovered well and Scattrelli. Excellent goal, Logan McDonald.
Slapped forward down there by Heaney on the members' wing. Out in front of the Vice. Steadies. Kicks inside 50. McInerney is there again. Cut it back to 10 points with a set shot here. And he rides it all the way home. On the loose ball, Edwards for the Swans. Tumbles it towards half forward. Missed the pack. Bounce there for Sheldrick. Onto it now. Sheldrick dribbles. Doesn't go anywhere. Bounces toward the square. Chadwick sticks it in the boot. Softens it through. Well, that dribbled through. But Chad Warner gets the full 6 points.
Ball quickly to Mills. He'll kick to half forward. Over the head of Sarong, but he can't try to track it back and take the grab. And now centre it for Heaney. The mark is paid. He'll take matters into his own hands. Bring the SCG to its feet. Sydney have the lead for the first time.
This is Sir Doug Nicholls Round on ABC Local Radio, Sport Digital and on ABC Listen.
Yeah, the home side did hit the front for the first time late in that third term here. The Sydney Swans by 6 points over Collingwood at the SCG. You're with Brett Sprigg alongside Dan Garb. To our experts, Joel Patford and Steve Williams very shortly. Just quickly, it's about to get a third term underway at Marara Oval in Darwin. Gold Coast leads Yardabulti, Port Adelaide by 27 points. The Power took the lead halfway through the second term before Gold Coast kicked the last 5 goals for that 27-point halftime margin. We'll get you there for the closing stages once we're finished here at the SCG, or you can hear the coverage uninterrupted via AFL Extra via the ABC Listen app. Will Graham and Lockie Jones both out with concussions, while Lockie Weller is out with a hamstring, so some injury news there. Should mention the NRL Magic Round continues or is underway tonight in Brisbane. The Sharks 38 beat the Bulldogs 16, and in the second half the Dolphins of Redcliffe 24 leads South Sydney 10. The A-League men's Semi-final, second leg.
Auckland have won through to the grand final. So sorry, Stephen Williams, your Adelaide United boys are out, beaten 3-0 at home. So
disappointing.
Auckland through to the grand final. They'll play the Newcastle Jets or Sydney FC in the decider. If Newcastle win, they'll host it. If Sydney win, then Auckland will host the grand final.
Okay, there we go. Thank you, Garby, for that. All right, the here and now here at the SCG. Swans by 6 points. Joel Patfull, Steve Williams.
Well, the Pies have got to sort out how they can compete in the middle, don't they, really? That's a big question. I mean, Brodie Grundy was just first hands on the footy and giving Heaney first access, which you can't really compete with, especially in the centre square there. So they got the ball moving forward and just really built up that pressure on those Collingwood defenders. So, I mean, to Collingwood's credit, they're holding in there, but that pressure definitely dropped off. They got some more time with the ball in their hand and the Swans were able to use it. So that's their main concern, but whether they have someone that can go there and even try and nullify Grundy a little bit. I mean, inside 50s are now 56-42 in favour of the Swans, so really getting the ball in there quickly.
Billy Frampton's their tallest player that's left on the field, so whether they take him away from defence or give him a run in ruck, but that's where it's going to be won and lost. In that quarter was Grundy, Heaney, Blakey and McInerney really started to dominate the game, and when you got Blakey streaming through the middle of the ground, the ground's dried up now too, so the players are handling the ball pretty well. Sydney look really dangerous.
By the way, Warramungu man Aidan from Tennant Creek tuning in tonight. Thanks, ABC, for calling the game on Sir Doug Nicholls around. Cheers and go the Bombers. Don the Sash. Thank you, Aidan. Swans by 6 points here. Final term underway. Heaney tries to crash through a pack and the umpire spotted a free kick, which will in fact go Isaac Heaney's way from that very first stoppage to start the final quarter. Inside 50 he goes. Kearns in the contest with Frampton at the drop. McInerney runs into Josh Dacos. He's brought down ball and all, and the umpire will toss it up. 35 out from the Swans attacking goal inside the first 30 seconds of this final quarter.
He just doesn't look right, Kerno, does he? He should have had first access to the ball then and couldn't quite get to it.
Grundy opposed to McStay, taps it down but straight to the goey. Releases pressure up to the wing. Long gathers it in front of Edwards. Well tackled with Schultz. Down there by Callum Mills. So ball spills over the boundary line in front of the Magpies bench. They've got work to do now. Trailing by 6 points. The throw in. They've got to find a way to stop Brodie Grundy as well. Oscar Steen off with an injury. The big story here tonight from an injury point of view. And Grundy and McStay see that over the boundary line. We'll have another throw in. So McStay, perhaps the only one who can match it with Grundy in terms of strength.
Sydney by 6 points. No change to our three-quarter time score just yet. Grundy to go cleverly just snaps it forward here for his teammate Lachie Schultz. High desperate ball inside 50, but it's watched by McCartan, who intercepts in the left back pocket for the Swans. Short chip pass to find Blakey, and the Lizard turns it beyond defensive 50. Sets a task there for Heaney, who was outnumbered. Now Bice was taken high. Free kick with the Swans in the left half-back flank.
That's an arrogant kick by Blakey, isn't it? Just to try to spot someone out with three guys around him. There it is again.
Got it back though. Possession number 29 coming up for Blakey. Driving ball from the wing. Amadi the target. Maynard came in to help and won the contest. Spilled the way of Quainer. Knocked off it by Cootie. And now we'll have a throw-in just outside attacking 50 for Sydney. Lead by 6 points. Early stages of the final term.
Well, they've got to look at someone going to Blakey as well at some stage, don't they? He's sitting there in 20 metres of space. Already had the 3 touches this quarter, and he's the one that's setting them up. And like you say, he will continue to go to those kicks. He might not hit every one, but eventually he's going to kick one.
Voice of Joel Patfull from a Lion and Giant on ABC Sport. Down it comes to Goey, slides in. Player taking without the football. It's going to be free kick going Magpies' way. Now Quainer bursts by. Up the members' side he goes. McCartan spoils it out of bounds near the interchange gates for a throw-in.
They look a lot more assured, Sydney, now after that rain has gone. The ground's dried up. It's certainly suiting the way they want to play their footy.
Meanwhile in Darwin, Gold Coast by 35 over the Power. Early stages third term there, which looks more like a typical Gold Coast Suns Darwin scoreline. Grundy tries to soccer it forward here. It's on his hands and knees. He gets the hand pass off to Bice, and he's collected there by Nick Dacos. Ball up on the wing.
Well, Nick Dacos' influence has waned a bit on the game. Jordan's starting to have a bit more influence around the ball when he goes to him. Heaney wins that important contest. Gets it to Bice. The kick inside 50. Coming out to meet it again was Maynard. Clears the defensive 50 area and wins a free kick. Got some afters there from Curnow. Frampton now comes in to remonstrate with Charlie Curnow. Maynard will take the free kick in the right back pocket. Nick Dacos, 23 touches, 2 goals, but after his electric first half, a little bit quieter in the second. Maynard with the free kick now, up to the wing. Edwards in best position for the Swans. Grundy was there as well, socket off the ground by McStay.
Contest on the wing, Elliott first, hands to it, overran the ball. In fact, Mills gets there involved for the Swans, and now McInerney near the point of the square. Edwards slides in now for the home side. It's locked in, and the umpire will ball it up.
Pretty good job there by Edwards. Collingwood had 3 players just streaming forward of the play. He was able to hold it up and cause a stoppage.
Grundy flies through the air against McStay. Ball jars free to Goey off to Crisp. Piles her away at half forward. Crisp on that left foot kick on the run. Bounced off the chest of Melican. Edwards is back there on the last one for the Swans. McCartan just has to get boot to ball, and it goes out just beyond the junction of 50. So it is last touch Sydney, free kick Collingwood.
The ball's in their hands. The Pies. It's Hayes that'll bring it in. The leap by West. Couldn't take the grab. Long's down there. West had the chance to get boot to ball, but was well tackled. Spilled free. Through for a behind. They play on quickly to Sydney. Here's Grundy.
Grundy chooses the member's side of the ground. The contest down there. Cootie with Quaynor. Quaynor chasing at ground level. Gets a hand pass from Pratt, and Cootie runs down Quaynor holding the ball. Cootie's second effort awarded. Swans with Pat Leno will come back here for the Cootie free kick. Heaney bursts by. Goes inside 50 with his 25th disposal of the night. In the contest, it spills off of Marty. Frampton now come by Warner, who snaps and misses near side. The Swans just can't put this game away just yet. 6 points their lead. 6 minutes played, final term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Billy Cootie with 8 tackles. He's had just the 3 touches, but he's working really hard forward of centre to put pressure on the Collingwood defence. Fires send it out to the wing. De Goey's there, trying his best to get Collingwood moving forward again. Picked off by Blakey. The handball to himself is brilliant. Then moves it forward to Bice. He palms it to Grundy. The kick to half forward was scrappy. Had a lot more time than he thought, Grundy. Perhaps he's exhausted. Done a mountain of work tonight. Collingwood up to the wing. Picked off nicely by Edwards. Gets it to Blakey. Heaney and now McInerney. That forward handball game in vogue for Sydney again. Here's Cootie. Tackled well by Maynard and wrapped up brilliantly. That was a full throttle contest at centre half forward. Both players went at it hard. They'll have a ball up. 40 out from Sydney's goals. They lead by 6 points.
That was a brilliant tackle. He could have easily gone high and given the Swans a free kick and a shot at goal, but Maynard did a great job.
Wayne All beats Rogers to the footy. And the chain of hand pass that comes to Steele, and now his kick to the outer side was lost by Hayes. Milliken follows up, but his hand pass is intercepted and it goes out of bounds for a throw-in.
They're holding up well, that Collingwood defence. 1-on-1 and zoning off, helping each other out in the air. 9 goals from 60 inside 50s they've been able to keep the Swans to.
Suns by 41 points in Darwin, by the way. The Swans by 6 points here at the SCG in the final term.
Grundy just slaps it away from Buller. He's been one of the best players on the ground, if not the best, Brodie Grundy. Had a huge influence. McCartan couldn't take the ball cleanly at half-back, though. Mills was there to support, went short to McInerney. That was barely 15 metres. Collingwood fans don't like that. McInerney goes centrally to Wicks. Now Blakey once more. Possession number 33 for him. Straight down the corridor. Amani out to meet it. Warner doing the roving. A couple of don't argues, and the snap-on goal bounces across the face. And through for another behind. Chad Warner now with 1 goal, 3 for the night. Sydney lead by 7 points. 8 minutes gone in the final term.
Jeremy Howe to kick out. His 16th season. Contract. Short to Quaynor. He's beyond offensive 50. Edwards kept his feet. McStay from behind. Grundy provides support. Hand pass back to Blakey. The Swans here on the overlap. Grundy Can't get a boot to it now. It's gathered again by Cootie. He was taken high. And that will be McInerney. He gets the free kick for the Swans at half forward. 7 points is the home side's lead. He comes luckily to find Blakey. Goes on around side bottom. Coming to him as well, McCreary. Hand pass goes nowhere, straight to Buller, and he was run down anyway, so it's going to be holding the ball. And Blakey is just down, clutching his shoulder. He's a bit slow getting up here while it is with the Pies and McCreary at right half back.
Swans by 7 points. McCreary's kick up to the wing would stay with a nice contest. Here they go, Collingwood. Elliott does the roving. Pops through over the top to West. Centering ball. Nick Dacos is down there, but Melican takes the grab. Good work defensively by Sydney and Lewis Melican. Go short to Jordan. Now they've got room to move from right half back. McCartan out to Rowbottom in game 150. Puts it out in front of Roses. He leads Quainer to the ball and marks on the wing. He'll run around on that left boot, which he loves to do, and kick to half forward. Howe with the big lead. Makes a really strong defensive mark at left half back.
Swans by 7. Howe plays on down the corridor. His kick skids wide of Anderson. Gathered now by Elliott. Anderson still bursting by. Hand pass inside 50. Lurking onto it now is Will Hayes. Straightens up. Hand pass off here to Nick Dacos. He snaps. It goes up and goes into the behind post, I reckon. Or it's marked by the Swans defence. So they do in fact bring it away. No further score. And now the Swans with their skipper in Mills coming wide to Riley Bice at left half back. The home side keeps a 7-point lead here. 11 gone, final term, ABC Sport.
Well, Collingwood can keep this game close. They're still in it. Sydney they've been dominating the play, but they haven't been able to break it open with scoring. So the Pies still very much in the match.
Bice's kick was off hands for a boundary throw-in right in front of the Sydney Swans bench. Lead by 7 points. Blakey and Grundy have been dominant. Blakey 34 touches, Grundy with 28, and it's just dominated in the ruck, especially after the injury to Oscar Steen. Few Pies fighting out of their weight division opposed to him now. We'll have another ball up just wide of the logo on the swing. Swans by 7 points. Ball spills away of Sydney again, but Maynard, who's standing up defensively, takes an important mark at centre half back. Tip it wide to a fellow veteran inside bottom. What a moment it'll be for him when Scott Pendlebury breaks the AFL games record next week. Played so many of those contests alongside him. He's kicked to half forward off the hands of Schultz. And it's a free kick against Jordan Ngoe. And Rowbottom will take it at left half back in his milestone game, game 150.
So Rowbottom comes back. Members side of the SCG. Going to win the contest with Frampton at the drop next day. Rowbottom coming by as well. Lloyd tries to tackle him. Bice taps it back there for his teammate Lloyd. Dumped there by Sullivan into football. So it will be just out of bounds for a throw-in. Swans lead by 7 points here. Your experts on ABC Sport, Joel Patfull and Stephen Williams.
Both teams a bit erratic with the ball in hands, haven't they? It's who can manage the conditions the best, who can be clean, who can think through the pressure and hit a target inside 50.
Grundy with front position and an easy tap down to Sheldrick. Sheldrick can't gather it. Side bottom picks it off. Here's Collingwood out centre half forward. To Goey, to Schultz. Gets around Melican. Melican with an excellent second effort. Caught him around the ankles though. That's a trip. Schultz will hand it off quickly to Josh Dacos. Will kick to a dangerous spot inside 50. Nick Dacos out to meet it. Makes a contest. Grundy slides on his knees and gathers it. Now Sheldrick, well tackled by Schultz. Got the hands free though, and the handball forward. Maynard picks it off. Rubber ball inside 50. Spills off a chest. Picked off by Rowan. Steele is kicked it off for the Pies. The youngster in game 15 makes the most of an opportunity. And the margin is now just 1 point in favour of Sydney.
Certainly deserved that one, Joel. The Pies, they worked hard. They kept the ball in their half of the ground, and it was just a tackle and chase and pressure. Were able to win the ball back. It was never going to be a pretty goal, but they got the desired result.
Well, it was who could stand up and finish, really. It was hack kick after hack kick, and who could handle the ball under pressure. And it was the youngster who was the one in the end who was clean enough to get the ball and a quick snap out of the pack and finish under a huge amount of pressure, really.
Rowan Steele with nerves of steel. 1 point ball game here. We spoke about the history of close games these two sides have had, and a 1 point prelim, which of course the Swans prevailed in 4 seasons ago. Plenty of personnel out there, remember that. Amadi in the ruck against Buller. Anderson first hand still for the Pies. Onto it though, McInerney on the loose hand pass. Blakey gets off the half-back line. Warner out in space now again for Riley Bice. Neat kick inside 50, wants to find Curnow. It was too deep for him there. Quaynor bursting by Craig. Curnow goes again, and now it's holding the ball. Collingwood's tackle rewarded. Curnow's a bit slow getting up here. Comes back to the goey. As Curnow shows signs of discomfort inside that attacking 50 for the Swans, but the goey goes back to find Frampton in the right back pocket. The Swans by just a point. 14 and a half played in the final term.
He's hurt his hand, Curnow. It still doesn't seem right. McCartan with a big punch on the wing. The Swans keep it in, and that doesn't suit them because it falls away of Collingwood. Long throws it on the boot, tumbling ball to half forward. Elliott's there with Melican. He'll thump it forward, Elliott, and over the boundary line. And that'll be a throw in. Right half forward. Curnow staying on the ground. Swans up by a point.
Been well held tonight, Curnow. Whether it be Frampton back there, done a really good job.
15 minutes gone in this last quarter. McDonald in the ruck now. Grundy having a rest. Ed Allen with a chance to soccer it inside 50 for Collingwood. Melican's there to pick it off. Handball to McInerney. Now Sydney can go.
Off the half-back line. McInerney's kick out in space. It'll work out okay for Cootie. On the outer wing of the SCG. Holds it for a moment. Fires it down the line. Howe comes off the half-back line here for the Pies. It's good by Cunningham. Howe tries again. Gets some support from Quaynor. Paddles it to advantage. Jordan's chasing him. Quaynor gathers. No, he doesn't. Bursting by the here, Hayes. Back off now to his fellow youngster Ed Allen. Allen couldn't get the hand pass away. 60 from the Pies goal. Gathered by Sheldrick for the Swans, and he kicks hurriedly towards the outer side. It'll be out of bounds. Off Sydney. Free kick Collingwood. True centre wing outer side.
And switch it up to Howe, who takes the mark at left half back. Swans up by a point. Everyone just catches their breath for a moment. 16 minutes gone in the final quarter. Melican gathers it just outside defensive 50 for Sydney. Went back to Cunningham. They fall on him. And there are a lot of tired bodies out there now. Joel Patfull, Stephen Williams. It is going to be a real grind these final 10 minutes or so.
Yes, it's going to be another close one. We talked about close finishes between these two sides, and this one is certainly going to be that one.
Well, it's come off someone's knee or shin here, I reckon, but they've deemed it not to be a kick. So it'll be thrown back in. Declan Byrne on the boundary.
And you talk about the tired bodies and catching their breath. All at once, Grundy, Mills and Heaney came off alongside Rowbottom. So their A-graders are all getting their final rest before this surge in the last 10.
Swans by a point. 17 gone final term. Hand pass of Houston picked off. It'll fall back here, and now the flying shot comes 52 from goal. It misses the left-hand side. So that was Ned Long, who couldn't quite capitalise. Scores are level, 9-14, 68 apiece, 17 and a half played.
40,627 fans on the edge of their seats here at the SCG. Set for another thriller in Sydney between these two teams. Blakey with possession of the 36. Up to the wing, Amadi makes the contest. Socket off the ground by Sheldrick. Coming back to meet it is Houston. Curnow there, he lost out. Pies win it back, side bottom from left half back towards half forward. Melican with strong body on Schultz. One front position. McDonald try to get it going back to Edwards. In the end, Edwards and Buller see it over the boundary line. Throw in right half forward for Collingwood. Scores level at the SCG. 18 minutes gone in the last, down to Declan Byrne.
That crowd, by the way, so that is 4 out of 5 home games this year over 40,000, and those 4 are all higher than the top crowd from last year. Sydney crowd turning out this year.
Grundy palms it down here in the company of Long. There is Macron. He fires the hand pass back for Blakey. He's was set up on there by Chris, but now Warner tries to hack it out of the air. Houston and McCreary chasing. McCreary gets there for the Pies. Back they go again through Will Parker. Deep ball inside 50. Edwards can't take the intercept mark. It comes down for Crisp. And now Buller's hand pass off the deck. It's going to come back here. Free kick Collingwood. Crisp dealt with off the ball. Free kick for the Pies. 40 out directly in front.
Edwards just dropped that ball and then panicked a bit, tackled Crisp when he didn't have the footy.
This game's got some twists and turns just yet. Jack Crisp, by the way, lining up for his 100th AFL goal. What a time to do it. A lad from Myrtleford. As we approach time on the final term. Kicks from 50 on its way. He misses. But they're up by a point. 9:15 plays 9:14. 19 and a half played final term. Friday night for your ABC Sport.
They had to draw the Pies just 2 weeks ago against Hawthorn. Perhaps wasted the chance to win the game that evening. Blakey sends it up to the wing. Had the lead late. McDonald is wrapped up. We'll have a ball up next to the logo. 38 disposals now for Nick Blakey. Fair few of them kick-ins though, it must be said. Grundy wins another clear ball from the ruck. Marked by Lloyd. Gets it back to Wicks. He'll just tumble one forward. Frampton was out to meet it. Good contest though by Curnow. Forced Frampton to drop the mark, and then Howe, under pressure from Curnow again with the second effort, puts it out of bounds on the full. So Lloyd will take the free kick just forward of the wing. Collingwood leading by a point.
Lloyd, the oldest swan out there, called a play on now. Pops it to the pocket, 2-on-2, reaching for it, Grundy. There is Ned Long, and now Cootie wrapped up as well. Roses firing shot on goal, and it ricochets off the Collingwood defender and into the behind post. No score, Pies by a point. 9:15 plays 9:14. 21 minutes have elapsed so far. Who's going to seize this moment? Curnow, Papley, who's around the ball? Back in it comes. Grundy out of the ruck. Spilled here in the path of Sheldrick. And now McDonald, he snaps over his shoulder like a cork in the ocean. Peter Wilson style. The West Aussie puts the Swans in front. 10-14-74 to 9-15-69. Snapped over his shoulder for his second goal over McDonald. Home side leads by 5.
Just another goal fashioned out of just a stoppage and a loose ball get. It was similar to the one that Collingwood got. Just nothing fancy. No one can take a mark inside 50. It's got to be a hard slog, but the ones the Swans wanted just to get their noses in front.
Well, he's not the one you'd expect as well. We're looking at Papley, looking at Warner coming through the stoppage. Who could it be? Logan McDonald kicks on over his head to get him back in front.
Literally over his head. He's back fully facing the goals. Magnificent from Logan McDonald. A nice tribute to the late Dennis Cometti by Brett Sprigg in commentary. Swans by 5 points. Pies still in this contest in a big way though. Here's Dacos. Gets around Ray Bottom. That was Nick Dacos. Worked it forward. Side bottom now just outside 50. A shot at goal for Collingwood. Dropping back there is Wicks. Takes the mark and then plays on. Important defensive intervention from Wicks. Gets it to Sarong. Up to Grundy on the wing. He's been brilliant against his former side. The kick though is overcooked and marked by Quainer.
Quainer all waste no time. Comes back in. Ball trying to find Chris. Mills got in the way. Jordan makes the contest out there. Chris kept going. Off here again they go. Picked up now by the Swans and Sheldrick on the outer wing. He kicks down the line. Curnow far too strong down there for Jeremy Howe. Slightly taller as well. He marks 60 from goal. Curnow pops it inside 50. The unmarked man is Rosa. Second bite, couldn't pull it in the pocket. Out of bounds for a throw-in, and Declan Byrne, Isaac Heaney is still off the ground, desperate to get back on for the Swans.
Yeah, he was getting a fair bit of attention, so missed the rotation before. He's been off the ground for 9 minutes in the hottest time of this game.
This is where you want them, Swans by 5 points.
Time is ticking down here at the SCG. Another goal for Sydney here would be very important. Grundy, front position in the ruck again. It's away from McStay and down to Sheldrick, who's also been important in the clinches for the Swans in this final term. But there's a Collingwood free kick going the way of McStay. And they find a way to win it up on the wing where the McStay kick goes. Long is there, as is West, punched away from them. And we'll have a throw in. That'll suit Sydney with their 5-point lead. 24 minutes gone in the final term, down to Declan Byrne.
To give people an idea, we are on the western wing where the interchange bench is. The players on the eastern forward flank. Angus Sheldrick has just run 100 metres so that Heaney has got on. That's the cheer you hear.
It's like the wrestling tag team thing. He's waiting for that tag. Come on. Ready to get in. And the stoppage, the Swans go forward of halfway. Anderson's there, though, for the Pies. Tumbles it back down the line. Bounced over a pack. Socked away by Melican. It might go toward the boundary line. McCreary spills it. Now regathers. Handball, though, picked off by Sarong. Now Cunningham snaps to the Swans. It's marked by Warner on the outer side.
Warner moves quickly. Kicks to half forward. Roses has taken the mark. Wheels on that left. Kicks to the top of the square. Curnow there off hand. It'll fall to Papley. Ignites the SCG once more. The perfect Tom Papley goal, front and centre. And snaps it through for his second. Sydney now enjoying an 11-point margin. It's going to be tough for the Pies from here.
Yeah, they built the play up well. It was controlled on the outer wing. Mark, kick, and then dangerous position, top of the goal square. The big tools provided the contest, and once again, Tom Papley in the right place at the right time. He always finds a way, doesn't he, at this time of game to get himself on the end of one.
What have I heard Ben Cameron say? It doesn't have to be your night, but it can be your moment. This is his second goal, as Garvey mentioned. Kicked a couple of goals against North last week. They lead by 11 points. That's their biggest lead of the game so far, the Swans. Came back from 33 points down in that second quarter. Middle they go. McStay versus Grundy. First hands Heaney. Clearance McInerney was run down by Crisp. Loose footy pounced by McInerney again. Warner gets involved. Kicks towards half forward. Papley was beaten in the air by Houston. Brings it to ground for a ball up. Attacking side of halfway for the Swans.
Just Grundy's ability to give it straight down the throat of his teammates is making it really tough for Collingwood. There it is again.
Great to McInerney. He guides it out to Roses. Handball to Sarong just outside 50. Try Sarong. Tucks inside and kicks for Amati. Good spoil on him. Falls the way though. The row bottom who taps it towards Lloyd. Side bottoms there. Goes back to Howell across his own defensive goal square. He finds Josh Dacos in the left back pocket.
Josh Dacos links up by foot with Rowan Steele. The crucial goal for the Pies in this final term. Plays on from left half back. Swans by 11 points their lead. Up to a 2-on-3. At the back, McCartan waiting for it. Handball almost picked off. Blakey knocks it away there for Heaney. Sweeps it wide. Back for Lloyd. Lost it at centre half back. And pressure comes from Anderson. Another kick for Lloyd finds Blakey. Defensive side of halfway. 27 gone. Final term. The home side leads by 11 points. Garvey.
Blakey's 39th possession. It's a chip kick. Out wide, and now they find Sarong. Swans looking good now. Sarong goes short to Brodie Grundy. And he might go back and have a shot. What a game he's had. He has just obliterated Collingwood in the ruck. The Oscar Steen knee injury didn't hurt. His 33rd disposal coming up. A goal as well. The two-time Copeland medal winner. And just poke this into the pocket and waste some time. Marty couldn't take the marker. Will bring it down. Roses works it to row bottom. Papley again on the snap. And this is just wide. But the lead is 12 points now in favour of Sydney, and we've gone 28 minutes in the final term.
Got to take chances now, the Pies.
Anderson tries to mark through as it comes beyond defensive 50. Gathered away by Lloyd and now Warner on hands and knees. Desperate stuff. McCreary lays a tackle. Comes wide back here again for De Goey on the members' side wing. Kicks inboard now. On the bounce for Anderson. He's been pilot in this last quarter. He goes inside 50. Elliott marks out the back. They're not done yet, the Pies. Elliott marks in the left forward pocket, 25 metres out. Oh, great players create moments. He comes around here on the angle and he snaps truly. Back to a 6-point ball game. 28.5 minutes played here at the SCG. Swans by 6. Jamie Elliott kicked the goal.
What a huge effort from the Collingwood Footy Club, really. I mean, they've been up all night, challenged, come back again, and just to put themselves in a position with, what is there, a minute to go, 6 points down, and they have not stopped trying all night. Undermanned, underdone. Their squad's been up against it all night, but huge effort.
By the way, Nick Blakey, just check his 39 disposals. That is a crazy Nick Blakey number of disposals.
15 kick-ins.
And the most important centre clearance of the night. Grundy's dominated in this area. Can Nick Dacos read the Grundy tap?
Dacos is there. Warner watching him closely. 6 points the margin in favour of Sydney. Sydney win it out of the middle importantly. Grundy down to Heaney. And now McInerney out wide to Lloyd. And he can chip it over the top. And Jordan will mark. And that is a very strong position for Sydney to be in. Right half forward, leading by 6 points.
Goes inside 50. Amadi up for it. Can't pull off the grab. Comes down at ground level here as Parker is brought down by Rosas. The umpire says, give it to me. In the right forward pocket for the Swans. Left full back for Collingwood. Swans by 6 points. We've ticked past the half-hour mark. Grundy, hand pass to the outside now for Heaney. Takes on the crisp tackle. Off to Quainer. And now Nick Dacos just spirals it beyond defensive 50 down the corridor. It's marked by McInerney. That might just save the Swans. He sends them back inside 50. Heaney lost his footing as Quainer came late. It's off hands for a throw-in. The home side leads by a goal. 81 plays 75. 31 minutes played here at the SCG.
25 seconds on the clock, so probably time to take the ball the length of the ground, but probably very unlikely.
Grundy and McStay. Grundy palms it down. Josh Dacos clears the area. Still a chance for Collingwood. Ball bounces free in the middle of the ground. Here's Houston. Great tackle, Rowbottom. Huge tackle in game 150. A game-winning tackle.
How fitting, hey?
From the Warrior in the Swans midfield. Just as Houston was about to send the Pies forward.
Blakey on the wing. That might be it. The Swans prevail. And another SCG classic against the Pies. 6-point winners. To stay on top of the AFL ladder. 9 wins in 10 starts. 6-point winners tonight. I think they trailed by 33 points midway through that second term. Had a scoring run either side of half-time. They controlled for the most part that second half, but the Pies kept coming even without Oscar Steen, the young ruckman, who went off the 10-minute mark of the third term. Collingwood brave throughout these 4 quarters, but the Swans do prevail at home. 11-15-81 to 10-15-75.
Cheer the red and the white, honor the name by day and by night. Lift that noble banner high, shake down the thunder from the sky. Whether the odds be great or small, Swans will go in and win overall. While our loyal Swans are marching onwards to victory.
I think Tom Patley over all pivotal goals in that final term, each with their second goals in that fourth quarter. Chad Warner, Justin McInerney, Brodie Grundy, Charlie Curnow, Isaac Heaney, Jai Sarong, Nick Blakey all on the board as well. Blakey had 39 disposals, which is a career best for him for the Pies. Nick Dacos kicked both of his goals in the first term. 27 touches for tonight's acting skipper. Singles to Long, Hayes, Anderson, Schultz, Steele, West, McStay and Elliott. The Swans winners by 6 points here at the SCG. And before we get the presentation, and we'll take you off to the closing stages of the Gold Coast v Yatapulti game in Darwin, where the Suns lead by 40 points at the final change. Let's get the thoughts of our experts here at the SCG on ABC Sports, Stephen Williams and Joel Patfull.
Well, Joel, you probably have to just sing the praises of the Collingwood Footy Club. We talked at the start of the match and thought that with all those players going out, that 1,000 games of experience and what Sydney had coming in was going to be a hard task, but they were up for the fight. They were just fantastic the way they pressured Sydney. The conditions probably didn't help Sydney in that first half where it was hard to flick the ball around, but the pressure that Collingwood were able to bring certainly gave them
As you were?
Yeah, as I was saying, it seemed like it would be Collingwood at half-time, but the game dried out. Sydney were able to get their game going. Grundy took over in ruck. Blakey took over across the half-back line, and the Swans were lucky to get away with it, really.
Well, they were in the end, weren't they? And they were tested. They were tested with their ball movement, with their pressure around the footy, and how could they respond. And I think there'd still be a few question marks about the way they played, but they were good enough to get over the line and find a way to win. Sometimes that's what it's all about. But you're right, Grundy was huge in the middle, got them going. Heaney was also great. Blakey off the half-back line. He's had 39 touches, 15 kick-ins, but we'll forget about that. But he was still handy. The Collingwood back line, I have to say, was unbelievable. Their back six, Maynard, Howe, Frampton, Houston, Dacos and Quaynor working together was unbelievable.
Let's join the on-field prezzo with Luke Carroll.
Performance. Before we call up the winning captain, I would like to welcome the living legend that is Michael O'Loughlin to come forward and present the Goods O'Loughlin medal to the best player on ground.
Keen to hear Garvey's votes on this, one of the official voters.
The medal was created to honour the contribution of both greats, Adam Goods and Michael O'Loughlin. And the winner of the Goods O'Loughlin medal tonight is the big fella number 4 for the Sydney Swans, Brodie Grundy.
And there'd be a little argument there, would there, Steve?
No,
Joel, as far as him being best on?
No, certainly, and the fact that Oscar Steen went down made it that little bit easier, but he was certainly dominating the game when Steen was still on.
Against his former side, Brodie Grundy. Here he is.
First of all, thank you to Collingwood. 40,000 here at the SCG for Marngroup Friday night. It's obviously a huge round for the AFL, broader community in general. Celebrate First Nation players that have contributed so much to our game. We've had some champion players from both the Sydney Swans and the Collingwood Football Club over many, many years. And it's a real honour to win this award. We've also got the matchday sponsor, Go Foundation, founded by Michael O'Loughlin and Adam Goods, champions. They do a power of work to empower through education, which is fantastic. I encourage you to have a look at our matchday partner. Thank you so much. 40,000. Go Swans.
Brodie Grundy, best of field tonight, the Goods O'Loughlin medalist.
To present the Marngroup Trophy to the victorious team, the Sydney Swans, please welcome Uncle Mick Dotson, OAM.
So that will fall to Callum Mills and his Swans. Their 9th victory on the year, 9 wins.
And the winners of the Marngroup Trophy this year, one more time for the Sydney Swans.
There we go. And some of the 40,000 strong crowd has dispersed, it must be said, for the presentation. We'll get into the rooms with Declan Burns shortly. And as I said, in about 8 minutes' time, take you off to Darwin, where the final term is underway. And the Gold Coast Suns lead Yarrapulti Port Adelaide by 40 points at that margin. But Callum Mills receives the Margaret Trophy. Here he is having a chat.
It's an absolute pleasure to host Margaret Ground. Thank you so much for the turnout. Thank you to Collingwood. We respect you guys so much. And this is an amazing round for all Australians. We celebrate our First Nations brothers and sisters. And to our boys in the football club, so proud to represent the Bloods on this round. Thanks for turning out, everyone.
There we go, Callum Mills, and that does conclude the on-field presentation. So the Swans winners here by 6 points. The Pies led by 22 points at quarter time, 21 at the half. As I said, it was 33 points midway through that second quarter. The Sydney Swans, it didn't get beyond, 11 points their way. It was their biggest lead. Or 12 in fact, during that final term. Winners here by 6 points, and they keep their spot atop the AFL ladder. How did you have them, Garvey, by the way?
I had Brodie Grundy 3 votes. I gave 2 to Nick Blakey and 1 to Nick Dacos. I thought Heaney had a fair shout for the 1 vote, but when the game was up for grabs early, Dacos was the best player on the ground and put Collingwood in that position.
Is it all
same?
So okay. Well, we'll have Stephen as our 3-2. We'll make the guest feel welcome, Joel. He can do the votes tonight. The official votes for the ABC Player of the Year. I thought it was just the Swans' best player.
No,
because Luke Ryan won it 1 year, but I thought it sort of changed between being the best player from either side or just a Swans player.
I assumed it was best votes for the ground. If my 1 vote was wrong, then it goes to Isaac Heaney.
It'd have to be both sides. Surely it's
sometimes it is okay. In the past, I know Luke Ryan won it for Freo years ago, but I wasn't sure if anyway. It matters not because the Swans won and Brodie Grundy was the winner anyway. So Declan Byrne is waiting down in the Swans rooms as they the players disperse to different parts of the ground. I mean, it didn't play out the way we expected it. We thought, well, Swans will come here and they probably should beat up on this Collingwood side who are struggling for consistency across the year and then missing 4 of their biggest names anyway. And yet the Pies were brave. We said that. The Swans now have Geelong away next week. That'll be a big game, that one, Kardinia Park, Saturday in the twilight slot. In fact, there's 2 twilight games next week, is there? As the Pies host West Coast at the MCG Saturday. Also in the twilight time slot there. So that is who each side plays next. Of course, we know that will be the game that Scott Pendlebury officially breaks the record for the most games played when the Pies meet the Eagles at the MCG next Saturday. There you go. Oscar Steens, that was the concerning thing. Third quarter, suffered that knee injury. And Brodie Grundy, even before that, though, Steve, you could say made an impact around the ground, didn't he?
He did indeed, but Steen certainly got his hand to the ball in the middle, and we saw how Brodie Grundy just was able to. Who'd like it this time? It was straight out the middle with silver service to his smaller midfielders, so that certainly helped Sydney. But if you're a Collingwood fan, you'd be just wrapped. They're a team that does it so often, comes to a ground undermanned and just gets that sort of siege mentality and comes out and plays a brand of footy that makes it really hard for the opposition. And I'm sure Craig McRae will be pretty proud of the way that his side fronted up and played tonight. Disappointed that they lost because they could have easily pinched it. But it was probably Rowbottom, the tackling machine, that if Dan Houston got away there, you never know. Yep. A big kick inside 50 and then anything can happen. But probably fitting that Rowbottom was a player that was able to nail the game for the Swans. And the crowd went home happy. And they certainly leave the Sydney Cricket Ground quick, don't they?
Well, they couldn't have started any better, the Collingwood, couldn't they? They come out, the pressure they applied from the first bounce was first class and probably as higher quality in terms of pressure and tackling that I've seen someone come up against the Sydney Swans and really put them on the back foot from the start, didn't they?
Well, that's the key, isn't it? And it shows anybody that plays Sydney, if you're able to come with that mentality and put pressure on, doesn't matter who you are, you make mistakes. And probably that pressure, they weren't able to keep it up to that over 200 mark for the whole match. And when that dropped away in the second half, the game dried up a little bit. All of a sudden, Sydney were able to flick the ball around a bit, use their skills and just get themselves back in the game and then hang on in the end.
There'll be a few comments. Scott Pendlebury would have been handy tonight.
Yeah.
In a 6-point game.
It's always the way. In the wet as well. His skills would have been pretty handy out there tonight.
Yeah. Brodie Grundy, the player adjudged best of field, is the last player down into the tunnel as the Swans make their way towards you, Declan Byrne, in the winners' rooms.
Yeah, they're just coming through. We just had a few of the players on the sideline. So Dane Rampy just walked past Errol Goulden. You could see the stress on their face, and then Goulden let out a huge "you" because as stressful as it is being on the field, I think those guys were just feeling every bit of that. A huge comeback from the Swans, down by more than 5 goals, and they come into a packed home change room here with the Marngrook Trophy sitting in the middle of the circle. The players wandering in. Brodie Grundy, the last player in. And here we go. Special member, arm in arm with Heaney and Mills. Not sure who it is, but there's a bonus member in here to sing the song.
Great stuff. So 7 straight wins for the Swans now with victory here tonight by 6 points. So just repeat your 3-2-1, Steve, as they...
So one to Nick Dacos, as Garvey mentioned as well, just his ability in the first quarter, a couple of goals, and was one of the big reasons, him and Jordan Ngoe, why Collingwood got out to that big lead. 2 votes to Nick Blakey, as the game dried up and he started to back himself. He gave lots of metres gained and a lot of ball to his forwards. And then Brodie Grundy, he was the dominant man. And be interested to see Brownlow medal night, to see Brodie Grundy. You would imagine he'd get the 3 votes. So, what a wonderful game he played.
So 3 Grundy, 2 for Blakey and 1 to Nick Dacos, yes, in the ABC Player of the Year. Thank you, Steve. It's been great fun having you here in Sydney.
Coming up. Thank you very much for having me.
Thanks for spending a Friday night with us here at the SCG. Thank you, Joel Patfull. See you again very soon.
Will do.
Garby.
Thank you, Spriggy. Great Friday night in Sydney. Cracking game. And Swans stay on the top of the ladder, 9-1, before they travel to take on Geelong next week.
Indeed. So, as I said, that's what's to come next week. In round 11, the second week of Sir Doug Nicholls' round, with those 2 sides, as I said, both playing in the same time slot, more or less, next week. Geelong v Sydney and Collingwood up against West Coast, while at Chamorro, as Sir Doug Nicholls' round continues. If you're listening through ABC News Radio, you're heading back to regular programs in the next few moments. Otherwise, the rest of us head off to Gold Coast v Port Adelaide at Marara Oval in Darwin with Clint Wheeldon and the team. We'll bring you our post-game reaction as part of the post-game wrap-up there in Darwin from the Swans' 6-point victory over Collingwood here at the SCG.
Comes to McKinlay, to Butters. And Zach Butters streams forward to Horne-Francis. Adams riding him very closely. Powell gets bumped to ground. Vicentini back to Butters. Bumped off the footy. Rouse got busier. Slammed into the turf by Horne-Francis. Bodie Ulan comes up with the footy and kicks in the Holman direction. Can he keep it in play? It skids across the turf. He slips slightly, pushes off his opponent in Farrell. It goes out of bounds.
As we welcome our listeners joining us throughout the rest of the nation here to Marara in the top end. Gold Coast on their way to what will be a 10th consecutive win here at Marara. They've got a really impressive lead over Port by 40 points, 14-7-91 to Port Adelaide. Yartapulti in the Sir Doug Nicholls round, 7-9-51. Ball is in dispute at left half forward. Off hands it comes down towards Petrarca. Kicks inside forward 50. Here's King. Has had a quiet night. Kicks but misses. Looking for his second. It's just a minor score to the right-hand side. Then King sees the Suns lead out to 41 points, 14-8-92. 7-9-51. Clint Wheeldon with you alongside Rob Cross in commentary. Our experts Lauren Arnell and Joel Bowden. Will Zwar is downstairs. Gold Coast led by 16 points at quarter time, by 27 at the half, by 40 at three-quarter time, and they're on their way to make it 10 out of 10 in recent performances at this venue.
Goalless final term so far through 11 minutes. 1 behind to Yartapulti, 2 behinds to the Gold Coast Suns. So pretty flat finish for this match.
brutal too in these conditions. No stop of play.
I think the aircon went off before. I got really sweaty, Lauren. As the ball's tapped over by Petrarca, was he taken high? Winds up to Whitlock in front of McAndrew, who does enough to knock it away. Charging through Berry, great courage. Ulan coming in the other way. Thrown onto the boot there of Watkins. In towards the pocket. Well done. A high shot there, I think, on Adams from Horn Francis. Did the umpire see it, or has it gone out of bounds? It's going to be a boundary throw-in. I thought it was a pretty high tackle, but the umpire was not in the right position, and so it will be in the right forward pocket. A late chance here for Yardapulti to get a little bit of respectability on the board. They were good in the second quarter until conceding 5 late goals in the second term, which is really where the Suns broke the game open. Whitlock beaten to the footy by Witts. Horn Francis is rallying late in this game. Handball is farmed out only as far as Lombard, though, who gives it off to Zeke Uland, who kicks it out in the Holman direction, who marks out at right half back.
We'll head downstairs. Just an injury update for our listeners who've just joined us with Will Zwar in just a moment. He's been keeping across all of that this evening. There's a couple of big bits of news to bring you as well. Suns move it down the outer wing, offhand, spill down to Durden of the Power, kicks back towards left half forward. Berry couldn't mark. It'll spill across the boundary line, which gives us a chance to go downstairs. There's been a bit of chaos for both benches. Will, tell us all about it.
Yeah, earlier tonight, Lockie Weller, he went off with a hamstring injury. That was in the first quarter. It was matched by Lockie Jones, who went off with a concussion, and then a second blow for the Suns with Will Graham off. And then late in that third quarter, both Port Adelaide.
We might come back. We've had a few problems tonight with the mic downstairs with Will. It was also a concussion, I believe, for Will Graham as well. So a couple of concussion issues downstairs, one for both teams. But, of course, as we mentioned, 2 missing from the bench at the moment for Gold Coast and 1 for the Power. Ball's be thrown in. Right forward pocket. The Suns spills out here in the direction Collins. He tries to work it forward. Umpire, non-controlling umpire, has spotted a free kick here, and it's coming to go back towards Berry. Is it? It is. Berry taken high, according to the non-officiating umpire. And Berry should be able to go back and have a shot here for Yardapulti from point-blank range. Works it on with the set snap, throws it onto the left boot. He steers it through. Joe Berry gets his second for Yardapulti. It's just a matter of the margin, though. The Suns lead is cut back to 35 points, 14-8-92 to Port 8-9-57. 14 gone in the final term. Friday night footy here on ABC Sport, on ABC Local Radio, Sport Digital, and now streaming, of course, on ABC Listen.
And as you said, Clint, the non-controlling umpire, pulled a free kick out of there. It was like a rugby scrum in the goal square at one stage there, and the umpires found a free kick. Berry's kicked his second goal, but 14 minutes gone, Lauren. The sting has gone out of this one, and I think they're all the players and maybe even the crowd are just counting down the minutes now, unfortunately.
And without being disrespectful, even Port Adelaide trying Joe Richards now at centre bounce, which I haven't seen since ever for Port Adelaide.
Witts bashes a 25-metre handball up towards centre-half back, intercepted by Butters. Kicks up towards the first gamer, Anastasopoulos. He soccers off the ground. He gets it inside attacking 50, and there'll be a boundary throw-in. So at least gained some territory with that manoeuvre. 35 metres around, right forward pocket for Yardapulti.
And it's not a bad debut by the young fella. I like the modern football game because you get lots of minutes. When I played my first game, I think I got 5 minutes, spent the rest of the time on the bench.
Richards gives it off there to Watkins, or was it Lorenz? Free kick's been picked out. It's going to come back to Richards. And so a chance for a couple of goals in about 90 seconds for Yardapulti.
And I don't mind this. I mentioned Richards at centre bounce, and that being something different with Horn Francis starting as the deepest forward. And I mean, you've got to take your opportunities, even if it looks a bit grim for Port. Trying different things and having Joe Richards as a mid in this latter stages of this game can't hurt this team.
Kicked one at this end in the second quarter. A long time for everyone to get set. And Richards takes his time to bring the margin back to 29 points. 35 metres, kicks well. Joe Richards gets his second of the night. And this is a nice finish by Yardapulti. It threatened to be a real blowout by the Suns, but Yatapulti fighting out the last 10 minutes or so. And at the 16-minute mark of the last quarter, 63 plays 92.
It's funny, he's almost forgotten to go back to CB. He's a high half forward. He works his absolute backside off Joe Richards. And so to get that one as a mid, it's funny how you find a little bit more space when you're a midfielder than what you would as a half forward, which he just grinds his game out, and pleased for him that he gets an opportunity to have a bit more of a run around.
Well, that's what Matthew Richardson said when he went to the wing. No one picks me up anymore, so it's a bit different. And I mean, it's good to see. It's good to see that the players are playing to the conditions now. I mean, I've got a very simple terminology, Rob, and you might have heard me in the wet here in the Northern Territory. When you're in doubt, just kick that out of it. That's all they have to do. Just get it down their end and kick the bladder out of the ball if you can.
Always good advice. Free kick.
Oh, he's had a bounce.
Out of the middle.
Uh-oh.
And he took a bounce and ran into trouble. Sweet. And then, luckily for him, got taken high. Oh, goodness. That was almost a disaster. Got told he had a free kick, took a bounce, ran straight into traffic. Decides to play on by hand. Gave it off to Moraes. Kicks towards full forward. No mark taken. They're able to work it away here. The Suns through Holman. Kicking towards left half back. Ball goes flying past Humphrey. He tries to keep his footing and then taken by Burne-Jones out of bounds. It'll be a throw-in right beneath our broadcast position here in the Morris Rioli grandstand. Still, we have another look as Sweet saw Holman come towards you and immediately must have thought, oh no, but got taken high, fortunately, for the power play. Gold Coast Suns lead is 29 points, 18 gone in the last.
Oh, a goal from that thrust made things a little bit interesting. Butters sends him inside 50 again. Out comes Whitlock, smashed from the side by Powell. Wines. Durden from the boundary line. Corey Durden across the face of goal and through for one behind. He had Horne-Francis at the top of the square, went himself. There's some life in Yatapulti late. Margin 28 points, 18 minutes gone last quarter.
Might be too little, far too late, though, unfortunately for them.
And Damien Hardwick is getting right into this game. I think there must be a little bit more in it for him than we realise.
Well, I'm sure he'd love to get a win over his former Port Premiership player in Josh Carr. First time they've gone head-to-head, those two. Great mark from Butters at right half forward over the top of Holman. Moved it on to Wines. Hard up against the boundary. Centering, kicked the full forward. Whitlock couldn't take the mark. I reckon Durden almost got in his way. The teammates battling. Collins locks it in. Ball up the court, full forward. Oh, so close for another Port opportunity. Sweet won it down, or Horne-Francis hit it hard and immediately tackled the ground. That's a great tackle from Bodie Ewan.
It is.
Gee whiz. Horne-Francis hit that at pace. Ewan up to the test. Comes down again towards Butters. Gave it off to Richards. Works it off the outside of the right boots. He's got three. They put a bit of life into this contest, the Power. And again, the mad scramble behind the goal by the spectators at the airport end. They're desperate to get a touch on the footy. 14-8-92 Gold Coast. Port are now 10-10-70. The Suns leaders back to 22 points as we hit time on in the final term. At one stage, Gold Coast led by 40.
It seems unlikely, but it's not impossible, is it? It's not impossible.
So you're saying there's a chance, Lauren?
You've got a few of those tonight, haven't you?
Well, I've got one for the AFL to consider. In the last quarter, every time there's a goal kicked, the person who gets the ball behind the goal should keep the ball. Not going to cost them a lot of money, but it's going to keep kids here. And if kids are here, parents are here. That's for Greg Swan. I might talk to him after the game if I can find him.
Moyle won the tap only as far as Butters. They're going to go forward again to Drew. Exciting finish by Yatapulti. Still plenty of time. He kicks in towards the pocket. On the bounce, Horne-Francis in front of Mac Andrew. Spins onto the right boot. Hooks the kick around. To the top of the square, Watkins was there. Went past him. Berry, Watkins. Richards again was taken high. Richards will get a free kick and line up for goal number 4. 30 metres out directly in front. The margin will be 16 points at the 20.5-minute mark.
Well, we've been talking about work rate from centre bounce stoppage. Hello, Joe Richards. Take your opportunity. He's beaten the Suns' opponents out just as they've done all night. Potentially a fourth goal.
From directly in front, Richards kicks and Richards misses. Oh, away to the right-hand side. He poked it just a little bit. The margin is 21 points. Opportunity goes begging. 21 minutes gone last quarter.
So the ball taken eventually by Bodie Hewland, who's got it deep in the right back pocket.
There's no player on the mark at the moment.
Allows him to take a bounce. The head beyond defensive 50. Long kick towards centre wing. No mark taken. Trying to work it forward. Georgiades tapped it out the side to Burgoyne. Got it to Burne-Jones. Hard up against the boundary. Kick towards right half forward. Berry flew. Staying down Powell. Quick hand pass back to Bodie Hewland. Hand pass to no one in particular. Takes an awkward bounce for Collins. Berry emerges with it. Here he is. And Anastasopoulos kicks towards goal on debut. Not quite. Didn't have the carry. Gathered in the goal square. Whitlock snaps. Whitlock misses to the left-hand side. Oh, they went berserk for a moment, the fans. There's plenty of them in Port colours, but it's just a minor score. Yardapulti 10-12-72. Gold Coast 14-8, 92, 22 gone.
Whitlock had options too, just like Jed Walter earlier in the game. Went for the shot over the shoulder.
Huge kick by Joel Jeffrey to clear the danger zone, and Yardapulti are coming hard at Gold Coast. So Jeffrey just belted it 65 metres out towards the outer side, and it goes out of bounds off hand. So boundary throw in.
The Suns have to actually speed the game up. They can't keep playing this slow game. They've got to speed the game up and kick a goal, because if they don't, you never know, they might get run over.
20 points in it. Sweet wins the tap. Comes to Drew off the side of the boot. Will just cover acquired distance. It marked here by Lorenz or Watkins it might be. Pokes it to the top of the square. Mac Andrew drops the mark. Comes quickly to the back of the pack. Snap over the shoulder. Hits the post. Georgiades threw the ball on the boot and hit the left-hand goalpost. They're peppering away the margin now. 19 points. 10-13 plays 14-8. Gold Coast have stopped. 23 minutes gone last quarter.
Cristiano Ronaldo would have been happy with that. That was a bicycle kick by Georgiades.
Did he slip, you reckon? Or intentional?
Adieu and long beyond defensive 50. That's a good mark to Moyle. The big man dragging down the mark, and then no one has stood the mark for Port. They won't be happy, the Port fans, but it's absolutely there. Whoever it was,
Burne-Jones,
has not stood the mark. They have all run back. And the moment it happened, the umpire, I hate the law, but has called it correctly. Here goes Moyle, kicking into the left forward pocket for the Suns. One down by King at the back behind Aliir. Rowell somehow got a hand pass out to Noble. Now to Humphrey. Shocking kick. Might work out okay. Goes towards full forward. Walter tries to gather. Couldn't first time under pressure. Second time it's been a free kick's been spotted coming back to Aliir, who was taken high. He'll have it deep in the right back pocket. There's still time. 19 points the margin. Suns still in front. 24 gone in the last.
Aliir kicks it outside defensive 50. Flying in front was Sweet. Georgiades fumbles the slippery footy. Knocked off the footy by Andrew. Rowell's handball was tough, and it comes off the side of the boot, though, of the Port of the Yardapulti player. And just as he was about to head in the Horn Francis direction, the kick skewed off the side of the boot and has gone out of bounds on the full. Is that Berry there?
It's Berry.
He's left footer. He's on his right-hand side.
Yep. He's been caught a lot on his left and tried to go right.
Joel Jeffrey sends the Suns back towards their attacking 50. Evans did well. Down to Butters. He's kicked back into the centre. Good contest. Powell was brave. Durden. Excellent work there by Watkins. Gives it off to Moraes. Moraes kicks inside 50. Caught out of position there. Oh, brilliant mark by Bodie Hewland. He was buffeted by Horn Francis, who tried to drop back on him and put body pressure. But Hewland is cut from granite.
Another 50. Another 50. Come on.
That's not a hammy too, is it? That is. Or is he cramping, Ewan McKinlay?
I hope it's cramped, because if you do a hammy and give away a 50-metre penalty at the same time, that would be adding salt to an injury. Oh, he's cramping.
Another half chance goes begging for Yardapulti.
He can't move, McKinlay. Poor fella. He tried to get up, and immediately you could see the pain. The cramp hit him again.
Not ideal.
Oh, far from it. Suns have it at right half back through Anderson.
Oh, he's dropped again, the poor guy.
He's in absolute agony out there. We were hearing again from the Suns about how they have to replace up to 5 litres of fluid after one of these games. You can see why cramp is such an issue. Hot conditions. The start, it was about 28 degrees, 75% humidity. King has a mark at right half forward. He moves it short to Humphrey. He's still at right half forward, about 65 from goal.
Does he have a shot? It sort of takes the 30 seconds off the clock, which would be important at this stage of the game. And he's probably got the leg for it too. It's a fair way out, Clint.
It is.
It's the wrong end.
Not the scoring end.
Not
Joel.
the scoring end.
Not tonight.
Even though the flags are down, you can see they're just going to our right, and he's kicking to the left. He's dumped it.
To the right forward pocket. There's no mark taken there. Sweet tried to shovel a hand pass out. Petrarca was able to get it off the ground. Gave it away, though. And Evans bounces a clearing kick beyond defensive 50. Back in the direction of Humphrey. Took on Richards. Tried to get a hand pass out in the direction of Zeke Ewan. It's gone across the boundary line. It's going to be the lasso rule, and Burn-Jones will have it. 50 out from his own goal. His defensive goal for Yardapulti. The power, he runs and takes a bounce, and he'll kick towards Evans, who marks.
Once again, the spirit of Yardapulti on display. They haven't given it up entirely. Burn-Jones kicks up towards Horn. Francis flies high. Couldn't take the mark. Oscar Adams, reliable. Bodie Hewland, sensational. Kicks it back to Collins, and this tough Gold Coast defence stands tall again. They lead by 19 points. Now 27 and a half minutes gone. I think their hopes have now faded. They've had plenty of chances in the last 5 minutes to get it back to single figures. Didn't capitalise. Some costly 50-metre penalties didn't help. And now Mac Andrew will take it for the Suns at right half back, 60 metres out from the goal he's defending. Just 2 behinds this quarter to Gold Coast. And Yardapulti have kicked 3 goals, 5. Could have been anything. As it ricochets off hands, Petrarca tried to reach over his back to complete the play. Couldn't take it with him. Kicked inside attacking 50. Over the back of the pack. Walter's dangerous. Throws it on the left. Vacant goal square. Jed Walter does the deal. Jed Walter kicks his 3rd goal of the night. He's contested from the opening bounce. Hasn't had a lot of possessions, but every time the ball's been in his area, he's been tough to knock off the footy, and a good return for a big key forward on a slippery night. 3 goals. 29 minutes gone in the last quarter, and they get their first goal of the last quarter and lead by 25.
Well, he's been fun to watch, hasn't he, Joel? Jed Walter, he's had a very good game, and while Aaliyah can blanket Ben King for the majority of the night, the Suns just keep throwing those tools that we talked about pre-game, and Ned Moyle has had his involvements in some good moments, but Jed Walter's been an absolute bright spark ahead of the footy.
And they went quick. You know, Petrarca gets the handball across. Humphrey, who Robbie says has been quiet all night, gets the ball in, and Walter, he's dynamic. He turned onto his left and snaps a goal. He's going to be a player, I think, in the future, and look out for Jed Walter, because if King is slightly down, then he gets a chance to get that 3rd defender or even the 2nd defender, and he doesn't get as much attention. He might just be a joker in the pack for Damien Hardwick, and I think he was getting a bit worried there, Hardwick, for a short period of time. Those 50-metre penalties certainly helped turn the tide and turn the momentum.
Well, back in the middle. Sweet up against Moyle. Moyle got it down to Petrarca, got a kick away. Crowd's gone very quiet now after that last goal. Certainly Port, the fancy team at this venue tonight. Winds towards right half forward and then sliding out. Berry can't keep it in. Has he hurt himself here? Is it just cramp again? I say just cramp. I know how painful it is. I think it is just cramp. He's going to stretch it out the left leg and go back to the stoppage. Not sure what message the Suns are trying to tell by holding up a Bruce Lee sign, but that's what they've got. Picture of Bruce Lee from Enter the Dragon downstairs. Restart. Butters is out after it for Port. Gathered it. Hand pass to Burgoyne. Popped it over the top. Tried to go inside forward 50. Got tackled. Just got a hand pass out. It came to Horn Francis. Now to Berry. From 50 metres out. Sends it towards goal. Collins punches it through for a rush behind. Collins all class. No. Through for a minor score. 25 points to the lead for the Suns. Half an hour gone in the last.
Took Miller from inside defensive 50. Kicks to the outer side. Marking contest. Big fly from Walter. A long way down from full forward at right half back.
Collins has been as good as anyone on the ground tonight. He's just won. I haven't seen him lose a contest.
He's a star. He's a very good player, and he plays these conditions really well.
That angled throw in from the boundary umpire that Joel Bowden doesn't like. Gave the Suns about 10 metres extra. Off the ground went Drew. Going hard at ground level. He's the Suns player.
Rob, it's a good point. We can talk about it in the aftermatch. But when the ball goes out in the half-forward flank, they throw it towards the centre circle.
Sweet. Won the tap. Wines was good. Oh, smother there was excellent by Andrew on Butters. Sidestep was neat by Rowell, who's got better as the game's gone on. I think one of the big pluses for the Suns tonight's the improved form or just the return of Rowell. Struggled with a finger injury since the State of Origin game. The Suns do enough. Big 10 for the Suns. 10 in a row at Marara. They're home away from home. They were challenged in the last quarter, but they've won by 25 points, 15-8-98 to Yatapulti, 10-13-73.
So the Suns finish on top again in the top end. As Rob said, 10 consecutive wins at what is a fortress away from home for the Gold Coast Football Club. 15-8-98 to 10-13-73. They led by 16 points at quarter time, by 27 at the half, got it out to 40 points by three-quarter time before the power fought back. Gold Coast, though, winning in the end by 25 points in front of 11,974 fans. So the goal kickers for the Gold Coast Suns, Ned Moyle with a career-high 3 for the ruckman. Jed Walter kicked 3 as well. And singles to Noble, Petrarca, to Bodie Hewlin, to Jeffrey, to Lombard, to Will Graham, to Zeke Hewlin, to King and to Goulburn. Worth mentioning, Ben King with just 1 goal tonight, so now 33 for the season in the Coleman medal race. He still remains top. Yatapulti, 3 to Richards, 2 to McKinlay, 2 to Berry, singles to Farrell, to Georgiades and to Durden. Gold Coast by 25 points in front of a very good crowd by Marara standards. 11,974 in to see the Suns down the power. The Suns now with a 7th win in season 2026. Yatapulti go to be 3-7 from their 10 games. Let's get the thoughts of our experts. We'll head into the Suns' rooms and have a chat with someone and also bring you Isaac Heaney from earlier tonight with Sydney's amazing come-from-behind victory against Collingwood. But first, here at Marara, in the top end, our experts Lauren Arnell and Joel Bowden for you on ABC Sport.
Well, it was an interesting last 15 minutes where the Power were resurgent, like they'd plugged themselves back in and they got the power. But it was 10 minutes. It was 10 minutes in the second quarter from the 20-minute mark to the end of that second quarter when the Gold Coast just ran away with this game. It was really good to see the Power, work, the effort, the contest, and actually be right in the game. And then all of a sudden, the Power, I think they lost a bit of energy. And then the Suns started to play faster. They started to play longer. And goal after goal after goal. And I think it was 6, maybe 7 in that second quarter. But they all came in a hurry. And the Power didn't have an answer to it. From then, well, we saw it in the last quarter. The whole thing slowed down, unfortunately, except for, maybe a 5-minute burst there and some inaccurate kicking. But the Gold Coast continue to win in the Northern Territory. They played the conditions better. They had some very good players across the board. And they kicked straighter. Like 15 goals, 8. Straight kicking is good football. And the Power missed a number of opportunities that you would think they could kick.
That's right. I think there were crucial moments in that first half where there were gettable goals for Port Adelaide. And as you said, they left them out there. But the Suns look to be a very balanced team, and wouldn't it be nice just to get into a round 10 game and add in Matt Rowell to your midfield? And as you mentioned, that dominance in the back half of the second quarter was really just the Gold Coast mids getting on top at centre bounce, and it was impressive to watch. And one of the players I hadn't seen until tonight, Bodie Hewland, what a game. He went head-to-head with Jason Horne-Francis many times as well, and his ability to compete and win his own ball is incredible, and it just seems like that runs deep for the Suns, and it's exciting if you're a Suns supporter, because that's the type of footy that wins finals. And then I was coming into the game thinking they're far too tall, how are they going to compete? And to be really honest, I'm sitting here in the second half writing notes like Lachie Jones goes down, and Christian Moraes is not a defender. And he had to play more than a half as a half-back, and I think the Port Adelaide coaches probably thought it's a good night for you to learn a few lessons and play against Christian Petrarca. But you're probably sitting there as Todd Marshall and thinking, geez, I'm a bit stiff, I've missed this game. And I think if you're a Port Adelaide coach and you know then what you know now, you would have wanted Todd Marshall in that side tonight with the injuries that occurred and the lack of depth with the Suns' talls, particularly with Witts coming in late.
Yeah, not only did they have Witts come in late, you get Moyle who kicks 3, his best haul ever, and then in the back line you've got Collins. And I've watched him a number of times here. This has been a number of years. He continues to do the same thing day after day. Watch him on the television. It's different to watching him live and at the ground. You see the work that he does early. You see the work with his positioning. And as you said earlier, George Harris got caught behind too often. Now, he didn't really get caught behind. Collins played in front the whole time. Collins took the position from him. He's confident, he's strong, he's big. He says, you know what? I'm going to play you from in front and see if he can beat me there. Now, some forwards go, oh, here we go. I'm going to, I'm going to have a crack at this. But Collins is actually so good and so confident in himself. He also gets supported by his teammates that he can do it, and it breaks down a forward. I tried to do it sometimes when I was playing, and the problem was I think blokes used to then just sit on my head. Russell Robinson did that a few times, and there's a couple of really nice photos that he reminds me of when I see him. But it's brave to play in front as a backman, and that I really like that about Collins. And then, I've seen Witts play here a number of times, and I really like the way he plays the conditions. And there was just some basics that the Suns executed a little bit better than the Power. It's not, they're not poles apart. And Josh Coe will go inside and he walks straight off after the siren, so he'll be disappointed. Yeah. But he'll say there's something to work with here. That I've got a team that over the journey, I reckon I can get them to a level where they can compete with the best. And the Suns aren't quite the best, but they play this oval, they play Marara and the conditions really well. And you've got to play anyone, anywhere, anytime, because especially as an interstate club, you've got to go to the MCG to play finals, if not the grand final on that last day in September.
They don't seem to have too many holes, though. When you look at their playing list, like their defence is unbelievable. You've got Collins and Andrew in the key positions. You've got Rioli and Noble off half-back. You've got Bodie Ewell and you've got Will Powell, who I really rate. There's 6 really good defenders there. They're creative.